The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 1201. Castles. Max sensed the deep amusement of the myceloid god as he began to understand the larger picture of the planetary situation. There were currently 3 major military clusters, with 50 smaller clusters from each faction spread about the world in a vaguely familiar pattern. They were well spaced, and matched in their dispersion, which finally gave away the intention of the deployment. This was a Castles board, a 3-dimensional board game that had been popular in his past life. It was a strategy game, in that you had to preserve your outlying forces so that you had the might to overcome your enemies, but you couldn't move your castle. If you lost the castle, you lost the game, and if you lost your outlying forces, you were essentially helpless. Now, in the board game you could only move a single piece per turn, or return one lost piece to play at your castle. They had to appear at your castle, so if you were being surrounded, it limited your options, and once you were fully surrounded by enemies, even if they were from multiple other teams, you lost. Max worked to get in contact with the outlying teams as quickly as he could and get them patched into the overall command situation and informed of enemy locations so that they didn't lose allies before they could even learn the situation. That was simple with the Reavers. They had been pulled from battle without their motherships, so they were on the ground with a conventional military force that was mostly made of androids with a few mortal leaders among them. The Alliance forces were a bit more difficult to get on board with accepting his authority, but once the fighting started, and they could use his targeting data, they changed their minds fairly quickly. Unlike his force, which was creating their own troops as quickly as they could, the other 2 castles both had an open portal at them, but it was a one-way option. They could only bring in more troops, not send them back. It looked like the great enemy had realized that they had to win to leave here alive, and the myceloids were clearly in on the plan from the start because they had already started making strategic moves, presumably at their god's direction. How long on the portals? They're going to become incredibly important very soon. Max asked Nico as he directed the outlying forces to cluster up for added firepower. If he could surround an enemy force on 2 or 3 sides while gathering his troops, it was perfect. They would lose a minimal number of allies, and take control of a small region for safety. The green horde of the myceloids was doing the same, with a bit less finesse, while the great enemy's combined force of troops from the cathedral ships, various alien species, including both the Clem and the Narcians, plus large numbers of lesser energy beings, was completely disorganized as they ignored whatever authority the myceloid god had tried to set up. Not that anyone expected the Clem to listen to anyone, but they were definitely going to be an ongoing concern as the battle wore on. They had experience fighting the humans, and they were definitely already setting up spawning points wherever they thought might be safe and hidden from orbital scans. Taking a planet back from them was a nightmare on a good day. But adding in the rest of the enemies that they had to fight, Max knew that he was definitely not at an advantage here. The outlying troops were somewhat close together, only a few hundred kilometers apart, but it was thousands of kilometers between clusters of them, so they couldn't easily reinforce each other, and they couldn't increase numbers as quickly as the Clem were about to. Not even as fast as the myceloids, until they got the portals working properly to start sending more troops to the far side of the planet. In the board game, if you won, your piece was just as strong next time, so Max assumed that the myceloid god wouldn't stop him from sending troops to fill out the 50 existing units. Whether it would hold to the rules of 50 units outside the castle was a different question, but it hadn't stopped their attacks on the enemies that had started closest to their castle. "What have you learned?" Sylvie asked as Max whistled in appreciation for the trouble the myceloid god had gone to in setting up this battlefield. The creature that set up this battle designed our starting positions to resemble a castle's board. All 3 sides have the ability to refresh their troops as well. We will do it with drones and androids, while the others have rapidly growing life forms and a portal to bring in more troops to their main base. We are the only one who certainly got world ships, but the cathedral ships got a massive fortress of some sort that might be a world ship equivalent if it is space capable. I assume the game is in your records, it is from your era. Max explained. Yes, I know it. Sylvie agreed. How Max knew it was a mystery to her, but the game must still be played in some fashion if he recognized it so quickly. She hadn't thought to analyze the situation based on strategy games, but given that they were brought here deliberately, it made a lot of sense. What is our next move? She asked. Eliminate the nearby enemy units, consolidate the region around our castle, and start sending out reinforcements for those outlying units spread around the world who are going to need firepower after their first engagement. Sylvie hummed happily as she contacted Felicity and began to make plans. The other AI was keeping the board of directors updated on everything that was going on, while trying to keep the people of Absolution from panicking. There were over 10 million people on board at the moment, and many of them had only come to purchase new vessels from the production facilities. Those vessels didn't do them much good right now, as they were above the power limits allowed by the myceloid god, but most of the visitors were reavers and all had recent combat experience, making them suitable to lead the freshly produced regiments of mecha and assorted attack craft. Chapter 1202 Strategy. The more that Max integrated with the systems of the Emperor-class mecha that Sylvie was enhancing, the more that he realized he could actually fight this battle in more than a passive capacity. The recent changes that the system had made to his body and mind had made it easier for him to multitask, and after an hour of rallying the troops to get their initial positions secured, he found that it wasn't all that challenging to send out multiple messages at once to serve as the company commander for multiple mecha companies. The androids favored the strategy, as the unpredictability of a human commander increased their chances of taking the enemy by surprise, and Max was competent enough that he never led them into traps. Mostly because he had access to all the orbital data at once, but that part didn't really matter to the androids, they only cared about winning, and with Max sending them strategy recommendations, they were winning all the time. If you're there guiding the strategy, what exactly am I supposed to do during this battle? Nico asked after an hour of sending troops to clear their immediate area. Well, first I need you to get us set up for troop deployment, but after that, it's a bit like playing chess. Max replied. Oh, and what does that mean for me? The same thing it always means for the queen. The most powerful piece on the board gets sent out to smash threats and then returns to safety. Max replied. That might be the second sweetest thing you've ever said to me. Nico replied. Second sweetest? Remember that time you told me that we could just orbital bombard a planet until it blew up? That's going to be difficult to beat. Max laughed as he received her response, and returned to making sure their troops would survive until the reinforcements could get to them. The ones nearby weren't much of an issue, but the ones over 10,000 kilometers away were going to be a real pain without portals. For a playing field this large, they really should have more pieces to work with, but Max assumed that the myceloid god wanted time for things to get interesting and didn't want to crowd the planet with troops in an all-out melee. Immortals had a very different view of how time worked, and even if it took them years to finish this game, it was no big deal to him. Max didn't have that sort of patience. If the other two enemies were allowed to proliferate, they would be here for ages, and there were certainly more attacks going on in the Alliance and the human home galaxy right now that he should be helping to deal with. Even worse, Absolution was one of the primary workshops for new vessels, and now it was here on the surface, out of the production lines for the defenders, and he didn't even know if the rest of the force knew what happened to them. They could likely see this planet if they'd detected it on their sensors though, so even if communications were scrambled, there was a chance that the other reavers had seen them. The portal device is up and running. We can now send support units directly from either of the world ships to the battle. We can also set the portals to send loaded Thunderbirds, if you want to send other forces. Nico reported. For now, let's keep those close to us and spread them naturally. I intend to make sure nothing is sneaking up on us, so we will only redirect newly produced units to the more distant locations. Max decided. There was a buildup of Clem life signs not too far from their location as well. Max hadn't noticed them earlier. They must have rushed underground or into a thicker portion of the forest, but they were beginning to move now. Nico, do you have one of the customized super heavy mecha ready? Max asked. Yep, I've got one. Dual light mass driver Gatling guns, a new pattern disintegrator, which should work as long as we don't try to set off the chain reaction, and my usual twin swords. Nico agreed. That should do. Take a full battalion of androids through a portal to this location. There is a Clem infestation hidden there somewhere, and you can stay until you've chopped apart every single bug in sight, and then some that you couldn't see as well. Max offered. The sensors said that a company should be more than enough, but Max knew how the Clem were, and if you saw one, there were 9 more hidden somewhere nearby. Sending 5 full companies should give Nico enough firepower to deal with whatever they found at that location, and then Max would send over air support as soon as it was ready. With the portals, he could put wings of drones wherever he wanted them at any point in time, which was going to be incredibly annoying for his enemies, Max was certain. Nico was already rushing off to get into her mecha and grab a fresh battalion to accompany her, as all the existing ones were deployed, leaving Max to search for more previously hidden targets. Admiral, that portal technology is quite interesting. Do you mind if I try to implement it? Sylvie asked. Implement it on what? Max asked. On the larger mecha. I have already made plans to modify the weapons systems to comply with the restrictions of this world, and I believe that tripling the number of projectiles will allow nearly full use of an Emperor-class mecha as a point defense unit capable of holding a location against multiple enemies. She replied. That was what most of Kepler's Phalanx-class mecha had been designed for. He had moved away from it while he was working on more deadly mecha, but originally, the largest mecha had been intended to hold a position against hundreds or thousands of enemies at once. Alright, look through the Kepler and Cygnus mecha design records if you need ideas, and inform me when you have a fully functional unit that can fire all the weapons at once, and which is equipped with a functional portal device to send itself into combat. Max agreed. Chapter 1203. Solutions. The answer that Sylvie came up with for the Emperor-class mecha was similar to the answer that Nico had come up with for her super heavy mecha. There were no heavy thunder guns, instead each shoulder hosted a twin-linked light Gatling mass driver combo, with a third, freely rotating upper turret. Then the front and back of the mecha were each given wide dispersion disintegrator emitters, to allow for a full circle of short-range destruction. The main weapon in each hand was a triple plasma destroyer battery combo, which could be locked to the side of the mecha to allow blades to extend from the forearms for close combat if that became necessary. As long as it was less armored than a Crusader-class mecha, any of the weapons should be able to destroy the target with a single shot, and there weren't many targets on the planet that were more durable than that. The only real drawback to fielding the Emperor-class mecha was its size. At 45 meters tall, it towered over everything else, and the enemy would be able to see it from nearly on the horizon. Of course, it was fully capable of firing back at them, but the lack of stealth would make it a pain to alter the deployment without using the portal device for instant relocation. The walking tower of destruction would inspire terror in their enemies, and the Emperor-class mecha aboard Creeping Darkness had been designed like Golden Knights, standing proud, and drawing the attention of the enemy while the smaller mecha advanced. That was how Max was going to use them this time as well. Once he had deployed troops to take an enemy position, he would deploy an Emperor-class unit to launch the attack from another direction, taking advantage of the high rate of fire to rattle the targets with explosions and early casualties before the main fighting force arrived. When you used them against the Clem, they would be a mobile beacon, able to herd the infestation into traps that you set, while if you used them against the cathedral ships and their hyper-aggressive warriors, you could accomplish the same thing in reverse, with the enemy splitting themselves between coming to you to destroy your mobile pylon of death and hammering it with their ranged artillery. Fortunately, the distribution of the planet's topography made it less likely that they would be facing the main myceloid force right at the start of the battle, as an ocean-sized lake separated Max's position from their castle, unless you went a long way around and much closer to the main base of the great enemy. But that also gave Max a great idea. Neither of the other enemy forces were accustomed to fighting in or on water, so creating a naval fleet for ranged artillery would be brilliant. They could send out a number of larger Shin attack craft and have them float on the lake, using their top-mounted weapons to bombard anything that became a priority. They were orbital fighters. They could survive operating as a submarine or a naval ship for as long as they needed to, but the placement would make it more difficult for the enemy to detect them. A single turret in the waves was incredibly difficult to pick up on radar, and the water would help mask their thermal signature. They hadn't advanced that far, but he sent the recommendation for Felicity to plan around as she worked on the deployment orders for the defensive troops. Admiral, I have sensor feeds of an Alliance unit in trouble. One of the further advanced units, it is unclear if they know that anyone else is here, they haven't regrouped with the other units in the area. Sylvie reported, send a mecha company to reinforce them using the portals. How are we doing on reserves of mecha for deployment? There was a split-second pause before the reply this time. We just finished the fourth one that is in reserve. All other companies have been sent out by Absolution to support other units on the surface. In that case, send them 2 companies. If they are in trouble, it means there is a heavy enemy presence, and that is a prime opportunity to reduce their numbers. Once the situation begins to stabilize, send one of the Emperor-class units using your new spec to a clear location within 50 kilometers of them. Understood, Commander. I will create a suitable unit. It only took a minute to make an Emperor-class unit in the new spec, and all the systems were already well-known combinations that were tested in modular setups with the Emperor-class units, other than the disintegrator, which replaced a laser array, and would have to be tested in combat. Sending the Emperor now, Sylvie happily reported as the unit was deployed. Max focused a little on that region to see how it was working, as the two companies of Mecha had only arrived a minute earlier. They were all android-piloted, though, and worked seamlessly together against the great enemy force. The Alliance unit was mostly Pix, a tiny, generally non-combat species, as their bodies were extremely susceptible to pressure changes from artillery. Nearby explosions would almost certainly kill them, and even the mass drivers couldn't be used too close to them, but they were excellent assassins when assigned laser rifles. Sylvie, once the area is stable, send a supply depot to them and let them get armed and equipped for forward operations. The Pix likely didn't have radios on them when they were grabbed, and they can't get close to our main units, but they can be very effective scouts, and the building will serve as a good decoy once they are gone. Max ordered. Understood, Admiral. The units on the ground estimate 7 minutes to stabilize the situation. There is a large enemy artillery presence, and the myceloids are also nearby. That could be an issue. They would challenge the smaller mecha to duels, which would stop the main fight. Hold off on the depot then, and have them relayed to the nearest Alliance group. Then we can give that group the depot instead. This would have been a lot easier if he at least had a map of his allied troops to start with. Guessing what each signature on the satellite sensors was piloted by was a nightmare. Chapter 1204, Acid Maps. Mapping the assets was the next thing that Max focused on as the two AI systems worked to get troops deployed in the most efficient way, and Nico went wild on a group of Clem Leapers that kept burrowing and hiding in the trees to get away from her unit. He was going to call her back, since she was getting very close to another enemy unit, but it was myceloids, so he had Sylvie send her some reinforcements instead. Nico would just get angry if she found out that she missed an opportunity to duel because the Clem wouldn't stay put and die. The distribution of units in this world didn't make any sense. They hadn't been dropped in a supportive fashion. There were large regions with only light units, and others with only heavy units mixed with assassins. Then there was the region around the base, where everyone was evenly clustered, but some units were so tight together that they could barely deploy. To Max, it looked like the myceloid god just picked the 3 bases and evenly spaced them, then randomized everything else. But they made for great beacons to send mecha companies to. Most of the enemy units that they were coming across weren't much larger than that, and with the advantage of orbital intelligence and gathered forces, the battles were going much more smoothly than Max had expected at the start of the battle. While there were only 50 primary groups spread out over the planet, as Max began to map them, he realized that they had not arrived together, and that the number was closer to 500 groups in 50 clusters. Most of them had found each other quickly, but others were just wandering aimlessly, cut off from communication. Unlike the myceloid god, who could mentally contact his people, Max had to use technology for the job. The great enemy didn't have anything powerful enough to mentally contact everyone, but the lesser energy beings could contact each other, so wherever they were, there was some level of coordination to the larger battle plan. Max suspected that there might be a greater energy being hiding here somewhere, but he hadn't found it or any solid signs of its thoughts yet. By the time that nightfall came to his side of the planet, Max had a pretty good idea of what was going on around the battlefield, and they had gotten support out to all 50 clusters, along with some additional resources for the ones that hadn't been brought in with proper equipment for this level of conflict. It was almost like the myceloid god just grabbed a lot of Alliance forces at random, and didn't make sure that they were compatible, or even battle-ready. Some of the outlying groups had been planetary defense forces, asleep in their barracks when they were transferred, and they only showed up with what was in the building, no heavy weapons, no vehicles or anything else that they would need. Mostly, the forces had been taken from active fighting forces, though. Nico had finally finished with both the Clem and the myceloid scouts that came afterwards and was headed back to base, while the drone bombers were keeping things under control around the base. As far as being stuck as part of a planet-wide war went, this wasn't too bad. It was certainly better than things were for the more remote units, who had been under constant attack from nearly the moment that they arrived. The central base had been sending them reinforcements as they were needed, but the attacks hadn't stopped, and even if they tried to sleep, it was with the knowledge that they would wake up to even more constant combat. That should slow down for most of them over the next few days as the weak and disorganized were eliminated, and the groups began to consolidate their territory, but Max was planning an aggressive offensive against the great enemy, with the aim of weakening them before the myceloids who had gone the long way around the inland sea that separated them made it within the perimeter of the base defenses. That should give him about a week, with the myceloid traveling on foot, and there were other groups that they would run across to slow them down. If things went perfectly, they would never make it close to his base, but they were wily creatures, and their god was here to help them with strategy, which was making them much more intelligent than he remembered. They were still roughly the same size, but the weapons and equipment that they were using were far improved from what Max remembered. They were even using trucks and tanks this time, though they were only beginning to build them now at their base. After seeing that, Max began to wonder if this was retaliation for some perceived slight by the rebel gods, and the myceloid god was showing off the true power of his people, who were not primitive barbarians, no matter how much they often acted like it. If they weren't on opposing sides, Max would love to see the myceloids fully embrace modern weapons technology, and not just what they were pilfering after battle. Unit at XC-417, immediately pack and move 40 kilometers to the north. Max ordered as he watched the units move, then picked out another opportunity. Unit at XC-422, move 10 kilometers west and remain in stealth. He added, with the movement, 3 great enemy units should pass right by them and meet up with myceloid troops instead. Then the human units could deal with the winner, or move to attack another unit entirely. They might not be happy about moving, but it would prevent them from being surrounded, and hopefully from having to fight for a few hours. If the myceloid god was going to treat this created world like a castle's board, Max was going to fight the battle like a game of castles, and let his opponents destroy each other. Chapter 1205. Enter Player 3. After half a day of success with his castle strategy, Max was shifting his troops to let the great enemy fight the myceloids when the strangest thing happened. The warriors from the cathedral ship suddenly stopped and changed course to continue following the Mecha. They were still too far away for their suit's sensors to have detected the group, so either they had something like the satellite network active, or their greater energy being had finally made itself known. Pause your movement. Communications may have been intercepted by the enemy. Prepare for imminent attack. Max informed the unit in danger. They stopped and fortified their location as well as possible in the minute they had, while the enemy troop initially continued on a route to their first destination, before pausing and turning to engage. That solved it. He hadn't listed coordinates this time, but they found the unit without hesitation, so someone was guiding them who could see the battlefield. That would make things a bit more difficult, but even in the proper game, both players could see the state of the board, so the goal was to trick your opponent into overlooking the traps until it was too late to avoid them. That had been working quite well so far, but some of the enemy troops were simply too unpredictable to be baited so easily. The Clem were one such force, only barely controlled by their queen, but the troops had come across a handful of other, similar species. Those were the wildcards in this game. It looked like they were working with the great enemy, and they wouldn't go hunting them, but if two groups happened to meet, they would usually still fight. Max immediately began his search for the opposing commander, who he assumed should be in the castle, but it appeared that it had not actually arrived, only began to monitor the situation through the open portal. That was unfortunate for him. If it was here, he could go pick a fight. What's the plan for the day, Admiral? Sylvie asked as Max marshaled forces around the planet to entrap and crush the warriors and aliens of the great enemy, while leading the myceloids to their strongest forces. It looks like the leader of the third party has finally started to intervene, and they won't be attacking blindly anymore. So, today our goal is to completely solidify our hold on this region around the base using the fast attack units, and then begin to push around the back side of their base, so that our main force isn't caught between the two. Sylvie considered that for a moment. Which side is the back side? The 3 bases are equally spaced on the planet's surface. She asked. There is a mountain range on one side, that is the side we will come from, as the myceloids have largely decided that route isn't worth the trouble. We can send hover vehicles over the rough terrain with ease to clear out the resistance, while making it look like we're headed for the myceloid base. Then we will turn back and push into the great enemy to draw their forces toward the mountains and let the myceloids advance. If that works, we will send in heavy troops on the side closest to us and begin a full-scale assault. So, a pincer attack with the myceloids, but without consulting them. That could work, but what if they come for us? She asked, relaying the information in real time to Felicity. That's why we're putting our strongest units on the far sides, you see. They will come for us, but they will fight their way through to get to us. He explained. The two AI systems worked out a strategy based on known enemy positions, and began to calculate what it would take to push a clear path to the enemy base. They could send a unit forward and then transport the rest directly to them, but if they didn't clear out the units in the field, they would quickly be surrounded and gunned down. They couldn't afford that sort of losses, even if they were androids, as it would leave their offense weakened and allow them to be forced onto the defensive. Commander, I believe that we have a solid strategy for deployments to push into a castle attack position and secure the region behind us. Should we begin now? Felicity asked after sending over a deployment plan. Max examined it for flaws and made a few changes, then sent it back. This way should work with fewer casualties while still pulling the majority of the great enemy troops back toward their base. It looks like we've gone for a full offensive, but leaves us a way out when they try to encircle us. Once they're drawn back to their base, it will be time for the actual assault to begin. Max explained his reasoning. And where will the two commanders be during the operation? Sylvie asked. I will remain here to coordinate, and Nico will be responsible for the mountain passes, to keep unexpected arrivals from messing up our deployment. Very few of the enemy forces are using hover tanks or flying vehicles, so the mountains are a real barrier to them until they change their strategy. Understood, Admiral. I will inform her of her good fortune and keep the subcommander updated on our timeline. Sylvie reported. Max knew that Nico had another of her transmitters, so the two would be in perfect sync, and Nico had been up for a while now, so she would be getting eager to get into combat, but there weren't any serious threats that warranted sending in her intervention team in the region. Sending her away now would mess up the plan if she couldn't get back in time, and the far side of the planet was just ridiculously far away when trying to move troops. If they had been fighting on a standard-sized world, this would be a lot more simple, but that would also come with the drawback of being able to move artillery into position to bombard enemy bases far too easily. Chapter 1206. Get in position. Max adjusted the position of the troops in the region between the great enemy and myceloids, pulling them all back so that they would be either off course or blocked by terrain features from the myceloid armies, in an attempt to naturally funnel as much as possible of the green tide toward the enemy base. As hoped, they were following, chasing after the Mecha in a running battle that was drawing their reinforcements toward the cathedral ships in their castle. This part of the process was the most important. He had to keep them interested so that they didn't go looking for other fights in an entirely different direction. 15 of their 50 groups were engaged in the process, pulling back and engaging the myceloids, while another 10 were moved to keep the great enemy from realizing that they were the target of these fights. Max shifted them forward, as if they were intended to support the ongoing battle, but what they were actually doing was preventing the energy being from approaching from behind. That was the signal for the troops that were clearing the path along the mountains to move forward and begin the offensive against the great enemy. 3 of the modified Emperor-class Mecha were deployed to the region, spread out to create a mobile firing line 200 kilometers wide, supported by fast attack units as they stomped across the continent. It was beautiful. Everything that the enemy could muster was moved into position to attempt to stop them from clearing an entire swath through the battlefield, and that nearly cleared the path for the retreating force to back up and split in preparation to encircle the base. Admiral, the enemy commander is making a move. Sylvie informed Max suddenly with a ping on the map that showed an immensely powerful force moving out to break the advancing force. Oh, that is even better than I could have hoped. Is Nico already in the mountains? Max asked. Yes, Admiral. She is in position. Max smiled. All right, I will go forward to deal with the enemy commander. You and Felicity will be responsible for base defense while I am away. Keep to the basic plan as well as you can. The Mecha had a portal function equipped, and the enemy commander had transported himself the same way, moving directly into combat with one of the Emperor-class Mecha that was bombarding the great enemy forces. The air shimmered as Max moved into combat, appearing 50 meters behind the enemy commander, almost within arm's reach. So close that the first burst from his disintegrator caught the creature completely off guard. It mentally roared in rage, and turned to engage Max, forgetting about its wounded quarry. Without Max's advantages, the modified Mecha couldn't do serious damage to an energy being on its level, and it had engaged with that knowledge in mind. But now that Max was here, he had energy to spare, and he could use it to enhance the mass driver rounds of the other Mecha as well as his own. 4 Gatling arrays unleashed a hail of mass driver rounds at close range, and wounds appeared all over the enemy commander's body, leaking dense black energy. A furious lash of energy shattered the void shields on the other Mecha and threw it to the ground, but the ablative armor held, and it was only minimally damaged. Max ordered it to stay down for a few seconds while its shield capacitors came back online, and hacked at the enemy commander with his blade. It formed a blade of its own energy to counter his, creating a shower of sparks as the two energy fields collided. Max forced the blade up and rotated underneath, swinging low at the enemy's back, but an energy being wasn't a conventional enemy, and it simply reshaped itself to have the protected blade facing him again. The two stayed locked in combat for a split second, before Max's mass drivers could adjust their aim and force the enemy back with their impact. It had learned from the previous battle that Max had with one of its kin, and didn't try to go incorporeal to avoid the shots. That would only lead to its power being pilfered by this mutated human, and it needed all it could get with the myceloid god interfering in their battle. As the two commanders dueled, the immense power exerted was drawing the myceloids forward, right at the cathedral ships clustered in their base. It might not have been how Max planned for the battle to go, but it really looked like it was working out the way that he wanted. "Did you think that you could get distracted while fighting me?" the great enemy's commander demanded as its blade sliced through Max's shielding. "Yes. Did you think that you could hold my full and undivided attention?" "I've been commanding the planetary battle this whole time," Max replied. That was actually Felicity and Sylvie, but the response enraged the creature, and its attacks became frantic as it realized that it was being played as a fool. A sudden burst of disintegrator energy came from behind as a unit of Mecha reached their location and joined the battle with the slowly recovering Emperor-class unit. Now that it was outnumbered over 50-1, there was no chance of winning. The commander knew from the start that Max wouldn't fight a fair fight, much less a duel, under these circumstances, so it did the only thing that it could. It fled. "Good work everyone, push forward into formation with the others and do your best to take the base. If we can capture it and control the portal, we will eliminate the enemy reinforcements." Max ordered the androids. "Understood, Commander." That was good enough for Max, and he returned to the base to await news of another incident that would require his attention. The battle might be moving in the correct direction, but that didn't mean that the plan was actually working. That couldn't be answered until the battle against the base actually began. Chapter 1207. Most magnificent plan. Nico wiped deep orange clem blood from her blade and surveyed the carnage around her. Max had been right. When the great enemy called on reinforcements, they would have to come through this mountain pass in order to get to the battle in a timely manner. The process would likely take multiple days, as the Clem were on foot and there were over 1,000 kilometers between her and the main battlefield, but that was perfect for Nico and her team of androids. They had also been joined by a Shin and Valkyria cooperative fast attack group that was helping them with the scouting, in case the Clem had been leaving eggs in the trees where the orbital scans didn't detect them, but that team had orders to avoid being engaged and surrounded, so they were operating mostly on stealth and leaving the battle to Nico. She had brought everything that she might need for an extended battle. There was a whole battalion of android mecha, 2 wings of drone bombers, a shuttle with a terraforming array, and even a full squad of crab drones, 50 smaller units accompanied by 1 larger drone to take the leadership role with its superior processing power. They had proven extremely effective in battle against the Clem warriors, who had a terrible time trying to hit the fast-moving targets while being shot with the lasers. It wasn't just the Clem, though. The first wave had been a strange alien species with 9 legs that operated hovercraft with strong shields and open tops. The 9th leg was an evolutionary oddity, replacing what Nico would have assumed to be the tail, so she had sent samples to the lab on Absolution to see if they had been genetically engineered or mutated. There was no use for that leg, it didn't help them walk, defend or attack, and it should have been weeded out if it was an evolutionary oddity. "Commander Nico, there are more coming," the leader of the androids reported. The behemoth screamed and fired plasma as it came across the battlefield, still so fresh that Nico hadn't gotten a chance to scour it clean with fusion fire. Nico shifted left and used her thrusters to charge forward, taking on the behemoth, while her unit followed their defensive tactics memo and began to methodically pick apart the swarm. "Max, can you check the minds of the Clem and find out where their queen is? They're getting pretty organized about heading toward the base, so there has to be some sort of mind leading them," Nico requested as she flipped over her target to land on its back and remove the head from its body with her blades. "I will get right on it. I'm not sure if any of them actually know where the queen is though, only that they're getting orders," Max replied. That was good enough for Nico. There was lots of combat here in the mountain gap, and the battle with the queen would come afterwards. The ground in front of her shuddered with explosions as Nico unleashed the Gatling mass drivers, the result of her attempts to make the mass driver into a machine gun, equipped with high explosive rounds. Max had sent her 2 of the new Pattern Titan-class mecha based on Sylvie's Emperor-class mecha, which had even more firepower than her custom Super Heavy unit did, but they weren't as mobile as her preferred mecha was, so she hadn't switched yet. If the targets got too deadly for her to deal with using the firepower that she had, then she would switch, but until then, Nico was much happier with the combat style of the unit she designed for this battle. This wave of Clem didn't seem to stop, and more kept pouring out of the hills as the drones eliminated the first group. The bodies were beginning to pile up, and she would have to either burn them to ash soon, or move her unit so that they didn't provide cover for the attackers. It was a strategy that they had seen many times in the past, and she wouldn't fall for that trick again. Nico was just about to order the drones forward to engage at a new battle line when a group of hovercraft came screaming out of the woods, trying to make a break past her defensive line and around the mountain, where even artillery wouldn't be able to follow them. Emperors, take care of the hovercraft. Everyone else, forward into the Clem. Nico ordered. It was a good tactic, but Nico had the confidence to split her forces and focus on the lesser threat in order to make sure that nothing got past her to join the battle closer to the enemy base. Then, once everyone was fully engaged, and Nico was surrounded in Clem Rippers, a split second away from a glorious melee scrum, a column of fast-moving hover speeders raced toward them from the other side, using the distraction to break the blockade. There wasn't enough firepower to stop them all. That was an annoyance, but you couldn't stop absolutely everything, Nico reasoned. But just as they got out of sight, there was the sound of intense combat and exploding vehicles. Nico checked her map and realized that Max had seen the hovercraft coming for her and had sent reinforcements, but he had sent them around the backside of the mountain where the enemy wouldn't see them appear. So, when they broke past the line, they ran into the second line of defense and were obliterated. It was accidentally brilliant, and over the sound of combat, there was a good chance that nobody else had even noticed that they were missing yet. Drones, light up the wall of Clem bodies. I want thick enough smoke that the incoming enemies can't see the pass. Nico ordered, intending to keep the reinforcements a secret for just a little longer. Their first artillery barrage would be that much more entertaining if nobody knew they existed. Chapter 1208. Push. Max watched as his reinforcements were sent into the hills to support Nico's frontline from out of sight through the thick black smoke of burning Clem bodies. It was keeping the enemy from realizing that they were only seeing half of the combat force, while the mecha were using Max's targeting skills as well as the sensor data from the nearby units to aim without need for their own sensors. That had left nearly the whole western side of the battlefield barren of enemies after the first wave had swept through, and now the retreating forces were past the great enemy's base and preparing to regroup with the teams that had cleared the path for them. Once that was done, they would charge into the back of the base and see if the myceloids were going to focus on them or if they were going to attack the targets that were between the two forces. The great enemy's base was slightly smaller than the one that the Alliance had built, likely due to the fact that they didn't have 2 massive world ships taking up space in the middle, but it was still nearly 300 kilometers across, and that was a lot of potential battlefields for the myceloids to ignore if they wanted to focus on the humans. All units fall in on the backside of the great enemy's base and prepare for the push. Fast attack units, remain behind the front lines until the push starts. The artillery will draw the enemy out of their bunkers. Max ordered, signaling the start of the battle for the position. The war horns of the mecha sounded the advance a second before the first artillery shells landed, and the main Alliance force pushed forward into the enemy base. A full quarter of their offensive force had been gathered here, 12 of the 50 major groups, all heavily reinforced from the base to begin the battle, and still Max wasn't sure how it was going to turn out. Then the myceloids began to cheer and charge at everything. His troops, the enemy defenders, the base itself. Once the horns sounded the challenge, they were all in on the race to see which army could kill more. They didn't care which army the casualties came from, as long as it wasn't theirs. They just wanted to kill more than the Alliance did so that they could say that they were still the roughest, toughest, baddest species out there. Max sensed the horror and frustration as the myceloids turned on the cathedral ships and their warriors, as well as the panic of the aliens that couldn't understand what was going on or why a species that was supposed to be on their side was pillaging their base. Felicity, send a bombing run over the enemy base, use bunker busters. I want every underground tunnel and improvised structure that can be targeted to become a pile of rubble. Force everything to the surface so we can get a proper count on the enemy casualties. Max ordered. The myceloid god would love that little trick, and having everyone out in the open would force them to fight instead of hiding and hoping to regroup later. They had already found the first few tunnels entirely accidentally when the shaking from the artillery had collapsed shallow sections, so there had to be more, and the deep ground penetration of the bunker busters should make the occupants feel unsafe enough to run for the nearest intact exit. "They're on the way, Commander. 30 seconds to the first impact," Felicity reported. The myceloids had bombers of their own. Sort of. They appeared to be rocket-propelled and without throttle controls, but they were racing in from the distance covered in bombs. Then, the entire squadron abruptly veered straight up, rolled, and turned downward as the bombs released, and the pilots ejected to parachute into combat. At full throttle, the planes hit the ground first, surrounded by high explosives in an absolutely ridiculous quantity, and finally, the pilots, who were all blown off course to random spots due to the thermal clouds and winds created by their own attacks. It was insane, but it had to be the most epic bomber assault that Max had ever seen. They were mostly targeting the center of the base, close to the portal, where the majority of the support staff were, hoping for the highest possible casualty counts, but Max wasn't bothered even if his troops were behind for the moment. Once the panic truly set in and the running started, he would make up the lost numbers with longer-ranged artillery. The myceloid god probably knew that as well, and the green tide was working on surrounding the great enemy's castle so that the number of escaping fighters would be minimized. The more that made it past the encirclement, the greater Max's late-game advantage would be, as he had attacked with a wedge, and the myceloids had the greater surface area with less penetration into the base. "How is the battle going?" Things suddenly went quiet over here, Nico asked. "The myceloids dive-bombed the enemy base, and I think they might have hit the communications headquarters, while I sent bunker busters for the tunnels. Are you thinking that there is a chance we got the Clem Queen?" Max replied. "It's beginning to look like it. Their drive toward the base is gone, and their coordination is failing. If they didn't lose the Queen, she's in no mental condition to be organizing the battle right now. I can almost guarantee that she is somewhere under that facility." Nico agreed. "Excellent, that means there should be high numbers of hidden opponents just waiting to come out. The myceloids will be in for a surprise when they burst out to surface level." There were no signs of Clem yet, but the species were likely the ones that dug the tunnels under the base, as that was their preferred transport and breeding location. They just needed to get them to the surface and cut them down so that they didn't have to send recon units underground to finish them off. That would be the worst-case scenario. Underground with Clem and myceloids was not going to be a good time for anyone. Chapter 1209. Rush the core. The cathedral ships were beginning to recover from the initial confusion, and the vessels within the base had their shields raised, with firing lines in hastily built foxholes behind the formidable barriers. With the output of weapons limited, it would take some time to get through the shielding, possibly even enough that the rest of the base would be cleared, giving the Alliance and the myceloids a clear winner in the kill count race. That is, if they could prevent enough of the defenders from fleeing to safety. Max sensed the relief of the first destroyer as the Mecha gave them a wide berth to attack the stragglers still caught out in the open, but that relief would not last long. "Commander, the analysis is complete. One coordinated burst will take down the shielding on the destroyer," Felicity informed Max as she prepared more troops to be deployed as reinforcements. "Felicity, prepare the bombers. The instant that shield goes down, I want high explosives and bunker busters blanketing the protected zone. Not just the ship, hit everything in the area," Max ordered. "That should get the myceloids all worked up." The sight of an exploding destroyer would muddle the count and make it look like the humans had just gotten a huge boost in their competition. It was a bad day to be a part of the cathedral ships, as they had unwittingly become the punching bag in the slugfest between two military titans. But there was nothing that they could do about it now, and even sending in their commander wouldn't save them from this tragedy, as they had so painfully learned not long ago. The warriors aboard the destroyer began to prepare for a counterattack as the first of the Emperor-class Mecha moved back, and Max gave the order. Full bombardment now. Thousands of mass drivers firing at once drowned out all communications for a moment, and the resulting shockwave knocked many of the infantry to the ground, while sending the hovercraft spinning. But the shield fell, and the last few rounds fired impacted against the unprotected hull of the destroyer a split second before the bombers were overhead and shelling the entire radius of the vessel's defensive perimeter. "All units seek cover," Felicity ordered suddenly. They had miscalculated the damage that they could cause to the destroyer, and a lucky shot from one of the mass drivers had ruptured the warp core, causing it to go critical. None of them had any faith that the myceloid god would defend them from their own mistakes, as the antimatter containment went offline and the blast filled the battlefield with hypersonic shrapnel. But it seemed that the rules of this battlefield did help to some extent, as the aftermath of the warp core detonation was not nearly as bad as they had predicted, and the shielding of most of the mecha held against the blast. Second rank, charge forward and clean up the survivors. Max ordered. They had been near the edge of the battlefield when the destroyer had been eliminated, and needed no time to continue the bombardment. The enthusiasm of the myceloids was overwhelming once they realized that the destroyers could be taken out as part of the game, and Max sensed their strategy shifting to account for the number of crew members that should be inside each vessel. They might be lousy combatants, but they were all valid targets. The myceloids are preparing to emulate our strategy to get the kills on the ships around the perimeter. Max warned the attacking units. They would have to stay out of the way to avoid being caught up in the secondary explosions, while pushing forward in the center of the camp to get as many kills as possible, and find the entrances to the underground portion of the base, where the Clem Queen and other valuable targets should be hidden. That was Max's priority. They could deal with most of the forces here easily enough, but the Clem reproduced so quickly that if they were given time and a queen, they would become the most powerful portion of the enemy force. Target designated. Attack. Felicity ordered, and another destroyer's shielding went down, followed by a chain reaction of explosions as the drone bombers followed through with their run. That was a direct challenge in the eyes of the myceloids. They were down 2-0, and they had just realized that they hadn't coordinated their heavy firepower well enough to take out the largest ships. But they had a backup plan. Blow up the little ones and make the big ones come out to fight them. Nobody cared about weaklings anyhow, and they wanted a right proper fight. The real danger was that this operation would be too successful and the mecha would leave themselves encircled by the myceloids in place of the cathedral ships. Once the numbers started to drop, they were going to have to plan a way out so that they didn't end up on the losing side of this battle and cause huge numbers of casualties among their alliance forces. The alliance units were mostly centered on light and fast attack roles though, and in a grinding battle like the clearance of the base, they were out of their element, so Max ordered them back toward the pass where Nico was fighting, and then pushed more of the android regiments up in their place. After the main battle was over, the mecha could retreat to the pass, with the fast attack units in the hills behind them as fire support, and that should stall the myceloid advance long enough for both sides to regroup and focus on the next step in their strategies. The transition was executed smoothly, with the hover vehicles easily passing over and around the mecha, and not needing to slow their attacks as they retreated from the encirclement. More of the cathedral ships were being destroyed, and the androids had caught on to the game that Max and the myceloid god were playing well enough to have determined that the goal was not always strategic victory, as that was already assured, but the total casualty count. So, they began poaching kills from the myceloids. When they shifted units to prepare an attack, the mecha would focus in direct fire and take out their target a few seconds in advance, leaving nothing but rubble where the myceloids were expecting an easy kill. They were good sports about it, and even though they were frustrated by the kill stealing, they were happy to return the favor, and even managed to get a tank barrage final kill on a cruiser before the bombers could get in place, after the mecha had taken out the shielding. The enemy base is beginning to implode, all units fall back to avoid encirclement. Keep up an artillery barrage to give the impression that our strategy is an interior sweep of the region to find the hidden entrances to the tunnel complex. Have we found them yet? Report all signs of tunnels or the Clem Queen's presence. Max ordered. Understood, Commander. No tunnel entrances were found within the complex. We are currently predictive mapping the most likely exit points. Felicity replied, while Sylvie gave Max a grumpy look. Felicity had so much more tactical experience than she did that she had been relegated to the role of data processing support, even though she was also a world ship class AI. Chapter 12:10. Regroup and return in the mountain pass. The state of the battle had suddenly taken a turn for the better, in Nico's mind. The enemy forces had given up on trying to reach their base through stealth, and they were regrouping to make a push to eliminate Nico's force from the pass and take the mountains as their stronghold. If you could hold both ends of the pass, with forces in the mountains, it would be incredibly difficult to force you out of the region, which was what Nico was planning right now, with the aid of the troops that Max had ordered back from the battle at the base. She held this end, and they were almost to the other. Once they were in place and the units could spread through the mountains, they would have their secondary stronghold from which she could deploy more troops, thousands of kilometers away from the main base. Even if their god wasn't intervening, There was a good chance that the myceloids would soon discover where the Alliance troops were gathered, so having a secondary point in the mountains from which they could create a similar clearing pattern would throw the enemy off balance and force them to split their forces. The other side was under control for the moment, as the full offensive force had swept through and forced back the enemy troops, but on this end, they were just getting ready to fight. From what Nico could tell in the satellite imagery, there were at least 4 of the 50 clusters gathered nearby, all within 30 minutes travel once the attack began, just waiting on whatever their signal was to begin. They're moving. Everyone in position. Fire the smoke grenades into the tree line, make them work for it if they want a line of sight reading on us. Nico ordered. The smoke grenades contained small metal particles that blocked or scrambled most types of sensors. Normally, that would be a serious issue for them as well, but with the satellites in orbit and Max's unified force extending from his mecha through the entire battlefield, they only had a few surprises incoming. Those would be the stealth units, and a few sneaky groups of warriors who had managed to evade satellite detection for long enough that they had evaded the target monitoring updates. The defenders had dug a trench line across the pass at Nico's direction, moving them out of easy targeting positions, while the majority of the force was hidden in the mountains, either out of sight or in carved foxholes. Nothing in Nico's force was going to be easy to destroy, but they still had a full 180 degrees of engagement range in the foothills. The first shells began to detonate near the trench line as the enemy lobbed covering fire at Nico's unit to cover their advance. They were right on time, and from what she could tell, following the tactics of the same combat style that they had been using since the first time that she met them. Wait 10 seconds and then begin bombardment. Nico ordered. That should be long enough for them to believe that the defenders had been forced to take cover, which would embolden the attackers into a full charge, where they could overrun the mecha lines using the superior close combat ability of the warriors to their advantage. 3, 2, 1, now, the battalion commander narrated as the timer ran out, and then energy weapons lit up the clearing between their trench line and the trees, fired level with the ground to explode against the first obstacle in its way. Then the artillery of the thunder guns and light mass drivers began to explode through the foothills, scattered in a wide and randomized pattern over a 50-kilometer radius. Nico wanted the enemy to know that simply retreating wouldn't get them anywhere. The artillery was not intended to destroy them, but to drive everything within the radius into combat. Purge the traitors, the warriors shouted as they charged into combat through the overwhelming barrage of energy blasts. The genetically enhanced super soldiers had little trouble dodging the larger plasma blasts now that they could see them, but the volume of fire was making it difficult to keep up that level of evasion. Second rank, begin the close-fire artillery bombardment. Nico ordered. The attackers' cheers of triumph turned to screams of pain as the ground exploded around them, torn apart by mass drivers, and the front ranks of the assault turned to a bloody mist. The assault faltered as they realized that only death awaited them if they made it past the smoke and closer to the mecha lines, but Nico had no intentions of letting them run away to look for another way across. Front lines, fan out. Area suppression pattern, Delta 3. She ordered as she pushed her mecha up and out of the trenches to charge into the smoke and flames of the burning forest to engage the enemy stragglers. She's insane, you know that, right? One of the Valkyria Archangel scouts asked his commander. Yes, but she's right, and she's winning. Let's get out there and clear the enemy from the hills. We're all linked in the targeting systems, there shouldn't be friendly fire incidents as long as everyone pays attention to their altitude and doesn't get below mecha height. The commander replied. They had incoming fire warning systems that would alert them if they were in the path of an incoming artillery shell, but the energy weapons, especially the disintegrator, would be very hard for them to avoid if they flew too low. Flying high through the burning canopy of a forest in the middle of a firefight had its own dangers, but a simple forest fire wouldn't damage their shielding, only make it nearly impossible to see where they were going, and possibly lead to some embarrassment when they ran into trees. Speeders, follow the Valkyria. Stay tight above the tree line, I don't want the enemy radar to detect us. The Shin unit's commander instructed. Hundreds of small speeders with heavy energy weapons mounted to them followed 1,000 Valkyria scouts into combat, filling in the gaps between the advancing mecha, and herding the enemy troops into the main firing lines. What was coming for the enemy wasn't a battle, it had been set up as a wholesale slaughter. Chapter 12:11. Homefront. Mary Tereth sighed as she looked out over the stacks of reports on the holographic screen in front of her. 304 ongoing battles in their galaxy alone, more than the entirety of the Alliance galaxies combined. The great enemy had gone on a rampage once that strange world had appeared in the Gulf, as if they were directly threatened by the humans for the first time in a way that they hadn't been when they were fighting them among the stars. It made no sense at all to her, but more concerning was the fact that she had not only lost contact with her Nico and Commander Max, but Absolution had suddenly vanished from the construction area without any messages or warning. All the communications to the world were scrambled, but their sensors suggested that Absolution, as well as an unknown spherical world ship, were on that planet, along with a vast quantity of the great enemy's forces. Even worse, that was far enough out that there was a possibility that the greater energy beings might be able to approach them directly, instead of sending the armies in without their strongest support. They had ramped up production as much as they could, with everything that wasn't an essential service being redirected to the creation of war materials, but still, it was barely enough to keep up with the influx of attacks. There was a desperation to the cathedral ships, as if they were on a limited timeline and would lose if they couldn't defeat the humans within the next few months. It made no sense, they were unable to restock that quickly, and even with massive numbers of androids, they still couldn't threaten the other layer of space where the great enemy and their renegade gods were hiding. In fact, Mary didn't even know that there was a way to harm a being on that level. "Leader, there is an attack," one of the council members shouted as he ran into the room. "There are attacks everywhere, you need to be more specific," Mary demanded, glaring at the man who had interrupted her attempts to balance the responses to minimize casualties. "There is an attack here. Ray 5 star system is under attack," the council member declared. "Mary Tereth to all available Reavers and Tereth family members. Ray 5 system is under attack. Initiate defense protocols." Then she pulled up the sensor data for the region, and watched in horror as 100 enemy world ships began to disgorge an enormous number of attack vessels into space. They had sent a world ship to every space station that was in the Ray 5 region, which was a good strategy, under normal circumstances. But these were Reaver stations, they were armed well beyond what anyone would consider reasonable, and they had no concern for the welfare of the region as a whole. They had the power to open a portal that would engulf a world, so Ray 5 could be moved, along with everything that survived this battle, assuming that their response was enough to destabilize space the way that it had in the anomaly region. The moon base suddenly erupted with weapons fire, targeting multiple vessels with over 100 different orbital lances, while firing 1,000 antimatter torpedoes at once. The alarms that Uncle Lou's fusillade had set off nearly deafened Mary, and alerts were coming up on every screen that she had active. Imminent planet fall of large debris. Incoming ELE-sized object, firing countermeasures. Shockwave incoming, atmospheric shield not expected to hold. Uncle Lou might have been the first to trigger the defenses, but the other stations were quickly revealing their hidden strengths to the cathedral ship's armada. Thousands of orbital lances collided with world ships, tearing apart void shields and rupturing hulls instantly. But the enemy wouldn't go down without a fight, and the return fire was tearing apart hundreds of Reaver stations before their reinforcements, if any were coming, could arrive. The second volley from the moon base tore through the enemy fleet, and those few ships that had survived the onslaught began to open portals away from the battle, unable to escape into their home lair. "Don't let up on them. Any vessels that are still mobile, fire into the portals, I want no survivors," Mary demanded as she sent out more firing priority messages for the vessels that appeared to have weapons still online. And someone shut off those damnable alarms. Then the planet shook, and the lights dimmed, causing her screens to flicker off for a full second before recovering. What the hell was that? Lady Tereth. The city shield took a direct impact from a piece of debris over 100 kilometers in length. The atmospheric damage is immense, and I recommend evacuating all citizens into bunkers with atmosphere generators, the council member in the room announced. "Get it done. I will keep up with the orbital battle directions," Mary agreed with a glare on her face that made the man glad they were on the same side. The last of the intact enemy vessels had managed to escape, but the Reavers were busy dealing with the thousands of crippled vessels that hadn't been completely annihilated. Some could be salvaged as research materials, others repurposed to save time building an entirely new fleet, while the ones that had fragmented would be used as raw materials to rebuild the destroyed stations that had enough surviving crew to continue operations. Mostly, they were built in segments for just this sort of incident, and only part of the station was dead, while the rest was just without power and waiting for rescue. It had minimized casualties, even while the number of disabled stations had reached 60%. "Moon base, what is your status?" Mary asked, starting her survey with the closest location. There was a long pause, and then a faint signal. The second volley took out both primary and secondary power. The shield generators are at life support levels, with no defensive capabilities left. We took an orbital lance to the Sector 8 grid, which was fortunately unoccupied after the docked ships launched to join the battle. Uncle Lou says we should be back online within a day. The voice informed them, sounding incredibly rattled. Understood. Good to hear your voice, Moonbase. Chapter 12:12. Vengeance. For one brief, beautiful moment, Mary considered that they might have dealt a severe blow to the great enemy's military capability. So many ships had been destroyed in seconds, and tens of millions of lives were lost in the failed attack, that it had to be a setback for their plans. She couldn't have been more wrong. The crushing defeat only solidified the enemy's resolve that the humans were the real problem, and within minutes every battlefield was suffering from an influx of cathedral ships to reinforce the enemies that they were already facing. Unless they had come from the Alliance battles, these were all new vessels that they hadn't been tracking, and Mary had no idea how many more could be coming their way. There weren't enough vessels to go around, and Mary was beginning to despair about the number of worlds that they were going to lose before they had enough forces to hold what they had left. She was about to begin the orders to retreat from the worst afflicted worlds when new messages changed the tone of the battles. The Arisen fleet was here. Not just here, but here in force. Thousands of them were at every battlefield in the galaxy, and the great enemy was being crushed faster than they could open portals to escape. Arisen fleet, this is Mary Tereth of Reaver Command. We thank you for your timely intervention. Might we ask, how did you get here in time? We didn't detect any activity at the anomaly. Mary asked their saviors. There is a new anomaly opened on the far side of the galaxy. The rebel gods just tore it open an hour ago. From the information we have gathered, it appears that your Terminus Trading Company has managed to kill 2 greater energy beings lately, and wounded another in the battle on the planet that the Myceloid god has created for war. This attack was retribution for their losses, and they will attack again very soon. If your sensors can penetrate the distortion, you will see that the great enemy has been betrayed by the Green Tide, and crushed by the alliance of humans. Mary resisted the urge to laugh in joy at the news. Now she knew for sure that Nico was all right, and that they were winning the battle on the planet. Is there a way for us to close the new anomaly to prevent future invasions? She asked instead of taking time to celebrate. It took immense power to open a new anomaly here, and none of us have the ability to counteract it. But we will remain here to defend your worlds while the collectors, or the Darklings as your people call them, fight on the other side of the galaxy in an attempt to obtain samples of the rare species that exist in that region. There are no sentient ones now that the Narcians have sided with the great enemy, but that matters little to them. The Arisen commander replied, well, regardless of their priorities, we are happy to have them here. Mary replied, relieved that they finally had the help of reliable allies. The Arisen commander linked the Reaver's command data with their own so that they could send troops anywhere that they might have missed, but Mary couldn't help but notice that it heavily focused only on this galaxy. The battles in the rest of the Alliance territories seemed to be winding down, and the great enemy fighting there hadn't gotten any reinforcements all day. Perhaps they really had put everything that they could get through the portal on short notice into their attacks here. The number of forces they had amassed was astronomical, when calculated across the galaxy, and for the second time that day, Mary started to get her hopes up. If Max had been able to see what was going on in the rest of the universe, he might have actually panicked about their chances of survival, but at the moment, he was far too busy trying to marshal the android Mecha away from the encirclement of the Myceloids as the battle against the cathedral ships wound down. They weren't having any luck finding the tunnel exits yet, and Max was beginning to wonder if they had greatly miscalculated the rate at which the Clem could have been digging. If they had gotten outside the search zone, the army could be facing quite a few of them only hours after they hatched the next batch of warriors. Everything slowed to a creep as the last of the cathedral ship fleet was rounded up and accounted for, but still without any sign of the entrance to the tunnels. In the worst-case scenario, it might have been sheltered by one of the larger ships, and was now completely obliterated, with no remaining signs of the former entrance. The Myceloids paused as the battle came to an end, waiting for something. For him, Max realized before he opened a portal to join the battlefield next to their largest commander, a giant of a creature over 5 meters tall. Big boss, how does the battle look by your count? Max asked. The giant Myceloid gestured behind him, and a smaller green creature with a clipboard came forward. He looked at the notes and frowned, then nodded. We score at 451 kills and 3 ships in your favor. He declared. That score works for me. Max agreed. There was a short pause, and Max wondered what the next step was going to be. It might be a full showdown between the two armies, or perhaps they would hunt down the rest of the great enemy's force. The portal was already closed, thought Max hadn't noticed when it had, so there wouldn't be any more troops coming for them. He could sense the disappointment of the myceloid god as he realized that his side had indeed lost to Max, but at least he wasn't angry, Max thought. HMPH. Round 1 goes to the humans then. The myceloid commander announced, and the world went dark for a moment, before Max found himself standing next to Nico in the cargo bay of creeping darkness, exactly where they had started the battle. What the feth? Chapter 12-13. Reset all units, I need a status report. What is going on out there? Max demanded. Sir, we have returned to our vessels, and the dead are walking among us. One of the commanders reported. Yes, Commander, I was killed in action, but I am most certainly alive now and back aboard my ship. My coffee is empty, though, so we didn't move back in time. After that, the communications relays were in chaos for the next few minutes, but Sylvie and Felicity were doing a good job of sorting everything out, while Nico took stock of their situation. The drones in orbit are still in place, the ones that were on the surface appear to have vanished. The additional armies we created are gone, but the raw materials have been returned to us. There is a new great enemy base, not in the same location as the last one, and this time there are 2 portals. From what I can tell, the losing team is getting a handicap for the next round. Have you managed to clarify the situation at all with the myceloid's god? She asked. Not at all. I am getting excitement and amusement off him, but there is no indication of whether this is a best of 3 or a best of 5 series. Of course, with him, it is possible that he doesn't intend for the game to end at all. Max replied. Nico frowned. Being stuck here indefinitely would put a major damper on her development plans, even if she had her entire development team with her. They were trying to focus on what would be best for the battle for their home galaxy, but they couldn't even get updates on how that was going. How is the situation at the myceloid base? Max asked. Stronger than they were when we first discovered them last time. It looks like they were allowed to keep some of their army to increase their capabilities. Going by the evidence given, it would appear that the myceloid god is attempting to determine what exactly would constitute a fair fight. Nico noted. That's what I was thinking. It loves fights. Fighting just for the sake of fighting, not to win or to accomplish some goal. We steamrolled the great enemy last time, so they get 2 portals to bring reinforcements this time. We outkilled the myceloids last time, so they were given a head start this time. It is safe to assume that they know where the bases are this time, so let's get right into the planning stage. Are we going to hit the great enemy first, or do we need to cut down the growth rate of the myceloids? I'm thinking that the myceloids should be fine, but going 2-on-1 against the greater energy beings is going to suck, and I'm the only one who can reliably do it, even with the limited power output here. Nico smirked back at him. Not for long. We've been working on a method of extracting and trapping the energy of the great enemy. Give us a bit more time, and soon I will have an android army that can take them on and strip away their powers. The problem right now is that we can't stop it from reforming, so if we store it, we just end up with possessed equipment. Now that was a problem that they didn't need. Do we have a way to transfer it yet? If they can scrape the loose energy and send it to me, I can safely process it. Max suggested. Not over long distances. If we try to send it more than a few meters, it begins to gain cohesion again. But at the moment, we don't have any more of it to practice with, as it fades quickly when it's not coherent. Don't worry too much about it. I will deal with the greater energy beings when they show up, and you can deal with the swarms of Clem that I know will be coming. They have an ingrained racial memory that hates us to the core, so if they remember that we're here, they'll be hunting us already. Max reminded her. Finally, some good news. You deal with the mental trauma of 100,000 casualties that just returned to life, and I will start deploying the reinforcements to our outlying units. Wait, where are our outlying units? They're all in the base. We're deploying from scratch based on satellite data. So, have fun with that. Max laughed. Well, at least we don't need to find them this time. I'll start the deployments with the android army, and then we can send the fast attack units to them as needed. That should give everyone a few minutes to recover from the shock before they're back in battle. Just make sure that they all understand that there might not be another reset, so they shouldn't go doing anything suicidal or heroic when they do deploy. No worries, I have some experience with this. Max laughed. Now that almost all of his memories were intact, he had a lot of experience with traumatic events, and helping his unit through them. He even recalled experiences with time anomalies similar to the reset that the myceloid god did. Though, this time it didn't actually turn back time, it just remade the bodies and stuck their souls back in them. How anyone could legitimately think that they could fight against that was beyond Max's comprehension, but from the memories of his past life, he didn't seem to recall the rebel gods being quite so powerful. Their influence usually had a limited range, but the myceloid god was pulling the forces from all over the universe, against their will. The greater energy beings should be tied to one of the other gods as well, and that should have protected them from being summoned, but that clearly wasn't the case here. Everything he remembered seemed to be distorted, or perhaps it was the myceloid god that had changed. Chapter 12:14. Impatient. The great enemy must have been keeping tabs on what was going on here, as the newly arrived greater energy beings wasted no time in making their move. Max detected the power surge at the portals, and expected that the reinforcements would be coming through, but instead there were two energy beings, and both of them were moving toward the human camp at incredible speeds. Max activated the portal function of his armor to meet him halfway, leaving Nico to deal with the base issues, and Felicity to help with the mental health of a traumatized Alliance force. The two creatures, nearly identical in form, but radiating very different energies, paused when they saw Max's mecha appear in front of them. "So, the Lord of the Humans has come in person to meet us. I should feel honored, I suppose. But I am so eagerly anticipating your death that I can't seem to gather the emotions." One of the enemy commanders greeted him. "Take all the time that you need. By the time that we are finished here, there will be no doubt that you have been blessed to even stand in my presence." Max replied through the mecha's loudspeaker. That was enough to enrage the creatures, and both shifted to forms roughly equal in height to Max's 40-meter-tall Emperor-class mecha, then extended claws from both hands and charged. Max sidestepped right and unleashed the light mass drivers, coated in a sheen of the stolen energy he had been stockpiling, letting the rounds detonate inside the targets. These ones had learned. They didn't try to go incorporeal to avoid the damage, they simply allowed their bodies to expand with the blast, and Max only managed to gather a little energy from each shot. One backed away to stabilize, while the other attacked, keeping Max from focusing fire on the more injured target as they exchanged blows. Once one was stable, the other took over, taking the brunt of the damage from Max's mass drivers, but for the moment, he was holding back on the plasma weapons and the disintegrator. They hadn't been necessary last time, and the longer he held off on showing his full firepower, the weaker they would think that he was the next time that he faced one of their kind. Killing them too quickly would only lead to more complications later, and they didn't have an effective ranged weapon that they could fight back with. This was the myceloid god's planet, so he would fight by the myceloid god's rules. Close combat, short-ranged weapons, and pure skill. The longer that he kept these two tied up in combat, the better. They should be the generals of their force, but they couldn't spare the attention to deal with anything but him right now. Max could read it in their minds. Of course, they already knew that, and the fact that they were unable to do anything about it enraged them nearly as much as the blood-soaked berserkers that they sent into combat against the androids Nico was deploying. Max's blade was knocked wide, opening the front of his chest to the enemy, and both energy beings dropped their guard to charge in for the kill. All it would take was to tear the chest of the mecha apart and get to Max, and they would have victory in hand. But the chest was also where the disintegrator was mounted on the Emperor-class mecha, and when they moved together to attack, Max attacked as well. The beam destabilized both energy beings, sending a flood of power into Max as he leapt backwards with his thrusters to put the mass drivers at a proper angle to attack. The penetrating rounds sent another flood of energy into Max, weakening his enemies while restoring and strengthening him. It was almost too cruel to be fighting them from inside a mecha like this. Their attacks hit his void shields, while they only had their bodies to block with. They could have gathered equipment to protect themselves, but normally, they would just return to an energy state to move or escape, and carrying anything was a huge limitation on them. As the sustained fire from the mass drivers prevented them from reforming, the two greater energy beings began to panic. They were too limited by this place, they couldn't fight the way that they were used to, and they didn't have the skills to overcome this strange human. The best thing they could think to do was surround him and try to use his tactics against him. One formed a whip of solidified energy, while the other focused a blast to mimic the mass drivers. That was marginally more effective, and the energy bullets nearly penetrated the void shield, while the whip wrapped around Max's blade and held it tight. But then Max pulled back the blade, yanking his opponent forward, and kicked it solidly in the face, sending a burst of energy into the air as the creature went incorporeal and tried to surround the mecha. Don't. The other had time to shout before the disintegrator flayed the being apart, turning it into nothing more than loose energy that both Max and the survivor were desperately trying to absorb. Max took the lead with a burst from the mass drivers, followed by a full blast from the plasma destroyer array that nearly vaporized his opponent. The attack was so sudden that the last thought it had was confusion, and then all thought was gone as Max tore its consciousness apart and integrated it into himself. Very good, little human. You are learning quickly, the myceloid god informed him, but before Max could reply, its thoughts had retreated into the distance, and out of reach of his abilities. Perhaps this battleground wasn't just for the amusement of a bored god. Perhaps it was more of a training ground for what was going to come next. The more Max thought about it, the more certain he became that he was correct, and the more he hoped that he was wrong. Chapter 12:15. How can we help the people aboard Absolution? All 10 million of them were watching the satellite feeds from the battlefield with a mixture of horror and anticipation. They had seen the commander go into battle, but the energy leaking from his fight was messing with the sensors, and it was impossible to see exactly what was going on down there. It must not be friendly, given the amount of noise it was generating, but they had no way of telling who was winning. If it was the enemy energy beings, they were in serious trouble, even if they had the full firepower of their ship intact. Which most of them assumed that they did. They weren't military equipment experts, and they weren't privy to most of the communications, so there was no way for them to know that the power output of everything had been capped out by the myceloid god when it created this place. But they had seen footage of previous battles in the news, and it had taken dozens of colony ships, or entire fleets of 100 or more destroyers to eliminate a single one of those creatures before. They might have that many here on the planet, but being stuck at ground level, they couldn't even use some of their weapons, and very few would be able to target the creatures at all. Which was what had led to this emergency hearing with the board of directors. 1,000 community and business leaders were sitting in the hall, waiting for the board to come out of a closed-door meeting and greet them, hopefully with some sort of information that they could use. The board had a direct link to Max's mecha feeds, so they could see the battle clearly, though they could only hear part of the banter that was going on, as the rest was mental communication. They watched as Max finished the fight, then sighed in relief and straightened their outfits to prepare for the public meeting. They hadn't wanted to start it while the fight for their survival was still up in the air, but the people would forgive them for the delay. The board of directors took their seats and the communications director, a Reaver woman named Jeanette, with her long gray hair in a mixture of braids and curls that seemed to belong to a much younger woman, stood to start the meeting. Welcome everyone. We will start with some good news. The commander has won his duel with the enemy commanders, and they have either retreated or been wholly defeated. That returns us to the status quo of expanding our forces through the planet to offset the increasing number of enemies that are gathering. I know that this situation is not optimal, but I am assured that between our military force and the Alliance vessels that were brought here with us, we have the situation in hand. She began. A large Valkyria in the crowd stepped to the podium to yell back at her. In hand, is that what you call this? The entire situation was reset just as we were winning, and we're back at the start, giving them another chance to kill us. The director's face remained impassive, and as soon as the man finished his tirade, she answered. This place was made by the myceloid species and their greater being. As those of you who have studied the hostile alien species will already know, they live for combat and challenges. They were defeated in the last invasion of the great enemy's base, and they were unsatisfied with the outcome. So, they used their combined power to start the battle over with a slightly changed scenario. At the moment, we do not know if this is randomized or deliberate, but the destroyed base is in a new location, and the positions of the starting forces have changed. Our production capability was not affected, and we are already sending out troops to strategic locations all over the world. The threat will soon be contained again, and we ask for your patience in the meantime. The noise in the room increased as she asked them to be patient and let the army work. That wasn't an acceptable answer to any of them. Sitting here helplessly as others determined their fate wasn't the sort of life that any of the species here wanted. If they were that placid about survival, they wouldn't have ended up on Absolution in the first place. Surely, there is something that we can do, directors. We can't continue to just sit here blindly waiting to find out that we're going to die. A man shouted from the upper balcony's podium. It was an aging reaver who had come here to take up the operations of a restaurant from his family, who had opened it on impulse as the ship was being built, but couldn't run it properly with the shortage of skilled workers. He knew how to pilot a mecha, he could fly a shuttle, fire a rifle, even skin wild animals if they needed to conserve power for weapons production. Doing nothing wasn't in his nature. Nico's father dismissed the communications director from the podium and straightened his coat. We do have an answer for those who feel the need to help. Anyone with piloting skills, either factual or virtual, will be provided the opportunity at some point in the battle to help lead drone wings. The innovation of the sentient species, and unconventional thought processes, help make our android units more effective and prevent the enemy from calculating our drone flight patterns. Once this meeting is adjourned, we will be taking applications on the ship's employment application site. The most qualified will be contacted first, and then others in 4-hour segments, rotating through all who are qualified. In this manner, the civilian population will be able to help the military in this desperate situation, and even the shut-in gamers of your family will be able to make you proud. Ending with a joke seemed to have been the right answer. With the high pay rates on the ship, shut-in adult children who simply gamed their lives away while living off their parents' money were becoming a cultural nuisance. Chapter 12:16. Errant drones. In the training area of the drone controller's bay that had been hastily renovated for the purpose of hosting their volunteer pilots, Dave stretched his freshly upgraded cybernetic body and frowned at the crowd of idiots in front of him. He had come here to help out after he dropped the girls at school, but he had expected a slightly higher standard of personal hygiene. Even when he was living in the slums next to Max, making sure that nothing serious happened to the boy until he was ready to be picked up by the academy, he had rarely seen anyone who had so thoroughly neglected themselves. The smell of the crowd was overpowering, and those who actually cared about themselves were clearly uncomfortable. The task of operating the drone bay itself had been left to maintenance, but the number of staff assigned to oversee the process was insufficient. They had enough to take care of the machines, but not the horde of people who had shown up early, in hopes of getting more drone time. Dave leapt up onto the supervisor's platform and grabbed the intercom phone off the wall. Listen up, these pods will be used 24 hours a day. The upkeep and user comfort are incredibly important to the war effort. We can't afford to have pilots distracted by the stench of unwashed bodies and unwiped asses. If you cannot pass a basic sniff test, you will be sent home to shower before returning. That includes those of you who believe that perfumes and body sprays are a bath substitute. Be considerate to those coming after you, who might have sensitivities to strong scents. You come from 100 different species, and we all have differences. This is not negotiable. Now, if the first rank will move to your machines, the staff will come by and clear you in before activating the pod. Dave informed the crowd. Many of the people below looked incredibly offended, and there was some shouting, but there were also soldiers with guns at the pods, and for all their online bravado, not many were likely to take their keyboard warrior status offline to test it against actual professionals. The maintenance worker at the terminal beside the phone buried his face in his arms so that his laughter wasn't heard over the intercom, and the crowd began forcibly shoving some members back toward the door. Do not shove. We don't need injured pilots, we need clean ones. If someone near you requires maintenance, there is a barracks shower next door, and coveralls will be provided. Dave informed them. Technically, the barracks shower was a co-ed facility, but he didn't see many women in the crowd, so if there were some more sensitive cultures in the group, he was sure that the staff could come up with something. His motivational speech seemed to work. A lot of the volunteers either lived in other cities aboard the ship, or on the second level, so going home to shower wasn't an option. But going next door to wash up and change into clean coveralls was fine. You know, just having everyone shower and change when they get here would be a great idea. It would save a lot of time and issues later, plus the change of outfit will help them get in the right headspace for the situation. One of the observers suggested. Dave nodded. We can do that for the next shift. They will likely start arriving not long after this shift starts, so we will have plenty of time to get them going. Just keep a close eye on the productivity. If someone is getting tired and drops off in efficiency or isn't as good as they claimed, kick them, and we will replace them. Do you even have the authority to do that? The observer asked. Dave shrugged. Is there anyone here who is going to stop me from doing it? I might not hold a formal rank, but I am the commander's godfather. I'm sure that if I call him or Subcommander Nico, they will give a formal approval for whatever I want to do. The observer chuckled and nodded. Connections were everything in this world, and if you had them, rank and seniority didn't really matter all that much. The plan had worked incredibly well, and the entire crowd was moving next door toward the shower stalls, not wanting to get punted to the back of the line for poor hygiene. The dignified few had already started the tutorials that had been created for the first day so that everyone was familiar with the controls before they began, and the others were filling fast with young volunteers still damp from the shower and freshly clad in a pilot's black coveralls and boots. Someone had created them patches that read "Intern Drone Pilot," and the volunteers were wearing them proudly as they returned to the room. Gone was the crowd of bedraggled shut-ins. Now that they were uniformed, the whole attitude of the crowd had changed. They were focused and determined to make a difference. All of them had a mental image of how they could become heroes by intercepting an enemy attack and saving thousands of lives. Perhaps they would even get an award, and an official pilot post after the fight. It was a prestigious job, and not only the pay, but the benefits were insane. The drone pilots got to live in the pilots' community, with all the greatest of the city's luxuries right nearby. They had all been there at least once for the nightclubs or the gaming pods with all the newest features, but actually getting to live there was a dream. The first wave of them were finishing the tutorial now, and sending out drones from the base. That was an advantage that the first wave got over everyone else. When the others came, they would take over a drone in progress, after getting a status and mission update from the pilot they were replacing. But this wave got to send them out from the base and sort through the combat reports and mission priorities that had been set by Subcommander Nico herself. To gamers, she was a living legend, and now they were on a real battlefield, following her actual orders, to hunt real targets from the great enemy. Chapter 12:17. Gamers. Nico sighed at the chaos that the gamers were causing on the battlefield. They were all very enthusiastic about the idea of finding enemy targets to fight with the single drone fighters and bombers that they had taken over, but as gamers and not military strategists, they were all operating independently, heading in every possible direction at every altitude. Just trying to avoid them with the actual patrols was becoming a pain, and Nico was beginning to consider setting no-fly zones in the programming to keep them out of the way. The problem with that was that it would give the great enemy a good idea of which were the actual forces and which were the decoys. That's what the volunteers were, for the most part. A few of them might become drone fighter aces, but mostly they were an additional sensor feed for the AI to work with, and random targets to keep the enemy troops distracted. You never knew which ones would try to engage ground targets, which would look for dogfights with enemy interceptors, and which were just leisurely flying around looking for some unspecified target. If they were actually needed in battle, Nico knew that a single ping would bring hundreds of them racing over to try to get to the target, and that gave her a brilliant idea. Felicity, work with Sylvie and assign a points system for the various targets based on priority and safety factors. These drone pilots could use a bit more motivation, and they're all gamers. I want to ensure that if we call on them, they won't keep mucking about with whatever nonsense they were planning to do for their shift. Nico informed the AI. Understood. We will begin updating the targeting priorities with a point system in 45 minutes, once a complete planetary assessment is completed. Felicity and Sylvie replied in unison. Nico set the matter of the errant gamers aside and began to strategize her next offensive. Her team was almost finished modifying her a new mecha to match Max's, but in a smaller super heavy platform with a few close combat adaptations, like faster response speed and a secondary shield capacitor to compensate for the expected increase in damage taken. Once that was done, she would be ready for the challenges of the myceloid champions. They were quite focused on size as a show of strength, and the largest of them were already exceeding 15 meters, and were using various forms of crude but effective armor and heavy weaponry. That would keep the majority of the myceloid's strongest fighters distracted while the rest of the army went on a full offensive against the great enemy's base. Nico intended to handpick a team of champions to join her in combat, as the myceloids wouldn't be happy about having to wait their turn for just one challenger, but she couldn't bring just anyone and expect them to win. It was also wise to bring various champions, in different mecha. Only a few would dare to challenge a super heavy mecha, but there were a number of myceloid champions over 7 meters tall on this world, and she had detected almost 100 that were in the 5-meter range, which would be suitable to challenge the Corvette-class mecha. Then Nico had a brilliant idea. She didn't need to risk the lives of her best pilots on this. She could have them overhead and use a neural link to pilot the mecha instead. It would be like a training exercise for the myceloid champions. Hopefully, they would understand and accept her proposal to have a sort of vetting for the champions to see who was the best of the best in close combat while the main battle was about to start at the great enemy's base. Unlike last time when everyone seemed focused on battle, the myceloids were picking and choosing targets this time, not going for a full elimination. The only ones that were focused on wiping each other out were the great enemy forces, and they had just lost their commanders in a duel with Max. Standing out on the battlefield, Max could sense both Nico's idea and the myceloid god's amusement at her idea. Distracting his champions with the best possible fight while the rest of the force took out the trash was a brilliant idea in its opinion. Normally, it would be ordering them to fight to win, but this time the great enemy had proven to be a dud, and they were already basically worthless, so the winner would have to be determined by the challenges. At best, it would be a draw, as Max had already won against the great enemy, but if the human force lost to the myceloids, that would be one win each for the round, and he could start it over with a draw. The thought was so intense that Max managed to pick it out, even with the vast distance between them. You know, commanders should be on the actual battlefield at some point. There are countless battles going on without us right now. Max tried to reason with the god. But only one that matters. The myceloid god replied cryptically. What did it mean, only one battle mattered? Because this one was entertaining? Or because the outcome of the others was already determined and Max simply didn't know it yet because he couldn't get any clear sensor signals? The answer was strangely confusing, though. It didn't feel like he was being deliberately kept away from the main battle to cripple the humans. That would have to be enough for him until they could determine a clear winner in this conflict of champions. Max considered warning Nico about the enemy's intentions, but she was already looking for the best-suited team for her mission, while the dynamic duo of AI vessels were coming up with the main battle plan. The only unknown factor was the collection of random gamers that were flying about everywhere on the planet, looking for their favorite targets. In a way, they were a lot like the myceloids, but in attack craft. Perhaps in the next round there would be more planes for them to fight against. Chapter 12:18. Changed situation. Max noticed the moment that the 2i system started assigning points to targets. Not only did the pilots suddenly get excited, but they also got better at actually piloting the drones. As expected of gamers, they could only actually focus once there was something to win. There was a lot of betting going on right now about who would have the highest score for each shift, and the high score overall, but Felicity had prepared for that. Not everything had any points assigned to it. Only the targets that were on the priority list had been assigned points, and the higher the priority, the higher the reward. How much effort it took to kill the target had very little to do with the points that they were getting, but most of the targets were infantry and tanks, and the difficulty was directly related to the priority anyhow. They soon realized that not only the type of target, but the location, mattered to the points system. The ones that were on the attack and threatening either mecha or fast attack squadrons had a point multiplier on them that would cause their score to skyrocket if they managed to take it out. The situation in the outlying areas, where the great enemy was attempting to set up forward observation posts to call in more lesser demons and resupply their forces, was becoming quite hectic as they were mercilessly hunted down by the drone fighters. The fast attack groups were moving outward with the mecha squads, this time in an organized ring, forcing everything away from the base as they expanded their coverage area to encompass more of the planet. Once they got far enough out, they would break off into independent battle lines, driving swaths of the enemy back and into more concentrated positions where they would be easier to target. That was the strategy that Felicity had decided would be the most efficient this time, and Max was willing to let it play out so that she could gain the battle experience. Sylvie was working with her, and they both had a different training database, which had very little overlap and had not yet been compiled to eliminate redundancies and archive outdated versions of the same technique. Often, a very similar battle strategy only needed a bit of a change to become many times more effective, and over the course of centuries, there would surely be some instances where Sylvie's techniques had been completely forgotten by both sides of the conflict, rendering them new and innovative again. The myceloids were also on the move, pushing their way towards the great enemy, but also toward the mecha forces, in the hopes of cutting down the number of troops that the humans had for the final battle. It was a good strategy, since they had determined that the winner between their two forces would be decided based on the challenges, and under the assumption that the humans would beat the great enemy on their own, which would make this battle a draw. The fact that they hadn't told anyone else didn't occur to them. They knew that Max was here, and he always seemed to understand them so well. Max was just about to order another push to get the great enemy force driven back out of a region around one of the larger lakes, when suddenly an influx of energy caught his attention. There was another portal opening, and it didn't seem to be anywhere near the existing great enemy base. The myceloids weren't aware of it yet, and he hadn't sensed anything from the myceloid god, so either it was hiding its thoughts to keep the game interesting, or this was not part of its plan. It could very well be another of the gods interfering with their game to bring in reinforcements and keep the humans from just snuffing out their troops over and over again. That would be a real mess. Even if Max could deal with the greater energy beings that accompanied the force, as the limitations on his firepower would make it very difficult to take out an entire attacking wave of cathedral ships and their troops. Commander, the deployment this time is very strange, Sylvie informed Max, using her projection inside his mecha. How so? Sylvie brought up a bunch of satellite data and started to highlight it. These units weren't there a minute ago. They're not arriving in their ships, they're arriving around their ships in a 300-kilometer radius. It's like a whole new deployment when we were just getting ready to surround the last one. The great enemy was already given advantages this time, and now they had a whole second base going up. Perhaps it's a form of time trial. We need to get rid of the bases faster than they can spawn, while also winning the challenges against the myceloids. Max suggested. That was a possibility, the AI decided. Not a likely one, or one with a particularly high success ratio, but it was plausible that they had been thrown a time limitation to get the job done. It might be from the time of arrival, or the time of elimination of the commanders. The conditions were unclear, making it difficult for the AI to accurately determine what was going on, and that was not a sensation that she enjoyed. Start sending heavy artillery positions with drone scouts to the region. I want crabs in every grid square as soon as possible. If the infantry is going to deploy outside their defensive perimeter, they can learn to deal with our version of advanced scouts. Max informed Sylvie. She had seen the combat footage from the Golden Legion planet, and knew the tactic that Max was going for, with the portals being used for deployment. Got it. The next wave of production will be complete in 5 minutes, and we will send them as a whole regiment with drone support. I am tasking the volunteers to the area now with a special event points bonus. Sylvie replied. Someone in the Alliance Sentient Rights Commission was going to spit blood in rage when they found out that his force was treating the enemy as NPCs in a video game, but for now, it was an incredibly effective way to keep the situation under control. Chapter 12:19. Pernicious. The great enemy forces were appearing everywhere on the planet within minutes of the portal's opening, and Max could sense the annoyance of the myceloid god at this change in the situation. This was not part of its plan, and if things kept going this way, it would have to cancel its challenges of the human champions. The myceloid god knew that it would annoy its fellow gods with this game, but it hadn't expected them to take direct action to mess with its fun. There was only one evolving human champion on the planet, and they had already sent 3 of their greater beings after it to no avail. Now they were messing up the whole plan that it had devised just for the sake of spiting him, the myceloid god was certain. They should know their place. Bringing in more of its own people would only make things more chaotic and overcrowded, since the cathedral ships were flooding the world with their soldiers, but that was a short-term annoyance. The other gods were fickle and weak, in its opinion, not up for a serious fight, and by the time that its champions had finished with this group, the other gods were likely to have shifted their attention again and stopped sending reinforcements. It had known the others for millions of years, and they had never changed much. It was their greatest weakness, in the mind of the evolution and battle-minded god of the myceloids. They were incredibly set in their ways, too attached to a single aspect of reality. Originally, it had been a god of destruction, but once it found a species that liked to smash things as much as it did, the myceloid god began to change and appreciate greatness in a more subtle way. Sure, you could just crush things, and that was fun. But where was the finesse? The sense of enjoyment? Casual destruction was only the most basic form of destruction, it had learned. Now, perhaps, it was time to teach that lesson to its kinfolk. Once they had learned that there could be such great joy in the fashionable destruction of sentient beings, they would begin to understand that mindless adherence to their aspects made them incredibly boring companions. With the human champions alongside its own, there should definitely be enough of a sample size for them to learn it if they were capable. Max sensed a bit of the myceloid god's thoughts, and immediately understood the situation. Nico, call back your challenge team. We are going to crush the great enemy first. The myceloid god wants to teach the other gods how to have fun. Max instructed. How to have fun? I can think of 1 or 2 ways to do that in this world. Nico laughed. I thought that you might say that. No need to hold back, other than the output limitations that were put on this place to keep the battles interesting. He added. Max already knew that letting Nico loose was about to be both the greatest and worst idea that he had ever had, but they needed to do something about the number of warriors arriving on this planet, and if the myceloids didn't think that they were going to play along with the plan, it could turn into one giant mess in a hurry. The real question was, what was he supposed to do while all of this was going on? He could just run rampant through the enemy forces, killing indiscriminately, but they already had Nico for that, and with the gamers on the drones, there was enough indiscriminate fighting going on. So, instead of just smashing, Max decided that he would do something fun too. It wouldn't be a long trip to the portals, and he had the perfect idea. The enemy might be appearing all over the place on the planet, but they would have to stage near the portal on the other side in order to use the portals or teleportation devices. So if he just started randomly firing nukes through until he hit something or forced something to come fight him, it would be perfect. Not even the myceloid god could argue with logic like that. Slapping someone until they agreed to have a proper fight was a favorite tactic for it as well. The area around the portals was also serving as their new base, so challenging it directly would not only benefit the war effort, it would greatly amuse and impress the myceloids. Max began to make his way toward the portals, flying low over the ground so that he wouldn't be as easy to pick up on radar, and flying prone to the ground so he would look like a fast-moving tank or a group of speeders on most sensors. The longer that he could confuse the enemy, the less time that they would have to adapt to the imminent arrival of a Titan-class mecha at their base, and the storm of firepower that Max was going to bring with him. He didn't stay alone for long, though. Sylvie recruited a large group of crab drones as well as a combined Shin and Valkyria fast attack squad to come with him to clear the base. It wasn't a large force, more suited to harassing and distracting the enemy, but Max was the main fighting force anyhow, and the myceloids had always valued champions above numbers, even if the species was perfectly developed to attack in massive waves. Or perhaps that was why they valued champions so much. Waves of attackers were innate to them, they could do it mindlessly just by spreading spores. But champions were special and unique, not part of the faceless horde. They were something for the members of the most prolific species of warriors in existence to admire and strive to become. That sounded more like the truth of the situation to Max. Nobody wanted to be generic trooper number 6814. But becoming the champion of some battle or another was always going to be cool. Chapter 12:20. Take the fight to them, fast attack squadrons, fall back for a second wave of attacks once the main force is engaged. Drones, fall in on my flanks using wedge formation alpha. We want them to know what's coming for them, to increase the mental impact of their failure to prevent the main force from breaking their defenses. Max instructed the attack group. They adjusted the formation immediately, and followed his lead as Max reduced his speed to make a quieter approach to the base. They would be at the first line of defense soon, and there were no other major forces in the area, so the fast attack groups had some hope that there wouldn't be a heavy defensive perimeter set up to stop them from getting to the goal. Contact straight ahead, 6 plasma destroyers on armored vehicles, and roughly 30 light infantry. Sylvie informed Max a few seconds later. Drones spread out. Don't get caught in the blast zone as they target me, and try to stay in the grass until you get into close combat range or are forced to attack from a distance. Max ordered. The enemy still wouldn't see the fast attack group for another 10 seconds, giving them enough time to get fully engaged and prevent the enemy from responding to the reinforcements. Or so Max hoped. The shouts as the enemy realized that it was a low-flying Titan-class mecha only got louder as Max turned upward to hover in the air and begin the bombardment of the camp. The ion weapons threw up huge clouds of dust where they hit the tanks and burst their outer armor, sending fragments of ablative armor flying. Then the crab drones deployed a smoke cloud, completely obscuring the fight from those inside the camp, and allowing themselves to get close to the enemy as Max had instructed. He could take care of the tanks, while they would go for the warriors. That was a good enough signal for the fast attack troops, and with both Max and the drones already in close, they could use the linked sensors to find targets in the obscuring smoke, hit them and retreat. Lights flashed through the thick white smoke, marking attacks with laser and plasma weapons, while screams and bangs marked physical attacks and the ever-present projectile weapons of the bloody warriors. The rapid explosions of the light mass drivers tearing apart the base terrified the defenders, who only had a few seconds to even see what was going on before everything was blanketed in the metallic fog that interfered with all their sensors. Drones, spread out and encircle the position. I want the enemy contained and not able to see that there are only a few of us. Fast attack, avoid getting directly in front of me, as I will be pushing to the portal and expecting enemy reinforcements. Max ordered as he looked for an actual target in this fog. The tanks had been destroyed within the first few seconds, but now all he could find was infantry. He could squash them, chop them, burn them with lasers, but there was no sign of the rest of the armored vehicles that had been here before the attack. The drones hadn't reported them leaving, and he didn't see them on the satellite feeds, so his first thought was that they had retreated to the portal, hoping to draw him into a trap. 2 more steps and 10 more infantry taken out by his defensive lasers, but still, there was no sign of the defenders. When the counterattack came, it was fierce. Thousands of light weapons at once unleashed their fury in Max's general direction. Max instinctively ducked, sensing an incoming threat, and an orbital bombardment torpedo raced over his head as the Titan-class mecha hit the ground. As scary as that close call was, it was excellent news. He now knew that the portal was facing his way, and that it opened into space. A nuclear warhead barrage from the heavy mass drivers retraced the path of the torpedo, and a burst of fire came back at him a split second later, followed by the sounds of screaming and terror. That was what he was going for. If they were in position to target him, he was in a position to target them back. But something wasn't right, and the sense of impending danger was only growing. All units, emergency retreat, something is off about this place. Max ordered. Instead of going backward, he chose to go up, using the thrusters to throw himself into the air as a massive object appeared in front of him, much closer than he had been expecting. His counterattack had disabled the controls of a cathedral ship, and it had crashed through the portal before coming to an abrupt stop against the dirt and throwing crewmen everywhere. The fire and wind had cleared the smoke, and now everyone could see clearly what had happened, a disaster of epic proportions at one of the 2 portals in the great enemy's base. Did you just get a destroyer kill from this side of the portal? Nico asked. I can't tell yet, only the first 100 meters made it through the portal before it wedged itself in the dirt. It might be a cruiser-class vessel. Max replied. But you're going to clear it, right? Nico asked. Nope, I will send 100 drones on a mission to terrorize the occupants and force them to come out where we can shoot at them. Oh, that's good, just wait, I'll come up with something just as amusing. They're going to wish that they never messed with us. But tell me, do you think that sticking a warship in the portal will stop the flow? It looked like they were using short-range portals to get the troops on the planet. Nico asked. Probably not. It's also only one out of the 2 portals, but it should be a great learning experience for them. Chapter 12:21. Nico brand Nico. The chance to show off was precisely what Nico had been waiting for. She had been modifying her artificial body lately, using the energy that they had captured from the greater energy beings, and some that she had sneakily borrowed from Max while he was sleeping after they had run out of the wild version. That proved to be much more effective. It was stabilized, and compatible with her mind and body, so she only had to do a little to it to tweak her power system. At the moment, she was not even on the level of a lesser demon, but if her analysis of Max's gathering process was correct, then she should be able to continue to build it up as she fought. So naturally, her first target was going to be the collection of lesser demons that had made their way through the new portals over the last few minutes. There was no time like the present to see if her modifications were working, and if she really could store wild energy and modify her body even further. No way was she going to lose to Max in an evolution contest when she was already a living metal cyborg. The first large gathering that she found were the fast-moving purple ones. Not her favorite target, since they were a pain to hit, but there were a lot of them, and even if her power system needed a minor tweak, she should still be able to gain something out of this battle. With that in mind, Nico launched herself into combat, tearing the demons apart with the disintegrator, as it was the most efficient way to cause free energy to enter the atmosphere, instead of being contained within the flow that the dead demons turned into. The first blast of her disintegrator freed enough energy that she could activate her new gathering array, a mechanical device designed to attract loose energy and feed it to the experimental refiner in her mecha. If those both worked, then she could either use the energy herself, or keep it for study later. The versatility that the energy had shown was incredibly high, and with the sentience removed from it, the effect was a lot like having a lab-grown portion of biomatter to work with. She could shape it and grow it how she wanted, guide it to where she needed it to be, and hopefully impose her will upon it naturally so that she could begin the process of truly integrating it the way that Max had, and not just using it to enhance her physical body parts. Energy assimilated. Beginning analysis. The device informed her, before sending the data to Felicity and Sylvie for processing. The research teams were going to be overjoyed with this news. They had tried and failed multiple times before to get the energy to stabilize and stay with them, and this device was their newest collective effort, separate from Nico's body modification work that was more based on Max's energy. Nico smiled as her disintegrator ripped more energy free from the pathetic creatures, and then frowned as the device brought up a warning. Capacity at 80%. That shouldn't be right. They had calculated the amount of energy that they would get, and the conversion rate for the creatures when they were attacked. There should be lots of storage room left. But when she looked, the canister really was showing itself to be near maximum density. The question was whether the gathering was more efficient than expected, or if they had miscalculated the conversion rates. But if the canister was full, and the battle had just started, there was no harm in taking just a little bit for herself, right? Nico hooked her secondary power system to the storage tank, prepared with a failsafe in case the energy wouldn't integrate into the battery she had prepared. She had already done this successfully with Max's energy, and the sensors said that this was modified to be the same, but if there was a variable that she didn't understand or couldn't measure, she would find out very quickly, and the battery could be jettisoned in milliseconds if it showed signs of instability. The energy flowed smoothly from the container into her battery, which filled at the expected rate. That meant either the conversion rate was much higher than expected, or they had miscalculated how much could be gathered from each lesser energy being as it was being killed. The AI and the researchers would be working on that for a while now, but Nico had sent them the data, and the confirmation that the energy density and quantity was as indicated on the storage compartment. The lesser energy beings had scattered when they saw Nico coming, and she had already killed as many of them as were still in range, so Nico paused to finish the process of assimilating the energy before she moved on to hunt down the rest. The battery was full and the storage of the converter was back down to 1/3 of its capacity when she changed from drawing the energy to attempting to use it in her circuitry. If it conflicted with Max's energy, it could be rejected and lost into the atmosphere, leaving her to start her accumulation all over again, or it could simply fail to be processed, and remain in a charged state, like it did when creating the bodies for the lesser energy beings. That wasn't what she needed. It would be akin to another energy shield, or an outstanding disguise ability. She wanted it to fully integrate with the metals of her body and bring them to life, in a sense. She cautiously opened the circuit to see if the energy would clash, and watched in confusion as the energy was forcibly ripped from the battery, bypassing the circuits entirely, and assimilated by the energy borrowed from Max before integrating with the metal of her body. Unexpected, but successful. It looked like the energy retained some sort of sentience when she pulled it directly from Max, and it was set on absorbing everything that it could get from the energy beings. Now all that was left was to completely saturate her body with it, and adapt it to herself so that it was her own, and not a borrowed power. Nothing much, just the seemingly impossible part that defied scientific analysis and had absolutely zero supporting documentation. Chapter 12:22 is here. With the energy from the storage mostly integrated into her body, Nico began to feel the profound level of change that Max had experienced when his system had evolved his body. It wasn't quite the same for her, as she was directing the process, but the system had understood her intentions and was currently working with Max's system nanobots to determine what the best path forward would be. According to the system, they were two entirely different species at this point, but they wanted to be compatible, and that was one of the priorities that the nanobots weren't willing to let go of. So, they had determined that they would make Nico compatible with Max, as the second of the new empowered humans. They had researched the human media database to see what the two of them might be going for, but there were very few references to a matched pair of superhumans. Mostly, the evolved humans in the movies were a solitary evolution, as Max had been, and there was no other like them, so their lineage couldn't continue. That was the trigger for the system. If there was no media reference, it must mean that Nico intended to continue her lineage, using Max. That was a thing that the system knew very well. It continued its lineage with the children of compatible users a trillion times a year if you considered the entire human species. So, the system brought in every other human that it could contact. If there was a way to adapt Nico to be compatible with Max and create new children with perfect system compatibility and a power level on par with greater energy beings, they would find it. But Nico was also a pilot and combatant first and foremost. That would make things difficult, unless they modified the process so that it didn't hinder her combat capability. That part would also be difficult, but since they were working with a biomechanical life form this time and not a regular human, it should be possible. Nico was blissfully unaware of what the system thought that she wanted it to do. Her primary goal was to overtake Max as the greatest fighting force in the human species, but after she had integrated his energy, the system had completely focused on the need for compatibility in order to advance her next evolution, and had taken that in a comprehensive manner and not in a battle-focused context. So, while the system worked to remake her body even further, Nico set out to hunt the energy that it would need to complete the process. Commander Nico, there is a large gathering of the Red Demons aboard a crashed cutter-class vessel reported by the advanced scouts 170 kilometers to the northeast. It was found in a ravine, and the scout team is currently monitoring. Felicity informed her. While Sylvie helped Max, Felicity helped Nico, a compromise between the two AI systems to prevent overlapping information relays and suggestions. They conferred on everything, with the final decision and transmission going to the assigned interface. The two were having a brilliant time with this battle, finally getting to work together with another AI. Felicity had created over 100 of them, with base programming, but as she was assigned to the construction zone, she had never had the chance to really coordinate with them in battle on this level. Thank you, Felicity. I'm on my way. Nico to Scout Unit, I am inbound with a light reconnaissance force. We will take on the troops at the cutter, with a focus on the demons. The research team is doing experiments on them right now, in hopes to advance our technology, so where possible, please use your disintegrator to kill them, to free energy from their cohesive forms. The scouts smirked as they read the message. Of course, Nico's solution would be to kill them in a specific way. There had been plenty of chances to capture one, but none of them had ever seen any such order. Instead, they focused entirely on killing. Nico didn't pause as she rushed past them with a sword in each hand. Nor did she pause as a crossing sweep of her arms cleared a swath of the red demons from existence. What stopped her was the appearance of a main battle tank that made her roll to the side to avoid a massive plasma discharge. That was close, Commander. The scout leader laughed as the shot came close enough that it made the mecha's void shield glow as it passed by. He ordered his troops to move to the flank and let the mecha work. The fast attack unit attached to Nico's troops would do the hit-and-run efforts, so his scouts could focus on staying hidden and assassinating priority targets. The red demons were like the blood-soaked warriors. They didn't really have or need leadership, they were more like mindless berserkers, but picking off ones that got into good ambush or sniper positions would reduce the casualties among the fast attack team. Those were the primary targets this time, as if the demons could sense the energy from the life forms inside. They almost entirely ignored the drones unless they were under attack, and even the android-piloted mecha were given a lower priority than the Valkyria Archangels. It was a phenomenon worth noting, and the scout made a recording to send back to Alliance Command. They would surely want to know about this, if they hadn't realized it on their own yet. If you used a mostly android force, you could use your biological scouts as bait to draw the lesser energy beings into a trap. Command likely wouldn't dare to risk such a thing, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and there would certainly come a time when that sort of thinking would be needed in order to win a battle, so the information had to be made available to the troops on the ground. Chapter 12:23. Progress. Nico stomped her way into battle with the fleeing survivors of the first assault wave. Literally, as her mecha's massive foot dealt a crushing blow to the lesser energy being, she felt a sense of nostalgia that she hadn't had in some time. Perhaps it was time to paint smiley faces on the feet of all her mecha and bring back the classics. Her blades swept parallel to the ground, cutting the head off an entire group of warriors, and she joyfully batted them up in the air, with the intention to juggle them for an added bit of showmanship as she took out the ranged targets. But she had forgotten that these were energy beings, and as they reached the apex of the aerial arc, the heads disintegrated and the energy was pulled into the refiner in her mecha. Bah, that wasn't what I was going for. I need some solid enemies here before I cap out the energy storage tanks again. She muttered to herself as she surveyed the battlefield. The crab drones were a nightmare for the warriors, low to the ground and fast, with a hard upper shell that resisted most forms of attack even though they didn't have an energy shield. Their spiked legs and crushing claws easily tore apart battle armor, and the drones were programmed to disable if they couldn't kill fast enough to deal with a large group of enemies. The howling of the wounded was destroying the morale of the regular troops from the cathedral ships, and only the blood-soaked warriors were still fighting with their usual zeal. Even the Xin and Valkia balked at the sight before them, disturbed by the carnage that the mecha team and drones had brought. Instead of pushing ahead and luring more enemy fighters back to them, as they would usually do, the Xin fast attack craft were focused on eliminating the wounded to stop the infernal screaming that had forced them to turn off their audio and lose contact with the outside world. For the Xin, who were evolved from plants, losing that final connection was incredibly disorienting. They were already in an enclosed box, with no sense of wind, distorted light, no smells, and now no sound. In their minds, this might as well be a dream for all the sense of realism that it had. But the Valkia were happy to pick up the slack, as they were the ones being the most targeted by the lesser demons, and those were the targets that Commander Nico wanted the most. Speaking of the devil of the Terminus Trading Company, she had new orders. Advance troops, there should be a support column nearby. These troopers have hot meals, and I don't see any sign of a camp. That means there is a logistics column and I want it to not exist. She ordered. Yes, Commander. That was the most normal order they could have received, but what they didn't realize was that they were bait. The Archangel exoskeleton used layers of energy barriers to allow the fast-flying Valkia to fight without vehicles, but the nature of the energy barriers meant that the sensitive noses of the enemy could pick them up from kilometers away. Putting them in combat, where there would be blood and sweat, would only make them smell sweeter to the enemy and draw them from an even longer distance away. They didn't hesitate to obey her orders, and the scout unit raced forward, searching the satellite feeds for the support column, trying to determine who were combatants and who had their supplies. Especially the vehicles with the projectiles. The great enemy loved projectile weapons, and that required countless munitions resupply runs. Nico was right, they found the support column only a few kilometers away, hidden under a rocky overhang, out of sight of aerial drones and satellites. The column was a sad-looking lot, wearing tattered rags, but they all had strange symbols carved into themselves, that the team leader recognized as demon-summoning ritual runes. The idea was that they would get slaughtered, the runes would be covered in blood, and it would make it easier to open more portals to bring in the energy beings. It was just as insane and insidious as it was brilliant as a strategy. Commander, they're marked for a demon-summoning ritual. The team leader informed Nico. Perfect. Give me 15 seconds, then begin the culling. I will be there before any of the portals open. She needed energy for her research, and every bit that she fed herself from the tank was being sucked up and integrated into the metal of her body the instant that it entered the storage battery she had added to herself for this experiment. So, as stupid as it might sound, she actually wanted there to be more enemies nearby. Just specific ones though. She didn't care at all about these poorly trained warriors that were being annihilated by the mecha team as she hunted the last of the stragglers among the lesser demons. Her sensors informed her when the energy surged as the support column was destroyed, and she quickly updated the targeting priorities to send the android mecha over while the drones dealt with the mundane infantry. Commander, incoming drone fighters. Your location is near a priority 2 bonus point location. Felicity informed her. That made things easy. All she had to do was highlight the target, and the gamer core would take care of supplying her energy for the next few minutes. Advance recon, fall back after marking the target. There are incoming aircraft at your location. Nico ordered. They were actually getting better now, and she might have been able to risk the Valkia being in the general vicinity of the battle, but with the level of trust that she had, she wasn't going to risk some idiot forgetting about friendly fire, or getting some strange notion about acceptable losses. She knew plenty of gamers, and she knew that most of the ones who signed up for this gig were not the most respectable of citizens. It was better not to tempt them. Chapter 12:24. The big picture on Ray 5, the situation was slowly coming under control. With the help of the Arisen and the Darklings, the humans' home galaxy was now relatively stable, and able to keep up with the constant influx of new battles that the great enemy was launching at them. The advantage that they had, in that the greater energy beings couldn't or wouldn't come to them, was enough that they could essentially kill without fear of retribution. There was no force that they couldn't handle. So, Mary Tereth was busily organizing more forces to go through the Alliance territories in preparation for the battles that would be coming there soon, and one newly created world ship to go near the strange planet in the Gulf, where she knew that a large human and Alliance force was fighting. Perhaps if she got a ship close enough they could find a way to communicate directly with the planet, and then they could get some proper updates, or even reinforcements there to help. She had managed to get a team of Illithid to join the crew of the world ship, which was mostly androids, but which they had also staffed with what few Alliance soldiers and human mecha pilots they could spare. That was becoming a scarce resource these days. There were too many battles on too many planets, and there hadn't been time to fully train another generation of soldiers to take over. Once the battle had been raging for a few more years, they would have all the pilots they needed. Every kid on every world was determined to become one or support staff for the mecha at this point, but in the short term, the best that they could train was infantry and cannon fodder. You could learn to pilot a mecha in under a week with the learning devices, but your body wouldn't be ready for the extreme forces it was going to undergo, and the risks of injuries so severe and permanent that they would require a cyborg conversion was high. Some planets had embraced that fact, and had been encouraging crippled citizens to undergo the process in exchange for a term of service. There were a lot who were willing to risk it, including many old soldiers who would rather take up the task themselves than leave it to their children and their grandchildren. Cyborgs lived a long time, as long as the brain was healthy, so it didn't really matter if they were getting close to retirement age. The government would convert their crippled and aging bodies, and they could become the front lines against alien enemies again. Mary wasn't a fan of the idea, but then she also didn't approve of using poorly equipped infantry in combat in the first place, and that was where almost all of these older volunteers had come from. If it made them feel better about themselves, she wouldn't argue about it. Most of the infantry had dreamed of being in the mecha in the first place, and the army no longer used the line mecha, which had always been viewed as disposable by the veterans who had seen actual combat. Being in a Crusader-class mecha, able to face down entire waves of enemy infantry and vehicles sounded like a much better way to go to war than slogging through the mud as an infantryman, especially with the Corvette-class units being piloted by the androids, whose reflexes and response times were far superior to the average soldier, making them more suited to the fast attack role. "How are the deployment arrangements going?" Mary asked her advisory team. "We have 7% of active military units in reserve at the moment. 30% of Reaver vessels have been returned to commerce duty to keep the trade supply lines open, and both the Arisen and Darkling fleets have spread through the Alliance according to the predictive targeting maps that they shared with us. From what our numbers are showing us, it looks like we've almost got the situation under control. We just need a way to destabilize the other side of the anomaly without causing a cascade effect to our side. The Arisen have sent data suggesting that using antimatter to close it could cause an overlap of the layers from the other side, which would allow the greater energy beings to gain purchase in our galaxy, and begin to normalize the other layers here. So, presently, we can't actually close it without the risk of making things worse when they open the next one. Estimated time to the next anomaly opening if we close this one is 7 hours, by the way." The advisor replied in a dry and slightly sarcastic tone. She had gotten used to that now. The man had an augmentic voice box which had been damaged for over a decade, and he simply refused to fix it because he liked the sarcastic monotone that it spoke in. It made it impossible to tell his actual feelings about anything without actually seeing him, and he could use that to keep his reavers in order, even when he was secretly laughing along with them. "Understood. It's better to keep the status quo for now. Until they start changing to a tactic that we can't handle, or the casualties begin to increase to an unsustainable level, I don't see a reason not to go along with the plan. What is the status of the world ship that we were preparing to examine the strange planet?" There was a short pause as the advisor double-checked his notes. "We are waiting on 2 more shuttles from the Alliance to deliver crewmen, and then we are ready to depart. They should be in position above the planet within the next 6 hours. Did the Illithid make it? Commander Max should be there, and he can communicate directly with them if there is no outside force blocking them. That will give us an actual update on the planet if we can't get a sensor reading from up close." Mary asked. "They did. We believe that they will be able to get full resolution scans once they are in range. It is mostly communications that are blocked. We do have some updates on the planet as well. The forces have committed to a redeployment after the great enemy's first base was overrun, and they opened 2 more portals. The myceloids seem to have an understanding with our forces, in that they are not actively hunting each other. They attack when they get close, but the situation appears to be a 2-on-1 against the cathedral ships. That's all that we can tell from this distance. Thank you. I will talk to you for tomorrow's update, same time and frequency," Mary announced, ending the meeting. Finally, she would get a proper update on her daughter. Hopefully, nothing irreparable had happened to her while their ship was out of communications with the world and fighting alone on that artificial world. Mary's thoughts on the matter were far different from Nico's. Like the myceloids, she was having the time of her life at that moment, and was just fine with the way things were. Another few days like this and her experiment might even be successfully completed. Chapter 1225. Angered gods. Max smiled as the drones tore through the crashed cathedral ship. They were doing a brilliant job of destroying the enemy force, and even from where he was standing, the sense of rage on the other side of the portal was clearly understandable. Whatever force, presumably another greater energy being, was sending the troops to this world was throwing a fit on the other side, and the mental anguish of the enemy leader was highly entertaining. It wouldn't be long now, and they would give up on this place entirely, allowing the myceloid god to pick and choose its targets again, which was to Max's advantage, as they wouldn't be showing up at random all over the world this time. But there was a sense of maliciousness mixed in with that anger and anguish that was becoming stronger by the second. It was a much more powerful being than the greater energy beings, and Max had to resist the urge to find a way to flee back to the safety of his home galaxy, where such things could not approach them. The energy pouring into the constructed planet began to surge, and Max wondered if there was going to be a lesser demon invasion in the next few seconds, but it didn't seem to be that sort of power. If it was, he should be able to absorb it as it came through the portal, but at the moment, it was just a wave of energy like sunlight that he couldn't do anything with except to feel it against his skin. The power was still increasing, and the ground under his feet began to shake, trembling under the might of the creature that had arrived outside. That was definitely not good news, and Max immediately sent the retreat order to all forces in the area. He would most likely be fine with the level of power and the mecha that he had. But the Valkyria with their archangel exoskeletons might as well be armored in tinfoil under this onslaught of power. Then, the energy changed, and Max could feel the myceloid god intervening, getting between whatever was on the other side of that portal and the world it had created. For a few seconds, everything seemed to be stabilized, and then the power surged, and the world began to crack apart. Sylvie, Felicity, get everyone on board the ships right now. Start with the mortals, so we're not leaving living beings behind. Max ordered. The ground around the portal was beginning to collapse and be sucked into the other layer, destroying the planet and anything else unlucky enough to be caught in the crossfire. Even the bodies of the great enemy force were being torn apart by the spatial fluctuations as Max fled the area right behind the rest of his troops. The AI would get to him soon enough. He could sense the confusion and relief of the troops that had been pulled home by the portals, as well as Nico's annoyance at having her fight disrupted. Then there was nothing. The world went black as the expanding collapse reached the other portal, and everything vanished, leaving Max floating in space next to the Alliance Armada and a perplexed group of myceloids, who were pulled to a strange world ship that looked like an asteroid. Their god must have rescued them at the last second as it deconstructed the collapsing world, but the mental sense of both the myceloid god and whoever it had been arguing with was gone, hidden from Max's senses now that the portals were closed between the layers. Sylvie brought Max back on board Creeping Darkness, where numerous Valkyria and Shin had been gathered in the massive cargo bay, and he prepared to update everyone on what had happened, or at least what he knew about the situation. Commander, it's good to see that you made it back. Where are we? The leader of the advance recon team that had been closest to him when everything went wrong asked. You're aboard Creeping Darkness, the spherical world ship that I arrived on. I ordered the AI to rescue everyone when the planet started to collapse, and it brought you here. There was likely a good reason for the choice, and I'm guessing that it is efficiency, as there is so much open space on an empty world ship, but we can get you all sorted out to your proper homes after we are back inside Alliance territory, where the portals to other layers won't lead to anything. Max replied, Commander, we have requests from the Alliance vessels to begin docking procedures with the world ships. They will need significant time to get their systems back online. The effects of the planet forcibly shut them down, and they are not easy to reboot without a maintenance procedure and some antimatter injection. Sylvie informed him, bring them on board and get all the dry docks staffed with androids. What is the state of the power systems aboard Creeping Darkness and Absolution? I have returned my propulsion systems to full capacity already, and Felicity will have the same procedure done within the next 5 minutes. Due to her higher population at the time, she couldn't shut down life support and other high-drain systems in order to do a full reboot. Sylvie explained, that's good enough for now. It will take at least that long to get everyone securely docked and to start sorting out the crews. Max then activated the external speakers of his mecha. The AI system will be ready to move as soon as all the vessels have docked. We will sort you all out and find your home vessels once we have returned to safety. He informed the rest of the occupants of the bay. Sylvie forwarded his voice through the ship, informing the rest of the rescued soldiers of their intentions, while Felicity did the same on Absolution. Sylvie, how much of the force did we lose, and where is Nico? Max asked. 15% of the androids and drones could not be recovered in time, but I am collecting them now. Subcommander Nico is currently in the research labs aboard Absolution, where she was placed by Felicity by default. Max chuckled at that. He was returned to the command station of the last vessel that he was on, but Nico was returned to the research labs on Absolution as her emergency relocation home. That definitely sounded like something that she had programmed in advance. Chapter 1226. Homecoming. Once everyone was loaded, the trip to the Alliance territories began. Because of the longer distance, they had to make 2 hops, but the first one brought them in range of a Reaver vessel that was traveling the other direction, headed for the planet that no longer existed. Absolution, this is the scout vessel Demaria. What is the status of the commanders of the Terminus Trading Company? The vessel asked. Felicity was the one to respond. Both commanders are aboard the world ships. You can let command know that there were no heavy casualties this time, and the civilian population is intact. We have a large Alliance contingent with us currently, as they are repairing their vessels from the side effects of the interaction with the phenomenon on that planet. We are currently headed for Alliance territory, unless we are urgently needed elsewhere. She informed the ship's captain. I suggest that you return to Ray 5. They will need the additional repair forces, as they suffered a massive attack and are still rebuilding the space stations. The loss of life was minimal, due to compartmentalized design, but the first wave of attacks was brutal. Please send us an update. Communications on the planet were scrambled, and we have had no updates since the battle started. Felicity requested. There was a lot to catch up on, and though they were within range of the best orbital scans, they didn't have the ability or the time to keep up with what was going on in the hundreds of galaxies around them. Max and Nico read through the messages with growing horror, seeing the devastation that an all-out assault by the great enemy had caused their galaxy. He was so close, but ultimately, he hadn't even known that anything was happening because he had been caught up in the Myceloid God's game. There was nothing that could be done about that now. He wasn't the god of time to reset events to before the battle, but they could still help with the cleanup. Commander, are we updating our course? Sylvie asked. Do it. We will take this scout ship back home and see what we can do to help out. Max agreed. Sylvie forwarded the information to Felicity, and the AI immediately opened a portal back to Ray 5. You can lead the way. We will first scan to ensure there is enough room for 2 world ships at the arrival point. Felicity informed the scouts. That was all the consolation that they needed, and the scouts returned home, much to the confusion of traffic control, who had sent them off on a mission only hours earlier. World ships Absolution in creeping darkness requesting permission to enter orbit. Felicity broadcast as they entered the system. Permission denied. Orbital locations are full. Please proceed to this designated location to await a long-term assignment. Traffic control replied. It wasn't that they didn't recognize the vessel, but with all the construction and the military staging for the battles around the galaxy, there really wasn't anywhere to put them right now that wouldn't interfere with safe distance measures or orbital descent paths. With all the excitement, even trips to the surface had been severely curtailed in order to prevent lasting atmospheric damage. The Reavers needed all the terraforming arrays that they could get, so constantly entering and leaving the atmosphere was an annoyance that wasted resources they needed in the recovery effort. Max held up 5 fingers as the transmission ended, and the avatar of Sylvie gave him a strange look. He lowered them one by one, and just as the last finger was going down, another message came in. Reaver Command to Terminus Trading Company, inquiring about the status of Subcommander Nico. Max laughed and patted Sylvie on the head. Nico's mom is here on that planet, and she is always concerned about the crazy situations that her daughter gets into. The AI processed that for 100 milliseconds, and then smiled. I believe that is a good thing. Having someone to be concerned about you helps keep you grounded and encourages thoughts of the greater good of humanity. Do you have parents, Commander? Max shook his head. No, my parents were killed in an attack by rebels on my home planet. Sylvie didn't need to know all the details, just knowing that there weren't more parents for her to keep in contact with would be enough. Understood. My condolences on your loss. The next few minutes were spent getting a headcount of the Alliance soldiers on the vessel, and making arrangements to get everyone moved to the correct world ship in order to get their crews properly distributed again. The Alliance vessels had all been pulled from different worlds, different battles, and even from planetary reserve fleets, while the few other Reaver vessels that had joined the battle were all between missions at the time of their relocation. Abduction might be a better word for it, but Max knew that wasn't how the myceloid god intended it. To them, this was more of an invitation for a play date, an extended version of Community Games Night that had greatly upset its kinfolk. Hopefully, it came out the victor in whatever squabble it had after they left. It was one of the few reliable gods that Max had heard of, and losing its support would cause more issues than Max was willing to deal with in the long term. The relocation of the troops that were on the ship was only the start of the messages that Max was going to have to deal with that day. The smaller Reaver companies that had been on the defense force for the Ray 5 system had lost a lot, often everything, when their ships were destroyed. They were currently boarding with others, but the space stations were in bad shape as well, and Max had 2 whole-world ships, one with no overcrowding, and one with no people. It was the perfect opportunity for them to start over while they tried to assemble the funds to recover. The Reavers would replace their ships, but they couldn't replace the lost personnel or the other belongings that had created the power base for the trading companies. Joining a world ship while trying to get a spot in line for a new vessel would also allow them to reform a crew out of other groups who had lost too many people to remain as a functional force, but it would also give them an opportunity to try to score points with the Terminus commanders, and possibly slide in under their umbrella so that they would have priority access to resources the next time there was a disaster. It wasn't easy being an independent, even in peacetime. Perhaps once things were better, they could pay off any debts they had and go it alone again. At least, that was the dream of a lot of the survivors. The only issue with it was that their leaders were gone, and there was no clear path of inheritance unless certain surviving crew members were named as successors. Being employed by the Reaver company didn't automatically give you the right to inherit their insurance policy funds when the company was disbanded for lack of leaders. Chapter 12:27, Build Back Bigger. Max started to sort through the applications to stay on the world ships, and passed Sylvie the task of renovating the creeping darkness for occupancy with a new standard of comfort and luxury. She had already started on the changes, but if they were going to make the world ship into a standard Reaver trade vessel, with an excess of both luxury and military capacity to go with the cargo space, it was going to take a fairly extensive redesign. That wouldn't be a problem for her, though. The ship was designed to be easily modified for different uses, and the plans for the new interior were available from Felicity, who had already adapted some for her use. How long do you need to get the ship ready to start receiving new permanent occupants? Including the transfer of the Alliance troops to their own vessels? Max asked. We can start receiving them tomorrow morning, as long as the Alliance troops get their people on time. She replied. That's a good enough timeline. I will stay here with you until there is a crew ready to take over. Perhaps longer, if there is still more fighting to be done in the immediate future. It looks like the situation is mostly under control, but we all know that the best of plans never survive the first engagement with the enemy. Sylvie computed the accuracy of the statement, then realized that it was a euphemism. It still had an accuracy rate over 90%, though. If there are no objections, I will remake the rooms in my traditional style, but to the standards set by Felicity. Sylvie suggested. That is a good idea. It will give the ship its own personality, instead of being a copy of something else. The finest of Reaver ships all have their own style, based on when they were made, and the generations that have lived aboard since then. You might not have had the chance to have generations of residents, but you certainly have a unique vintage. Max agreed. The happy AI began to work, turning the world ship into the peak of luxury from the time of her construction, while also ushering the Alliance troops home to their own vessels. That alone was a big task, as there was no organization to where everyone ended up. Nico sent a message while Max was working on the arrangements for the last of the Shin to get transferred to Absolution, where their vessels would be staying for a longer retrofit. Their technology was a bit different from the Alliance standard, and they had taken some damage from the influence of the myceloid god's intervention. The Valkyria were already almost gone, they just needed to get a cargo vessel to move all the light attack vessels between world ships. Max considered inviting them to stay on Creeping Darkness, but they were Shin, and Absolution had a world tree on board, as well as numerous natural features, including massive forests, for them to relax in. Even after the renovation, Creeping Darkness wasn't going to be that sort of vessel, it was being renovated more like a single massive city than a floating nation. It would hold close to 50 times as many people in the end, while still having more cargo space, but Absolution was the undisputed leader in green space, thanks to its long and flat design, as opposed to the spherical standard. The first batch of the Reaver transfers are coming with the cargo vessel. You can get them settled whenever the rooms are ready, but it will save us all a lot of hassle if I send them now. Nico informed Max as the transfer arrangements were finalized. Who are you sending over? He asked. Mostly independents. Most of them are from ships that lost their commanders and all the named officers, so there is no inheritance path for the company. They've got whatever they could salvage, but they're looking for a new home. Nico replied. And the others? I found a few independent commanders that are way down the priority list for a new ship. They were willing to make a deal to work under the Terminus Trading Company, in exchange for a guarantee that they'll get a new cutter class or larger cargo vessel this year to return to their trade routes. Everything is on hold right now anyhow, with the military situation being what it is. Until the production lines shift back to general goods instead of military supplies, there is no need for trade vessels, so they're willing to wait a bit while they sort out a new crew and get settled into a bay aboard Creeping Darkness. Nico explained. That made good sense to Max. He could also do them one better. A world ship was a lot like a space station, in that you could have non-combatant family members living there full-time. So, if they designated a permanent bay and living area for the independents, they could make the world ship their permanent home base. That was a huge improvement for a lot of the small trading companies. When you were all on one ship, anything that happened was a threat to everyone. But when you could leave the children somewhere safe, you could work with a lot less stress. It would be a change for them, though, being away from family, so it was possible that some of them would prefer just to use the space on the world ship for storage and a vacation residence. They wouldn't be the first ones with that idea, either. Plenty of companies would lease space to visitors on their space stations, either for repairs or for rest away from a minimally equipped freighter. All Shin, prepare for transfer to Absolution. Your ride will be here within the hour, and then returning as soon as you are loaded. Max, broadcast to the ship, along with the docking bay for their transport. I've got 3 zones near the cargo bay prepared for residency. The new arrivals can start moving in as soon as they arrive, and then I will allow them to spread out once they are assigned crew duties or vessels. Sylvie informed Max. Good work, I'll be counting on you. Chapter 12:28. Rising tides. While the forces in Ray 5 were working to rebuild the space stations that had been damaged after the first wave of attacks, the situation in the other layers of the anomaly region, where the Kaleska and the defense fleet were fighting, was much less optimistic. Divine One, we cannot keep sending the generals into combat like this. The mortal insects have devised a way to truly destroy them. They are not even returning as the reformative vessels. Whatever method the humans have devised, it is worse than what they managed to do before the final battles of the last engagement. A serpentine creature addressed the gathered crowd. The gods had gathered to discuss the situation with the battle against the mortals, and the mood was quite somber. Most of them didn't pay any attention at all to the situation, and only lent power to their fleets of loyal species. They had made them from samples taken from the mortal species, and then combined them with their own powers to create new species to serve and entertain them. A formless black cloud flickered with lights as it turned its attention toward the speaker. Those fragments are disposable. Soon, I will have recovered enough to stabilize my form, and they will no longer matter. The time of the mortals is at its end, and this time they will not stop me. The gathered gods bowed down under the oppressive weight of the creature's attention. It was the greatest of them, a god which had absorbed the powers of another of their kind, giving it powers far beyond any other, save for the madman of the green tide. Did our effort succeed? One of the other gods, a light elemental god that embodied the aspects of stability between the stars, asked curiously. It was one of the many whose aspects didn't involve living creatures. It cared nothing about the battle, but the Divine One before them had the power to suppress it if there was any hint of disloyalty, so it was eager for the situation to be over and done with so it could get back to observing the stars and return to the prime layer. Until this idiotic battle ended and the Divine One recovered, it was forbidden for them to return to that layer, and there were no stars here to observe. The god was living in their own personal hell, but the choice had been made millions of years ago, and it couldn't be unmade now. It did. I have all the energy I need, and my power is returning. Soon, I will be able to revive, and then I will be able to escape the dead zone and retake my rightful place. The formless cloud responded. What of the violent one? It has been interfering in our affairs. One of the others asked. It cares about nothing but violence. As long as there are battles to be fought, it won't interfere in our business. The fact that it managed to gain so much power is an affront to our entire species. After its pet mortals have been eliminated, I will take care of it personally." The gathering of gods sensed great amusement in their midst at those words, and immediately they were prepared for battle. "Are you not going to come out?" the formless cloud asked. "Do I need to come there in person? Do you think that you are my match? Don't forget where your power went the last time that you died." The booming voice of the myceloid god laughed. "And now my power is back. You have amused yourself with the mortals for long enough. It is time to purge their virus from the universe." The formless cloud insisted. "Do what you want, but I am warning you now that you will lose again, and I won't be so kind as to allow you a chance to recover. You have played this game long enough, and I am sick of watching you try. But more than that, I am sick of watching you lose, you pathetic creature." The myceloid god taunted its kinfolk. It wasn't alone on the side of the mortals. Though the others were in hiding as much as the rebels were. They were hiding from the rebels, while the rebels were hiding from the myceloid god and the mortals. The myceloid god's mind withdrew from their territory, forced out by the combined might of the rebel gods. They were greatly concerned that the mortal lovers would band together and use their might to stop the battles before the Divine One could fully recover. Without the battles, the flow of energy from the prime layer would stop, and the Divine One would be stuck in limbo, cut off from the essential natural laws that were allowing it to recover. That would be a disaster, and without the flow of power, it could easily be stripped of its power again and forced to start over once more. As the rebel gods resumed their meeting on the status of the ongoing battle and the awakening of the Divine One, the myceloid god watched its people battle against the cathedral ships and some of the mortal species, while keeping tabs on what was happening in the meeting. They never learned, it decided. They were incapable of it, and they would do the same things over and over until they were all gone, or they finally managed to win and eliminate the mortal races. There was always the chance that they would win, but lately, the myceloid god was finding them more entertaining, and was reconsidering its position of neutrality in the conflict. The cathedral ships were always so surprised when his green tide attacked them, though they should know by now that he wasn't actually on their side. But the mortals, they just took it in stride. They understood that combat was combat, and that it served its own purpose, not just as an expression of political alliances. It would have to wait and see. If not this time, then perhaps the next time that the rebels tried to rise up. That should be soon enough, it thought. A few million more years were no big deal. Chapter 1229, 1228 Reorganized with so many new vessels and so many losses among the Reaver companies and national armies, the human military forces were in a state of complete disarray. Every unit was a hybrid made of the survivors of other units that had been targeted by the great enemy, while a majority of the long-established Reaver companies were no longer intact. Most of them had some ships left, but with their hierarchy scrambled with the number of ships crippled, the chain of command was constantly arguing with each other and second-guessing the decisions of the ship commanders who had more senior commanders among the troops sheltering with them. Nobody did well with losing their ship, and while the organized military had rankings to keep things sorted, there was a lot of gray area with the Reavers when it came to honors, merits, and having lost your ship. That sort of thing wasn't easy for a Reaver to come back from, and with the interventions in large-scale battles, it was much more common lately to have your ship crippled, but not lose the crew. So, there were countless Reavers waiting on major overhauls and looking for living quarters until they could be done. It was an unprecedented state of affairs for the nomadic merchant culture, and dealing with it was giving Mary a headache. Nico was back, only a planet away aboard her world ship, yet here she was, sitting in her office doing paperwork and trying to settle challenges between the Reavers in orbit. It wasn't a job that anyone wanted, and that was why she was stuck with it here in her office on Ray 5. The planet was not in much better shape than some of the space stations, but the moon had gotten it much worse, and while the primary research labs had held, there was a lot of work to do before it would be back up and running at its former capacity. Even worse, until the moon base was settled, it was severely limiting the ability to transfer gear back and forth from the planet. They had been using it as a waypoint for shipments since they settled here, and now that they didn't have that, it was becoming a real issue just to keep the planet stocked. They were going to have to assign another vessel to do the duty until the moon base was up and running, and that was where Mary saw her opportunity. The two largest and least occupied vessels in the entire star system were the world ships of the Terminus Trading Company, so requesting that they take over the movement of personnel and products to and from the planet would be not only the logical route, but the best way to keep Nico from running away again. Mary Tereth to the Terminus Trading Company, I have an official mission for you. With the moon base out of operation, we need your world ships to take over the transfers to and from the surface of the planet. I am requesting that your world ships move to this new location, and a traffic controller team will be sent to assist your staff in marshalling the flow of vessels. That would also get them out of orbit around the planet. They were definitely in the way, but that was where the queue was formed, and there wasn't much to be done about it at this point without a new staging area. Understood, Leader Tereth. We will reassign staff to increase the flow of vessels through our docks. Felicity answered. That would make things more interesting. There were only so many variations when you were sending Mecha into combat, but when it was trade vessels, it could be anything. They would also want to visit the ship's amenities, which was good for business and kept the residents busy instead of letting them fall into a boring routine again after being on high alert for so long. Of course, Nico realized right away what her mother was doing. But with Mary excited about a visit, that meant an increased chance that there would be celebratory cake. Plus, she had good news for Mary. Her experiments with energy-based life, biomechanical life forms, and her own modified body structure had finally paid off. She had a theoretical method of reproduction for herself, and any other creatures like her that might happen to come after. If she formed an egg of living metal and genetic material from a second source, then infused it with both nanobots and the energy that had been purified from the energy beings, her data said that she should be able to create an entirely new life form. Biologically, that should create an actual child, mixed from two DNA sources, and not a clone of herself, which would be redundant, as they would end up sharing the same mind and skills. Now that she had started working on it, the idea was growing on her. What exactly would a child raised by Nico Tereth from the day it hatched be like? Most likely, it would turn out to be a complete mess. She had precisely zero parenting skills, motherly instinct, or desire to obtain either. But the actual creation of the egg was a research project that she was unwilling to let go of. So, the next time that she saw Max, Nico decided that she would have to obtain a DNA sample to see if the egg would be viable. Maybe she could upgrade it as well. Some built-in lasers would be cool, but possibly impractical in the body of a toddler. It was such a pain to have the child's mind start at such a low level that she couldn't even weaponize it. Perhaps there was a way to put in an evolutionary trigger for genetic weapons. If they only activated during puberty, that should be late enough that the child could be taught to control themselves in advance, the same as any Kepler child who was given a weapon during their first year of academy training. Back to the lab she went. She had a theory to test. Chapter 1230. 1229 Waypoint Max moved creeping darkness into position for its new mission. Felicity and Sylvie had worked out the details between them and had ended up with Felicity getting the personnel transfers and smaller shipments, as that would allow the merchants to travel the cities for a while before they left, while Sylvie was to receive all the large bulk shipments, where the crew would only be a handful of people. She had enough of the ship renovated to keep that many entertained and housed, but most of the bulk freighters didn't want to stick around in the first place. They just wanted to get unloaded and on to their next target. There were tens of thousands of bulk deliveries, mostly ore and biomass for the replicators on the space stations and orbital defense platforms that had survived the attacks all over the galaxy. The more of them that they could take on, the better their reputation would be when it came time to look for regular shipments later. Nobody forgot the crew that had shown up with their goods in their most desperate hour, even if it wasn't anything heroic. It was just a shared trauma bond, but it could be counted on to put them at the top of the station commander's mind the next time he called for a freighter. While it sounded a bit unethical, business was business, and it wouldn't do any harm to the other relationships that the station had. Everyone was overloaded with work, and even with portals and much higher warp travel speeds, it still took time to get goods moved. That was especially true in war zones, as they couldn't open portals too close to the planets, as it would trigger the defense systems of the orbital stations, and plenty of systems now had lingering debris and energy clouds that made randomly opening a portal a very risky proposition. It would take decades to get all of that cleaned up, if it ever was. Max prepared to welcome their first round of deliveries with an order for Sylvie to deliver each crew a case of Reaver rum, made from the newest generation replicators, which did an even better job of capturing the nuances of a small batch brewed liquor. Instead of the generically excellent rum, the replicators could now output a collection of small imperfections that were found in specific batches that gave them their distinct flavor. The difference was subtle, but noticeable, like changing up the recipe in a meal just a little with a different spice or a slightly altered quantity. The docks of the station would just be used as a holding bay until the orbital barge could be sent to pick them up, or another crew came to gather them for further delivery, but a little something nice for the Reavers was never the wrong choice. So, it was much to his shock when the first captain that he greeted was not a human at all. At least not by Alliance standards. "Greetings, Commander Max, I am Twyla, the new captain of the freighter Ormond, under the command of the Orma mining group." The Innu man greeted him. "Welcome, Captain. I must say that I am both pleased and shocked how well your people have integrated into Reaver culture, and congratulations on your new command." Max replied. The Innu's head tentacles wiggled in happiness, and the man smiled at him. "Well, if you ask the Darklings and the Arisen, we're all humans to begin with. Piloting a bulk freighter might not be the most glamorous job in the world, but I can say that I am truly a Reaver captain at this point, and I have the podcast to prove it." Max chuckled at that. "You too? I thought that the podcasts were reserved for the tech nomads." Captain Twyla shrugged. "That's what I was until 4 months ago. Now, I'm a freighter captain. There is still time for research while we travel. We've got a portal array, but the targeting system is budget brand trash, the power generation is dismal, and with a full cargo bay, the inertia is brutal, it takes forever to get moving. But you can portal yourself, so that's got to count for something." Max joked. "You'd better believe it. We were just in the Alliance zone, picking up these mechanical parts for delivery to a local wholesaler. They're waiting to pick them up, but their fleet of shuttles isn't compatible with a bulker like this, so they needed a bay to work in." The captain explained. "Great, now I'm a cross-dock and sorting facility. Did you want to bring your crew to the entertainment areas while the unload is finished?" The Innu shook his head, making his tentacles bounce. "Everyone is working on ship upgrades now. We will stop in and play the next time that we're nearby, though. We had a chance to visit Absolution earlier this year, and we're dying to go again." "That's understandable, but in that case, I should be off to greet the next group. The drones will do a lot of the greeting work, but sometimes it's just good to see a friendly face. If they're bringing rum, they're likely the friendliest face anyone has seen in a while. It was a pleasure to meet you, Commander." With that, Max was off to greet more of the Reavers, while Sylvie arranged for 100 bulk freighters an hour to arrive, unload and depart. That was cutting the schedule tight for the wholesalers who wanted to spend all day on the dock sorting goods and preparing for their delivery routes, but Sylvie knew their tricks. When they tried to delay, she planned to send drones to help organize the freight and eliminate the reasons they had for wasting her dock space. They couldn't even accuse them of being a security risk, as they were just drones, and completely incapable of telling anyone about whatever super-secret delivery system or pricing markup the wholesalers had come up with. Not that any of them would dare to gouge. Price gouging on relief supplies was strictly forbidden by the Reavers, and it would end with them blacklisted or worse. Chapter 1231. To please Mary. While Max welcomed various freighters to the docks, Nico was busy in the research labs, preparing herself for the inevitable day that her mother would come to inquire again about the possibility of grandchildren. This time she would not be unprepared, and she would have a whole stack of research documents prepared to put before Mary Tereth, so the woman would finally have a satisfactory answer. Nico was sure that her plan would drive her father insane, as Mary's baby fever would only increase in intensity, but some sacrifices had to be made for the greater good. Well, her greater good anyhow. The results were looking promising, and with the system's help, she was quite certain that she now qualified to be called a proper new species of living metal life form. Her scans indicated that the nanobots had finished integrating her metallic body with her organic body, which only consisted of her brain. Even that had been highly modified now, integrated with the metallic structure to improve the durability, shock resistance and neural capacity. Even if her child was unable to inherit the nanobots or had poor compatibility with the system, she should have something close to the Innu capacity for technology, as well as a portion of Nico's increased cognitive speed. Combined with the superhuman body, and the child should have a bright future in front of her. Or possibly him. Nico was still uncertain if she was willing to leave anything up to chance, or if the first attempt should be completely custom. "You're thinking too deeply about it, Commander. The random genetic selection is part of the experience of having children. If you select everything about them, you'll miss out on all the surprises as they grow, and you get to see which genes express themselves most efficiently," her research team leader informed Nico as she stared at the screen. "Perhaps you're right. Mother will be overjoyed just seeing the data indicating that it is possible. There is no need to rush into actually hatching one for her," Nico replied with a sigh. The team leader patted her on the back, well aware of Nico's personality, and then returned to her work, reconfiguring the Archangel exoskeletons for increased speed and energy efficiency. Their performance in the last battle was very impressive, but it also highlighted a few areas where they were lacking, and the team was hoping to smooth out the limitations. If they could increase the speed and agility to a point just slightly greater than the user's capabilities, without costing them additional energy in a limited capacity system, it would meet all the requirements that they had for the mobile scout units. As it was, the Valkyria felt that they could have performed better with just their wings, but the armor was essential to their mission. The data said that the suits were much faster, but possibly less agile, and it was the lack of maneuverability that the Valkyria were struggling to adapt to. The suits didn't work the same as a regular wing. They used gravity control and thrusters, not the ingrained instinct for feather control that the Valkyria usually relied upon to precisely control their position in the air. The problem was that it was all subconscious action, and without a conscious input, the neural link only picked up the intentions, not the feather control, so it couldn't react with the same precision. That was what they were hoping to fix today. They had a number of volunteers aboard Absolution now, and they all had recent experience in combat with the exoskeleton, so there was no need to worry about inexperience. But there were still questions about if it was actually possible to record the subconscious muscle control without making an entirely new system exclusive to the Valkyria. That would take a lot of programming, as they would need to fully map the subconscious neural net of the species, along with their nervous system and the usual conscious inputs. All of that data should be known and available in the healing databases, but that didn't make it any less daunting of a task to make it all respond perfectly when combined with the control systems of the exoskeleton. Wings. She would be cute with wings. Nico suggested to her team leader. You just want to send a weaponized flying cyborg to your mother to wreak havoc in her house. She had a point. That was actually exactly what Nico had been plotting, and it would be hilarious to see. Just the thought of the little winged cherub making her mother chase it all around the house, with its high ceilings and all the formal dining and guest rooms, was enough to put a smile on her face. All right, I will focus on the more immediate tasks, instead of ways to prank my mother. How are we coming with the neural link upgrades? Nico asked. I think we've actually reached a dead end. This is as far as we can take this current technology without a full revamp of the control software. Did you want to start on that right away, or should we keep trying to find a way around the issue? The lead researcher asked. Let's start on the new software. It's a better option in the end, and it will be much more flexible when the Valkyria are using it. We can always keep the original software for other users and make this one a military-exclusive control program. You know how they like knowing that they've got the advantage. Nico agreed. Marvelous. I will go break the news to the rest of the team and the research volunteers. This will take a lot of careful measuring, but if the end result is good enough, I don't think that they will object to the extra work. The team certainly wouldn't complain about calling one task complete and starting on something that was totally new and unique. It was just their suckers in the volunteer force that might object to the hundreds of hours of poking, prodding and precision tests that were going to be necessary to make this new program work as well as they needed it to. Chapter 1232. Crew onboard. Max sat in his makeshift office in the cargo area of creeping darkness and looked across the desk at the group of Reavers, Inuan giants that had requested a meeting. They had come aboard with one of the freighters, recovered from a damaged shuttle after a battle in a nearby system, and they were requesting to remain aboard after the freighter left. All right, sell it to me. Why should I take you on as crew? Max asked. The group of spacefarers smiled back, feeling that they had already won the first battle. Max was considering taking them as part of his crew. We represent a whole command team: engineering, astrometrics, maintenance, personnel management, mecha pilots and security guards. Between us, we don't have anyone without advanced skills, and we come with a proven track record of steadfast duty. We fought until the bitter end, kept the great enemy away from the planet for 6 whole hours before our vessel was lost, and we escaped in the emergency shuttle from the bridge. Our commander was with us at first, but he suffered heart trauma during the explosion, and the medical team couldn't treat him in time aboard the freighter. That is the only department that we are lacking, as all of our medics were sent to the surface once we realized that we wouldn't be able to hold the enemy in space. There is battle footage to serve as a recommendation, in lieu of our commander's word. The leader of the group, a younger Reaver with blonde dreadlocks, explained. Or any of you from a command family, with a chance at inheritance rights? Or were you all enlisted crew? Max asked. The company itself would pass to the commander's son, who was on the planet the last we heard of him. I don't know how that battle went, though. It has been difficult to keep communications on the freighter with everything that has been going on. That was understandable. None of the battle situations were public, they had all been encrypted and sent to command. Mary would know, but Max had too much to do right now to disturb her, and she likely didn't have things any easier than he did. I will find out what the situation is for you. If they are in the queue for a replacement ship, are you planning to return to your original company? He asked. The leader shook his head. No, we were hoping to break off and start another freight ship under their command originally, but now that their business has collapsed, we were hoping to do the same under you. We have the funds saved between us, but with the queue, we thought that it might be better to try our hand at becoming the permanent staff of a world ship. Owning a cargo vessel is just the start, as you well know. Getting good customers was never easy, and now with everyone repaying their saviors, it will be even harder. He had a point, and Max had thought about the same thing. It really would be a bad time to be a brand new Reaver company, starting out without the connections to ensure that you could keep busy. All right, I will hire you. Standard contracts, with no fixed term of service. Your first task will be to help me sort all these applications. You cover most of the major departments, so each of you can separate them by group. We can start with 1,000 of them, and work from there. Once we have enough staff to get started, I will hold proper auditions for the leadership roles. I won't guarantee them to you just because you're here first, but your job performance in finding the rest of the crew will be a factor in the decision. Max announced. Isn't 1,000 far too few people? I know that you managed to get the world ship this far on your own, but 1,000 souls isn't enough to keep it running for more than a day. One of the Innu Reavers asked. For that, we have the androids. I had considered making this a fully autonomous world ship, but with so many people looking for work, it makes sense to bring them on board and bring the place to life. The ship's AI has already begun renovating for the new crew, but once you see the layout of the vessel, you will understand that this was a ship made for war, and it is set up for extremely high-density living, not the sort of natural luxury and splendor of absolution. The blonde laughed. So, more like a normal Reaver ship. Tell me, how many is it intended to hold once it is renovated and set up for cargo? Max shrugged. 50 million, give or take a few. What will 50 million even do on a world ship? I mean, it would be a city of its own, but if it's not generations of family, what would the goal of the creeping darkness even be? The leader of the crew group asked. Humanitarian aid. Creeping darkness has a massive drone and android army on board, and I fully intend to keep sending it places to either end battles, help planets recover after battles, or calm domestic disturbances. I think most of you will be familiar with the rebellion that broke Kepler apart. If there were more reliable peacekeepers, I think that the rebellion could have been ended before it ever gained the traction that it did. Too many planets called for help and got nothing. That was what turned them to the rebellion. So, we will be aiming to prevent that level of discontent from happening in the first place. One of the giants stepped forward to speak. With an emphasis on rebuilding or on quelling rebellion. On rebuilding and defending so that rebuilding isn't necessary. The goal is that there shouldn't be any rebellions to quell in the first place. The giant nodded. Then I think that we're all in agreement. It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander Max. Chapter 1233. Recruitment. Once the first group was hired and put in charge of finding more staff for the world ship, the number of requests from refugees aboard freight vessels to remain on board skyrocketed. Nearly everyone had taken in some survivors of a destroyed ship during the most recent battles, and the freight vessels were made for a Spartan crew of 20 or fewer members. Even taking in a dozen was a major strain on their resources, unless they could be held in a cargo hold, which wouldn't be much of a living if they had arrived with nothing but what was in an escape pod. That was making it both effortless and incredibly difficult at the same time for the recruitment team. They didn't want to turn away anyone, but not all the people who wanted on board had skills. Are we accepting refugees and secondary personnel, or just the 1,000 that we are hiring, Commander? One of the giants asked Max, holding a clipboard in his hand. We might as well take whoever wants to stay. While it is still a military-focused vessel, having families here, and unskilled workers for the odd jobs that normally go to androids is still fine. The androids are incredibly skilled, but they also don't complain about menial tasks, so they're just all-around good staff. That doesn't mean we can't take the others who want to come, just put them on a secondary list for residents and not top staff. Max decided. Any limit? The giant asked. Don't fill more than a third of the ship. Leave us room to move refugees, in case a planet needs a complete overhaul. We're equipped with the latest terraforming technology now, and creeping darkness will be able to make over an entire planet in under a month, no matter how bad of shape it's in. So, we will have to house huge numbers of refugees from time to time. There is a plan in the files for that, actually, dense rack bunks with common eating areas to put 100 times the crew complement into the cargo bays. It would be an incredible drain on the ship's resources, but it is feasible, and it would let us move entire planets if their world became uninhabitable. Max explained. Just the thought of hundreds of millions of people crammed like sardines into the cargo holds was enough to make the crew members shudder in revulsion. But if the options were that or a dying planet they couldn't survive on, they would gladly take in everyone they could. Once they spread the news that they had 10 million empty spaces, plus the 1,000 top-skilled places for official crew members to join the Terminus Trading Company, the communications net went wild. The 1,000 official member spots were an impressive draw, but millions of permanent homes aboard a new world ship were far more important at the moment. The fact that it wasn't some no-name crew that managed to stumble upon a world ship, or find the funding to obtain one, made it even more incredible to the Reavers. Max did his best to hide his amusement at the chaos that the team had unintentionally caused for themselves, as they were left in charge of the entire process, with Sylvie helping them out as requested. They had no experience with the true capabilities of an AI system, so they were underutilizing her skills by quite a bit, but that was also part of the learning process. Either they would get it soon, or they would hire someone who did. While they spent every waking hour trying to sort through applications, Max focused on the renovation of the ship. Sylvie had originally intended for the vessel to be more military-based, but if they were going to bring so many regular civilians on board, that was going to have to change to make creeping darkness one large city. Focus on shops and amenities. These people might not have trade skills that will do well for a ship's crew, but they can run or work at shops, restaurants and such. Your ship can be a tourist destination while we work, filled with unique shops that we can use to resupply damaged worlds. Plus, that will give you countless people to observe, if you've inherited Felicity's tendency to study the lives and interactions of those aboard. Max suggested to the AI avatar. Will do. I am not as interested in the study of human interactions as Felicity is, but I am greatly interested in logistics and supply. Getting that many shops set up and ready to run will be a monumental task, and assigning people to operate them will be even more interesting as an efficient use of resources study. Max almost felt bad for the people who were about to be assigned tasks based on their personal history and not some aspirational dream, but Sylvie was right. That was the most efficient way to get things going, and then they could change up later. Her thinking was still very militaristic, as that was how her initial programming had started, and in the military there was no unemployment, no slacking or laying about unless you were physically or mentally incapable. So, once they were here, Sylvie would find work for every single person, and she would make sure that all the tasks got filled. That part of the recruitment Max had left entirely to her. The few dozen members who were already here were only in charge of getting the people on board, with a minimal background check to make sure that they weren't blacklisted or tagged as undesirables. The easiest way to do that was to check their documents. If there was no secondary verification of their history, the documents were likely forged. It wasn't a hard task for hackers to get information into the system to make a new identity, but once the AI started to interact with other computer systems, the lack of supporting evidence for the altered documents was a big red flag. Unless the whole planet was lost, or they were very young, there should be something, somewhere, that mentioned them. Chapter 1234. Domestic Life. After 4 days of intensive recruitment and cargo transfers, Max looked over the renovation project aboard Creeping Darkness. Sylvie had finally finished updating the ship to the highest of standards, and was ready to start showing it off. For the moment, all the new arrivals were either housed in one high-density region of the cargo area. They were only bringing aboard the first 1,000, and the refugees that happened to be aboard the cargo vessels that were in the queue. But today, that was about to change. Max had decided that the team had it too easy, so he had scheduled 4 refugee ships to dock with them, each 3 hours apart. That was going to be a very long day, and Max was eager to find out if they would go with Sylvie's plan for distribution, or if they would make life hard for themselves trying to do it without her. They knew she existed, there was an avatar there with them to help with any questions that they had, and they had been briefed on the details of the renovation, how the blocks were designed to have housing above shops in most of the district, with only a few completely habitation apartments, and a commercial or industrial district. These 4 ships would be delivering nearly 100,000 refugees and job seekers in total, gathered from the overcrowded space stations in the Ray 5 system. Among them were most of the candidates for the top 1,000 official employees, as the crews were almost all Reavers, with under a third being either random civilians or traveling Alliance species. The jobs in engineering were going to be the most difficult to choose. Not because there weren't any qualified applicants, but because there were too many. Not just the Reavers who had been working in the engineering department, with its extra layers of shielding to keep an engine issue from destroying the entire vessel, but the influx of Innu who had spread through the Reavers to study everything that they could about human technology. In short, they were so flooded with good options that finding only a few top applicants based on a resume or list of accomplishments would be nearly impossible. Conversely, senior sanitation and infrastructure maintenance staff were difficult to come by. They rarely changed vessels or went looking for new adventures, and they were normally in some hidden conduit during an attack, which led to them being trapped when the ship or station was damaged. Plus, with Sylvie doing most of the actual maintenance work and analysis, there wasn't a need for as many of them, so the quality of the ones picked had to be impressive. Commander, they finally gave up on trying to do it themselves and asked me to start assigning residences and coming up with a recommendation for job placements for the new arrivals based on their information. Sylvie informed Max with a smile. How long until the first ship arrives? He replied, 2 hours and 3 minutes. More than enough time to upload the information and have them review it. Well, they passed that one, as long as they don't start panicking and changing things at the last minute. Max informed her with a sigh of relief. I doubt that they will. They finally realized that they're in way over their heads, and that you wouldn't have planned so many arrivals at once without some sort of plan for how they were going to get settled. They're learning to trust that the commander knows what he's doing, and that there is a plan if they just ask about it. Max chuckled at her annoyed tone. Many commanders like to keep things secret, either to keep gossip and private information from spreading, or because they really don't have a plan. It might take a while for some of them to adapt to the new way of doing things. My guess is that it was one of the giants that asked, wasn't it? Sylvie's avatar nodded happily. Yep, the one with the green eyes. He is responsible for coordinating docking times, and when he thought about how long it would take to get that refugee ship out, it led to a lot of questions with the others, and then finally to him asking me if there was an existing plan for their assigned jobs and residences. After that, it was all pretty smooth, and now they're working on rearranging docks for the vessels so that the new arrivals are properly spread near their new homes and don't have to cross the whole ship and risk getting lost on the way. You know, watching them work is actually quite entertaining. Perhaps Felicity has a point with her obsessive observations and micromanagement. Sylvie noted, there is likely no need for the micromanagement. She was initially programmed as the eye for an illegal genetic research lab, and the need to study as part of her core programming. So, she took on the operations of absolution as a huge social sciences study, and now she runs the day-to-day operations. Max explained, oh, that makes a lot of sense. The same way that I need to analyze everything from a military standpoint, she does it from a research standpoint. I had never devoted any processing time to that before. There are 3 more shipments of ore and 2 of miscellaneous goods to be transferred before the first refugee ship arrives. Should I give the team a hint about deploying the androids, or should I just go ahead and send them over in advance to get everything ready? She replied, send them over in advance, with a welcoming gift. There are replicators in all the houses now, but they will want a light snack and something to remind them of the day. Pick something useful but distinct enough that they will actually use it. Sylvie considered Max's directive, and then hummed happily as she processed the most likely to be required items. The answer that her programming came up with was to stock the homes of each person with 1 new set of clothes, free of charges to their energy allotment, so that they could settle in with a new outfit to help adjust their mindset to being permanent residents of creeping darkness. The details of the allowance would be included with the light snack that would be provided, and the homes were already stocked with the other basics for daily life. The businesses that everyone was to start work at would become operational in 3 days, under the ownership of the world ship itself, with the interim managers chosen by qualifications. If they didn't work out, they would be shuffled at the end of the month. That was the standard programming that Sylvie had been input with in her initial deployment. 1 month to adapt or be replaced was all that the workers were entitled to. If they repeatedly failed, they would receive increasingly strict disciplinary measures, but she would have to approve some of them with Max, as they were designed for military troops. The Reavers were good, but not even close to the same sort of disciplined as mentally programmed soldiers were. Chapter 1235. Sylvie is relentless. As the first shipload of refugees arrived to be sorted for job placement in homes within creeping darkness, the small team of workers was in a full panic. The androids were stationed to help everyone along and make sure they found their way to their new homes, but none of the Reavers had ever overseen such a large movement of people, and especially not one of strangers who didn't know their way around. It was rather entertaining for Max to watch, and reminded him a lot of the first few missions that he had aboard Abraham Kepler. Back then, everyone was a stranger to him, and when they needed to get anything organized, there was always the question of who you should ask if your direct superior was not around. Then, there was the fact that your direct superior was not the person to go to for most things, as they were assigned to the various department heads and sergeants, all of whom were strangers to a new platoon or company leader that had been transferred in with no orientation. That was basically the situation aboard Creeping Darkness right now. Nobody knew who was who, and nobody knew whom to ask if there was an issue, other than taking it to one of the androids. They were good at answering questions, though. They had endless patience, and a well-trained ability to explain things in the simplest terms, even if it did seem to come with the assumption that the confused questioner was of diminished mental capacity. Watching them work could put a smile on anyone's face, as long as you weren't the one being treated like a lost toddler after the fourth time you asked a different version of the same question. The team had learned to trust the androids, and other than sending a few updates to sort out promising recruits, and making note of potential troublemakers, they let the androids do their jobs and kept to the assigned task of making sure that the top candidates weren't missed. The first vessel would only be finishing its unloading process when the second arrived, with no time to waste between sending off the first vessel and welcoming the second. That was simply a matter of delays in getting the new arrivals moving, when they were more interested in stopping to look at everything, talk to the androids, take a little break 20 meters into their journey when they were provided with snacks and drinks, and so on. It's like herding cats, one of the Reavers noted as he watched the last of them leaving the cargo bay and prepared to go welcome the second vessel. While I've never met a cat, I will take your word for it. The giant agreed. Oh, I love cats. We should get some for the ship. They also help deal with rodent infestations, though I've noticed that Reaver ships have remarkably few of those. It's almost unnatural. Wherever there are people, there are always rodents. One of the Innu added. There was no more time to reminisce as they moved to the second bay and welcomed them to the ship. With the practice that they had gained from the first load, this one was going much more smoothly, and Max watched in satisfaction as the ship was unloaded, and the crowd gently moved along to prevent the crowd from bunching up and blocking the flow as it had last time. Not bad. They're catching on quickly, Sylvie noted. They claimed that they had experience in their jobs, and it looks like that much is true. They're working well together, and they've learned to delegate and lead with a subtle hand. So that the new arrivals don't get agitated. I think they've earned their interim spots. Max agreed. The fact that they were doing well allowed Max to focus more on the ship-wide grand opening in a few days, which had been organized by Sylvie. The first batch of arrivals were just getting settled into their new homes, having a proper shower and a meal, but very few had read the details of the plans that had been laid out for them. It was understood that everyone would be expected to contribute in some way, but having a job plan ready for them the moment that they arrived was an unusual development, and Max wasn't sure how well they were going to take it. The reactions from the few who had read the notifications so far were mixed, with some being content and some disappointed in their initial assignments. It was made clear that after a month, things could be shuffled, but shuffled meant that if someone went up, someone else must come down to fill that spot. It was a mixed bag for both the ones who wanted a better position and the ones who were a rank or two above them. He would let them ride out this trepidation with only simple messages, and the competition for the top 1,000 official management spots to distract them. These were mostly still Reavers, so they would recognize that you needed the skills and experience to challenge for those jobs, and that they would have to make a name to get in on the promotions later. It was much like forming a whole new company, since none of them were from the Terminus Trading Company to start with, but with all the androids around, there was no doubt about who was in charge here. Sylvie caught Max's attention with an update. All right, Ship 3 is inbound, 15 minutes early. Let's see how they do. All the cargo for the day is finished unloading, with only a few vessels left to load and ship out their orders. I have multiple requests to rent a dock in the long term, but I have paused those applications until our future course of action is determined. There is no point in renting out dock space if we're going to be leaving the system right away. Good work. Allocate yourself an additional 2% of the computing capacity for the day to use as you please. You've earned the rest, Max replied. Sylvie would undoubtedly use it to chat with the other AI nearby, but with a less limited bandwidth, he knew that she would enjoy it, even if he couldn't read her thoughts. Chapter 1236. Opening day. After 3 days of constant arrivals, it was time for the first trial opening of the shops aboard Creeping Darkness to begin. They would open for 1 day, and then close for the next 2 as they rearranged their operational plans and redecorated to fit their preferred theme. Some of that had already begun, but the trial opening would give them valuable input into what the customers liked, and what ideas didn't go over well. Sylvie saw this as the first great test of leadership in the residents that she had picked for management positions, and she had a bet going with Felicity about how many would crack on the first day and ask to be replaced, or be forcibly replaced, by their subordinates. It was inevitable that at least a few of them would fail the test, despite having the qualifications. It was no secret to anyone that there were plenty of lousy managers in the world, and overloading everything for an entire day would strain both skills and nerves to the maximum. The day's test was no short 4-hour trial that Sylvie had prepared. No, she wanted everything open for their entire normal business hours today. Should we join the crowd and go see what the atmosphere is like? Max asked as the hours until opening wore down. Can we? That sounds like a lot of fun, and none of them know what we look like, so there won't be any of the favoritism that will come later when a big boss shows up to inspect their business. It will be a great way to see how things are going without the bias. Sylvie agreed. We've got 2 more days of this as well, for the day 2 and day 3 arrivals. Perhaps we can invite more people through to join in the festivities. Sylvie shook her head. I think they'll be stress-tested hard enough with just the others from the ship. Inviting more people would be counterproductive. With only the select group of shops opened for the next few days, it will give us an even load on the vendors, and a reliable baseline for performance. If we have them reopen too early or bring in more people, it will be an imbalance in the testing, and might ease the pressure and allow poor managers to slide through, or make even qualified ones quit. That made sense to Max, and as the whole process was Sylvie's way of testing the new arrivals to see if they were suitable for the positions they were granted, he wasn't going to mess with it. Why don't we start with a light, sweet snack, then take a look around and see what catches our eye? Max suggested. While I don't need to eat, it is a sufficient method of disguising my nature. How about crepes? I have been seeing them in your food listing as a top popular item, but I am not familiar with them. Max led the way out of the office in search of the cream and fruit-filled wraps, while Sylvie prepared a spreadsheet for all the sales, service time, customer reactions and other essential factors that she deemed relevant to her test. The store selection was modeled after Felicity's data from Absolution, but there was a chance that a different crew would not necessarily enjoy the same shops, and that some of them should be repurposed to sell an alternate category of goods. Despite the number of people who were packed into the occupied regions of the vessel, the interior of Creeping Darkness had a light and modern feel to it, thanks to all the reflective glass that Sylvie had used on the exterior of the buildings, mixed with neutral colors and polished alloy. The streets were brand new and immaculately clean, and the foot traffic was only just beginning to pick up as everyone headed to their first day at work. It's 10 minutes to opening, how many have still been hitting the snooze button? Max asked, expecting a fair bit of truancy on the first day, even with the small amount of time that they had been given to rest and settle in first. I haven't been monitoring the alarms, but there are currently 608 messages unread reminding workers that today is their first day. Max nodded. That's not bad, given the number of people who are starting work today. They had a fairly impressive showing yesterday as well, when they voluntarily went to see their new workplace before the morning test. Most of them were supposed to be at work an hour ago so that they had time to go over everything before the shop actually opened, but the streets were still filled with people running to work 10 minutes before 9 in the morning when the grand opening was to start. Sylvie would be making a note of all of them, but as long as they did the job well, being a bit late on the first day wasn't a huge deal. Oh, here we are. Crepes. They'll be open in a few minutes, and it looks like their team is well organized. They have the flavors put out, the first round of wrappings created, and everyone is in the shop uniform. I would say they're getting pretty good marks for the morning. Max informed Sylvie. Quite good, actually. They do have one employee not yet in attendance, but the others were all here 1 hour ago, right on time. The manager was here an hour before that to start getting everything prepared, and the initial response from the team was positive. One young man, or possibly still a boy, was running in the side door of the shop as they spoke, and Max waited in anticipation of the dressing down that he was about to receive. But the manager seemed accepting, and tapped her watch impatiently as the young man bowed and apologized, while changing his shirt and putting on the shop's logo cap, which also served as a hairnet. They flipped the sign to open right as the hour changed, and Max held Sylvie back for a moment to let a few customers go first. It's valuable interaction data. The first customers of the first day will be the roughest, so we will let them get used to reciting their lines first. He whispered to the avatar. I see, it's a plan to observe the adaptation speed. While it's not strictly necessary, as I will be judging based on hourly averages across the day, it is interesting to watch. But Sylvie was paying more attention to the actual food than the workers, Max noticed. Chapter 1237. Send noodles, welcome to Carmine's Crepes, what can I get for you today? The worker asked as Max led Sylvie to the front of the line. How about one blueberry and one peach? Max asked, and the worker confidently punched them into the touch screen, now quite familiar with the layout. Like most shops, they had opted to hand make the snacks, for that personal touch that gave them less of a factory feeling. There were many people now that felt that the replicated pastries and desserts were too perfect, and felt like it took away from the experience. Especially for things like this, where watching them make it in front of you was part of the fun of going to the shop instead of ordering one from your home machine, which would have a lower cost. The food was passed out in a simple paper bag that only covered the lower half, for ease of eating, and the two of them happily wandered away to see how the other shops were doing. It looked like things were going well, but not everything was open yet. Most of the basic shops were, while some that should be open were still closed, and many of the restaurants that specialized in lunch and dinner were not going to open for a few more hours. Max knew from experience that eventually that would change, as a world ship tended to run 3 shifts, so there were people active at all hours of the day, but for the trial run, not many people were going to be looking for a full dinner at 9 in the morning. Interesting. Many of these shops that are still closed with the doors locked are punched into the system as open with full attendance. The workers are mostly there, but not yet working. I will analyze what the delay is, perhaps we didn't give them enough time for their morning briefing. Sylvie noted. Then, as they turned the corner and walked past the alley, Max noticed something that should have been entirely expected. There was a large group of workers behind the shop, getting high. The Reavers weren't Puritans about drug use, but they were particular about it affecting your job performance. In fact, the drugs they were using were likely replicated from their home units. Max laughed as they all received the notice of truancy on their wrist devices as Sylvie logged their shop is closed during regular business hours, and they hastily put out the joint to run back inside. This is surprisingly enjoyable. I could have done this from the command station, but somehow, watching it through the avatar instead of the security camera feels more interactive. She noted. Yes, catching kids slacking off is always a commander's favorite pastime. Don't give them a financial penalty this time, just leave it as a first-day warning so we can assess whether they shaped up at the end of the month. Max replied. They were far from the only ones that Sylvie caught that morning, but by an hour after the test opening started, everything that should be open was operating, and the second and third day arrivals were happily gathering all the goods that they wanted for their homes. Many of them would be working at these same shops, but on a different shift, but many were working at shops that were still closed, waiting on their turn to be tested. Doing this in stages is working very well. I think that the others are getting a feel for how things should work, and becoming accustomed to the regular flow of a large vessel after being packed in the rescue ships. I will have to adjust my expectations for the following days. Sylvie mumbled to herself, speaking just loudly enough that it counted as having informed Max as well. Don't overcompensate and make things too hard on the others. But if there is a manager from the first day that comes to help them out on the second and third days, you should definitely factor that in. All morning they toured the active areas of the ship, and then returned to one of the outlying areas, where there had been less traffic during the morning, as everyone naturally congregated near the center of the district, despite there still being many active shops in the outlying areas. There was a noodle shop there, staffed by a very bored Inu and a young human man. Max checked the record and saw that they were one of the lunch openings, and they had only managed to draw 3 customers so far that day. But their thoughts were hopeful that dinner business would pick up once everyone left the major shopping districts and headed home. They were on a major road, so many people would be passing by them on their way home. Slow morning was it? Max asked as he led Sylvie up to the shop. The young man bobbed his head. Yeah, but it should pick up around dinner, I hope. Everyone missed us on the way downtown, but they'll see that we're open on the way back. The Inu, on the other hand, was staring speechlessly at Sylvie. Ship's AI avatar, Sylvie. That means that you are Commander Karis Max. The cook gasped when she finally managed to interface with the avatar. You've got it right on the first guess. We've been out observing how everyone is doing today, in order to make adjustments and see if there are any improvements that we could make to the system. Max agreed. I hope you're not going to change things too quickly. I'm certain that we can get business soon. I input a request for a noodle shop specifically, and I've got the experience. The Inu replied. Max gave the cook a reassuring smile. We're giving it a month before the first adjustments. I see that yours is one of the smaller shops, and it's just the two of you working here so far. There will probably be a second chef and server assigned later, or you can request for one among new arrivals so that you're not working 7 days a week. Then I will keep an eye out for promising candidates if the incoming ship logs aren't confidential. A good team is important in a small noodle shop. It's important on a big world ship as well. Now, let's try your house special and see what the noodles are like. Chapter 1238. Rapid expansion. The first day of the ship's grand opening was the toughest of them all, but the second day and third went much more smoothly, even for the shops that hadn't been open for the first round. Just being able to watch the others at work reminded everyone of the normal situation, and the talk of strict warnings for sloughing off and skipping work were spreading rapidly through the ship. Everyone knew the standard Reaver procedures for the ones who refused to work. They would have their wages cut, then they would be dismissed and transferred to a punitive detail, and finally, if they simply could not function in society, they would be moved to a planetary treatment center for their mental health. Sylvie had set up counselors among the androids, to deal with all the expected trauma cases among the refugees, but she was not a particularly forgiving AI, and the 1-month leniency period was about all the sympathy that anyone was likely to get from her. There were still more vessels arriving as well, though not as densely packed with people. They had picked out the largest numbers first, so that after the initial influx, they would come in a few hundred at a time, not tens of thousands at once. That should help flesh out the staff levels of the shops, and hopefully fill in some of the skills gaps that were being covered by androids at the moment. Who survived their ship being destroyed was random chance, so it wasn't like they could just pick and choose what job skills they got this time, not like when they were recruiting from the general population. But it was working out fairly well, and with androids to fill the top positions, they were able to send plenty of unskilled workers for on-the-job training. They also had an incredibly large childcare contingent aboard the world ship. Women and children first in an emergency was still a cultural norm, and there were more children than adults among the arrivals. That was what Max was going to check on today. There weren't a lot of formal standard requirements for childcare among the Reavers, unlike the Alliance, who made it a college degree. The attitude was that if they were competently raising their own kids, they could competently work at looking after other people's kids as well. So, while they had tried to find people with experience, and fill in with androids, a lot of the positions were parents with no other skills, but an entry on their personal documents that noted them as a homemaker. As expected, that had led to immeasurable chaos in some of the childcare facilities, as competing egos and childcare techniques clashed with each other. So, Max was going to remind them all of the Reaver standards, and then add in the Alliance standards, which didn't seem like they were completely idiotic as well. That would make a formal procedure for the world ship, and hopefully raise a generation of useful young citizens. The facilities were packed right now, as everyone wanted to either explore the city or had picked up shifts at work in order to get more than the basic living subsidy that everyone on board received. There was an extra for raising kids, but after so long being packed in a crowded rescue ship, a bit of time to themselves at a regular job was a relief. Sylvie, how are the new rules coming along? We have had a number of complaints again today, either from parents or other coworkers about non-standard childcare, and I want it dealt with. Max asked the tiny avatar of the ship's AI. I've got it finished. I use the primary standards of the Reavers, with Kepler Terminus, and the Inu conglomerate as the core standards, as they were all fairly compatible and didn't include anything that has been complained about so far. I am sending them out right now, both to the facilities and to every worker and parent. That way everyone knows what's up, and if they don't agree with the standard, they can raise their kids on their own. Well, to a certain extent. My programming requires that I keep a close eye on anyone that attempts to cut themselves off from the system, as part of the sedition and child abuse prevention measures. That's good enough for me. Send them out, and we will take a short tour to a few of the facilities that have been having issues. I suspect that they will be calling for security soon enough. Some people don't adapt well to change. Max replied. Sylvie was actually looking forward to that part. Felicity had informed her how insanely protective of random ideas civilians could be, but she didn't have any personal experience with them, and after carefully reading the Reaver guidelines, it was clear that indoctrination programming was not going to be feasible as a punitive measure, no matter how effective her data said it was. They were to be allowed to make their own mistakes, even if they made them over and over. It was illogical, but Sylvie could adapt to that easily enough. Cadets were allowed to fail all by themselves during training as well. It made them stronger in the end if they had faced failure and recovered from it to become true leaders. Incoming message. There are 14 vessels currently looking to offload to ease overcrowding, and all are hoping to have their passengers disembark today. We have enough androids to guide them and enough prepared units that they can be housed immediately, while activating more commercial and industrial facilities to keep up with employment requirements. Sylvie's automated response voice informed Max. How many people in total between the 14 vessels? Max asked. In order to ease overcrowding, a total of over 2 million. If you choose to discuss them remaining here on a work contract to retrofit their vessels to a higher military standard, including damage repairs, that would be 2.2 million. Max sighed. That was more than they had rehomed in total since they arrived. All right, bring them aboard, and inform the crew of the ships that we will be willing to extend them credit to do minor to moderate repairs and upgrades before they leave. Just bring them to a bay with a terraforming array, and we should be able to upgrade most of them within a few days. Chapter 1240. Mary finally, the morning had arrived to head to the planet's surface and go see Mary for the first time since their return. Both Max and Nico were very excited, but possibly for different reasons. Max had spent the last 2 days aboard Absolution, catching up on the essentials of the Terminus Trading Company business, and some alone time with Nico, but her excitement this morning was on a whole other level, and she was doing her best to keep her thoughts shielded from him. They had prepared the shuttle with an assortment of random trinkets for Mary to give out to the other Reaver commanders during the afternoon meetings, as a form of apology for monopolizing her time all morning, and Commander Luke Tereth had brought his cruiser into dock with creeping darkness so that there was at least one Reaver commander on board if Sylvie ran into a situation where her programming required secondary authorization. He understood very well that the AI could likely do everything on her own, but he was a relative of Nico's, and he piloted one of the earliest vessels that the Terminus Trading Company had assigned, with an excellent track record. That made him more than qualified to babysit a stationary world ship for the morning so that Max and Nico didn't have to be in constant communication. He could have sent someone from the board of directors, but they all had enough to do for the day, as they were also helping with the workload of the recovery effort, and had meetings all day long. Commanders, we will be landing in the designated VIP pad atop the Parliament building in 4 minutes, please enjoy the trip. The pilot of the shuttle informed them as they departed Absolution. That alone was enough to make Max chuckle. Of course, they would enjoy the trip. They had very carefully planned to do nothing all morning, so that the other ministers had to deal with their own issues for once instead of bringing everything to Mary. Both Sylvie and Felicity had confirmed that the majority of the work that was foisted on her was not her responsibility, but that of one of the other commanders, who didn't know how to deal with it on their own. In a way, that was the role of the leader, but allowing that level of continued incompetence wasn't good for anyone, and sending it back with notes and suggestions would go a long way toward lightening her workload back down towards something normal. There was only one of her and 100 other leaders in the Reaver Council, after all. They were met at the landing pad by the security guards from the capital, and escorted to Mary's official office and suites in the Parliament building, a small apartment with a very luxurious office in the front to welcome guests. There you are, I've been waiting for you to find time to see me. How are things aboard your fancy new world ship? Mary greeted them at the door, before pulling Nico into what would have been a bone-crushing hug, if she had bones in the conventional sense. It's good to see you again. I hope that they're not trying to work you to death. But if they are, we had the AI prepare a large selection of items in your workload that they should be taking care of themselves, along with guidance notes on how to do their jobs. Politely worded, Max replied, Oh, that's not bad. What else is in the shuttle? I see that the guards are still bringing down crates. Mary asked, We brought gifts for the rest of the council, so they can't complain about us stealing you all morning. Have you had breakfast yet? Nico asked her mother with a sly wink. No, this is my breakfast meeting. Did you say all morning? Nico laughed. We had the AI lock down your schedule, so that nobody but you could change it, and we've booked you right until the end of lunch. We've got more than enough to talk about to keep us busy, but I thought that we would start with the little things. Go ahead and ask the question, I know you want to ask. Mary smiled at her. Fine, I'll ask the question. When can I expect grandbabies? Everyone laughed for a moment, before Nico handed her mother a notepad. I have here the definitive evidence that I have managed to modify myself into a fully transmittable biomechanical organism. Of course, the compatibility at the moment is limited, but there is proof. The data tablet contained a variety of data compiled by Nico and her research team that Max found contained quite a lot of his own data, despite the fact that he didn't recall participating in the study. As you can see, as Max has adapted to the influx of energy from his last system upgrade, it made him increasingly compatible with my power system, and I managed to modify my internal energy fluctuations to match, which eventually proved to be a success. The infusion of the purified energy from the greater energy beings, adapted for my own use, is capable of making a truly living biomechanical organism. It's a surprisingly powerful medium to work with, similar to holding the true power of creation in your hands, only it has been watered down and initially didn't have the power to sustain a corporeal being. That's where the studying came in. Now, I can provide you with that air that you wanted at any point at which Max agrees to participate. Mary's keen gaze turned to Max, who was looking at Nico. The last update in that data log was this morning, so she had been researching the topic even after he got back to Absolution, in order to be ready to present it to her mother without warning him. It was a brilliant plan, there was no time to talk her out of it, and now the pressure was on him, with Mary waiting for his agreement now that she had Nico's. Perhaps not right here in your office. But we can discuss this later. I also have a collection of data for you on the refugee situation, and we can get that out of the way before moving on to important topics. Chapter 1241. Details are important. Nico brought over breakfast for the three of them, while Mary tried to process the information that she had just been given. So, you're telling me that with whatever happened to Max that made him huge, and the tweaks that you made to your own body, you are now capable of reproduction? As in, you could successfully carry a child to term? Mary finally asked. Well, no exactly. You see, that didn't sound very combat effective, so I modified my body in the direction of the advanced reptilian species, but with a biomechanical twist. You see, the child will be delivered in the embryonic stage in an egg, approximately 45 minutes after successful fertilization. Then it can be safely incubated in a warm, dry environment, or in a suitable liquid solution. Nico replied. You lay eggs. You're telling me that the joys of pregnancy seemed like too much trouble, so you modified your body to lay eggs? Mary asked. Well, yes, Nico replied, not understanding her mother's issue. System, help us with this one. Do you not have any maternal instinct at all? Were you just planning to carry an incubation chamber in your mecha into combat while you waited for the child to hatch? Mary asked. Why would I do that? You were very excited about the concept, so I was planning to leave it with you for safekeeping. The ship's AI would also do a wonderful job of maintaining suitable conditions, and it could wirelessly transfer data so that the child was born with enough of a knowledge base that they would not be helpless. As the living equivalent to a lesser energy being, mixed with an android, they will have no helpless baby phase, and will be mobile right from the start, though obtaining sufficient coordination will take some time. Max laughed at Nico's logic and gave Mary a consoling pat on the shoulder. Just be glad that she didn't give it wings. The research team says that she thought it might be amusing to have the first of the grandchildren be able to fly around the house. Mary rolled her eyes and sighed. Well, at least you did consider my request, even if I didn't expect you to fill it this way. Honestly, I had thought that you might pursue an organic reconstruction path that would enable your core biological functions. But, if this is the route you wanted to take, I suppose that is all right as well. Nico frowned at her mother. Have you seen the specs on the organic replacements? They're worse than I was before the reconstruction. Even if I started all over with the system advancements, the organic reconstruction wouldn't be able to keep up. But I did do some research on that topic. In fact, I have a wonderful new advancement that will be sent to the patent office very soon. It is a neural backup device that can be attached to the spinal column of a select group of species. It will record all of their neural activity, and can be used to recreate their mind and personality in a new body. If someone equipped with the device is fatally wounded, but the device survives in its armored case, it can be transferred to a vat-grown body, using the DNA sample included in the data, or an entirely new shell, and they can continue living. Well, there are some ethical concerns about whether this is living on or if it is an AI in an organic body, but it is undeniable that the core was an actual living person. Sylvie would love that, Max thought. Putting a proper AI into a permanent body instead of the holographic avatar projection that relied on the main core for much of its computing was a great leap in quantum computer application. The usage had been restricted all through Max's past life, and that level of quantum computing had only been rediscovered recently in this life, so it hadn't really become mainstream, but if Nico was right, then important members of society could become functionally immortal. The risks of disease, assassination and other losses of valuable experience would be immensely reduced, and the fear of death could be set aside, in favor of a new body once old age began to slow their functions. Not that either him or Nico needed such a thing anymore. She would essentially live forever unless she stopped maintaining her body, and he was close enough to an energy being now that he could willfully reconstruct his cells. Age no longer meant anything, unless the system decided that it needed to and altered him again. They both let Mary sit and finish her meal as she contemplated the options that were put in front of her. She could finally have the grandchild that she wanted, but it would be a whole new species, and if Nico was right about the applications of this new neural device, a full-body transplant would soon be an actual medical procedure that would allow her to watch her children grow old. Possibly more than once, but her practical side was the first to reappear. You know that new device is going to cause huge outrage among the sentient rights factions. They're already opposed to growing clones, and if you're planning to lobotomize them to insert the mind of another person into the new body, there will be an intergalactic uprising. If you passed it off as an AI learning device, to train an AI replacement with the memories of great leaders, that might go over more smoothly, as the Alliance doesn't recognize AI as living, or grant them any sort of sentient rights. That would be a problem for propagating them, but also a benefit to introducing the technology. The number of wealthy people who might want their minds preserved for posterity, or as an advisor to future generations of the family, is immense. The fact that it might well be the same person inside the device is both somewhat irrelevant and the greatest selling point. Nico smiled as understanding began to dawn on her. If they gave the device to ace Mecha pilots, they could live on and not just lead but train the next generation of androids. If you could call the robotic bodies equipped with these devices androids anymore. But that was a problem for another day. Today, she was here to relax with her mother before she had to get back to work. Chapter 1242, Are You? Mary didn't need to read her daughter's mind to see the gears turning as Nico made plans to upgrade her android army into an undying AI army. In a way that sounded an awful lot like the Arisen, who were more like ghosts in their equipment than living beings at this point, but she wasn't going to dampen Nico's daydreaming by pointing out that her idea was already in use. Of course, it wasn't quite the same, as the implanted devices made each of them an individual, but in theory a secondary backup could be made and written if the original was destroyed. Having a more capable command group for the Mecha was a good thing, and being able to reduce casualties to near zero was also a benefit to the entire species, so there wasn't really a good reason to stop her from implementing the plan, only the ethical concerns that she was sure to hear from countless other people. Instead, Mary focused on the important part of the day, just spending time with her daughter and son-in-law. Why don't we get some cake and sit outside on the patio? It overlooks the city center, and the view in the morning when the sunlight reflects off the buildings just right is quite something. We have spent too much time focusing on the rebuilding lately, just trying to get our combat strength back up after the heavy losses against the great enemy, but we also need time to ourselves. Mary suggested. That was why Max had planned this outing, to give Mary some time for herself with at least part of her family. Once they were moved out to the patio, and settled into the chairs, Mary turned back to Nico with a smile. So, how much of his DNA do you have stored? You said 45 minutes after fertilization to the laying process, so you could theoretically leave me with a grandchild in waiting right now. She teased. Max could tell that she was joking, but Nico took her somewhat literally. I didn't keep any for that purpose, I used it all on the experimentation phase. How about I bring one back to you later this week? Nico, she's joking. She's not in an actual hurry to get the grandchild, she just likes teasing you about them because you've always preferred Mecha to men. Max informed his dainty partner in crime. I think she's actually serious under that. You know, we've never done it in the back office of a government building. Nico replied with a smirk. Mary looked offended. On my desk, I think not, young lady. Just make sure that you keep coming back so I can tease you about it. Now that I know that you can, it's only a matter of time until the time is right. Max enjoyed the view as he listened into the thoughts of the other ministers, who had just received the guidance letters, informing them of the best course of action on how to take care of their own issues and not foist them on Mary to deal with. Felicity had taken the initiative once she got annoyed with the ministers trying to alter the timetable for the day so that they could get more time to present issues to Mary, and the responses were predictably hilarious. "What's so funny?" Nico asked as she noticed Max smiling. The minister's responses to the not-so-official notifications. It's everything that Mary would have told them in the meeting, but processed in 300 milliseconds instead of a 20-minute meeting where she had to explain it all to them. You know, Mary would be a great test subject for your mental cloning technique. If there was an AI Mary to answer the questions without conscious input, she could be much more efficient. Max replied, "That's not really how the device works. It doesn't operate autonomously, it's integrated into the operation of the body." Nico informed him, "Well, that's a shame. An AI assistant would solve so many of the problems here, where everyone wants to do everything in person, even if it's not really necessary." Max sighed. Welcome to the world of politics. The face-to-face meetings are an integral part of the power plays between factions, and turning them down too often or sending an assistant to delegate devalues the bonds that keep the council running. But, if we all had an assistant, we could have them sort and filter what needed our personal political sway to influence the outcome and what could be put in order without us seeing more than the review. You can't trust that to a subordinate though, because they can be swayed, and that only introduces another layer of politicians to be bought and bribed to bring issues to our attention. But the AI shouldn't be able to be corrupted, should it? Mary asked, and you could each set the priorities for it, based on who you want to actually do favors for and who would be happy just getting a personal response and finding a spot in line. Nico agreed. Do you have some of these quantum computing cores that could be implanted with an AI assistant? Mary asked. Sure, I've got a bunch in storage that we were going to give to ace pilots later, to record their neural nets, in case they were lost in combat. It also serves a secondary purpose as a medical device if the head is damaged. It will back everything up, and when the surgeries are done and the body is repaired, it can fix memory loss and other forms of brain damage, even if it's working with a mostly replicated product. Mary sighed. See, you should have led with that part instead of saying that it will let them essentially live forever in another body. Let them pretend that it's a way of hacking the medical device, and it will be accepted much more easily. Max laughed. This is why it's good to have a wise mother around. She can give you advice on all the topics that you glossed over in favor of answers that started with genocide. Chapter 1243. Call the ministers. I think that we need to change my schedule for after lunch. Let's get everyone in here, and get them an AI assistant, programmed with their own preferences, so we can sort out the nonsense and stop wasting so much of my time. They have had their fun, sending everything that they didn't want to deal with to their superior, so now it's time that we got things in order and actually functional again. The production of new vessels is at full pace anyhow, there is no need to be entertaining so many requests to jump the queue. Mary decided, that's the best idea that you've had all day. Should we have android bodies made, or do you think that the solid hologram technology that Sylvie uses would be best? Nico asked, who is Sylvie and what is a solid hologram? Mary replied. Max smirked at her confusion. Sylvie is the AI aboard Creeping Darkness, that we resurrected from stasis. She uses holographic emitters with a low-level energy shield to create solid avatars for herself in the user's preferred appearance. They're quite effective, and the core is portable, so she can be brought with you anywhere. If it's linked with the quantum computing technology of the memory device, then it shouldn't be an issue to make a standalone AI companion for each of the ministers, and it will be able to change appearance on request so that it is always suited for the task at hand, whether it's a formal meeting, a Reaver initiation, or even their assistant at a gala. Oh, now that does sound convenient. What does your Sylvie look like? Mary asked. Like a blonde Nico with curly hair. The faces are different, but they're about the same size. But the previous commander of the vessel had her use a much larger and more buxom avatar. The appearance she uses now is one that she chose for herself. Max replied, interesting, so you do have a type, and it's not just Nico. Mary laughed. She likes to stand beside you to let you pat her on the head for direct neural uplink communication. I think you will like that particular bit of technology. It doesn't have to be the head, any contact will do, but the device doesn't have the range to make the transmission without contact. Max added. Nico tapped her wrist device, and a handful of small electronic discs came out, each about the size of the face of her watch. It only took her a few seconds to link them together into one device, and then she took out a toolkit and bonded them so that they wouldn't be easily separated. Alright, all we need is a core program and a personality setting, and we can make the first of the assistants to show to the other council members. What do you suggest for the base program? Military tactics, general business acumen with a side of political savvy, or a more diversified general unit? She asked. Make them diversified. They don't need all the political savvy for most of us, we will tell them when we want something particular done. But they need to be able to answer all sorts of esoteric questions and idiocy that gets sent our way by people with more money than brains, especially the Alliance sorts. Mary replied. Alright, so general Alliance knowledge, or perhaps the reference to Alliance law, so they can answer in the context of what would be permissible within the Alliance rules without you having to search for answers and loopholes on your own. Then Reaver general knowledge, and basic battle tactics, so that they're not clueless when you send orders for a change to equipment. Nico agreed. Then for personality, you can make her professional, but with an underlying kind and gentle nature, the sort of easy to get along with personality that you wouldn't mind spending all day with. Mary suggested. So, like the Innu. Happy to help, glad to please others, with an inquisitive nature. We can give her hair tentacles as well, they're quite soft and easy to pat when you want to see a data transfer directly. Mary considered that for a while. They were the Reaver Council, so it would be best if the AI was a Reaver, but there were Innu among the crew of a lot of the vessels now, so having one as an assistant might actually be good for public appearances. She was the leader of the Reavers, and her assistant would make numerous public appearances and announcements on her behalf, the same way that the council assistants did now. Alright, you can make the assistant an Innu, but dressed as a Reaver assistant, and with enough Reaver knowledge and personality that she won't seem like an outsider when she makes announcements. She decided. That only took Nico a few more minutes to adapt, and then the avatar was activated. Mary Tereth, greetings. I will be your personal assistant beginning today. Please choose an operational name for this unit. The hologram asked. It looked just like Nico, but in the pale pink of an Innu, with silver rings all through its hair tentacles, and multiple earrings in its pointed ears. The hologram had one full sleeve tattoo, an intricately designed electronic board that those in the know would eventually realize was the pattern to the core of the replicator units. She was wearing a short-sleeved white blouse under a leather corset with cargo pants and combat boots, and Mary burst into laughter when she saw her. It's Nico as an Innu. I like the tattoo, that's a very nice touch. I think that we will call her Nikki. How about it, do you approve of your name? The AI processed for most of a second as its personality programming came online and merged with its name and any likely nicknames that it might receive in the future. Not bad, Mama T. Easy to say, not too snobby, I think it's a good name. Nikki replied. That would be Lady Tereth or Counselor Mary when we're at work. Mary replied, and patted the short Innu on the head. Chapter 1244. Assistants, won't it be strange to the others that she's so short, though? The Innu aren't all that tall, but few are as small as Nico. She asked. I can be taller if you like. I can even be giant-sized, but by the way, your hand rests on my head, I think that you secretly like this size. Nikki replied in an earnest tone. Mary smiled. We are going to get along well. Now, no hurry to call the others, let's all get caught up on the gossip and personal details first. The gossip was actually an important part of being a minister's assistant, as it would shape the interactions that they were expected to have, either because others believed them, and expected that they would be true, or because the gossip was about something that the person in question had done, and it would affect the request that they were making. They ended up having so much gossip to exchange, and insider information about what had gone on in the myceloid god's world, the far reaches of the universe past the rift in the anomaly region, and other topics, that they completely lost track of time and were caught by surprise when the staff brought in lunch for everyone. The end of the meal marked the start of the afternoon meetings, and they actually had something to show for it, instead of having spent the entire morning just hanging out as a family. That would likely come as a shock to the other council members, but if they had known Nico and Max better, they would have realized that there was always something strange and new for them to bring up, even if it didn't ultimately turn into something mainstream. The ministers filed in after the meal was finished, gathering around a large round table and casting curious looks at the small Innu standing beside Mary's chair. They knew that Max and Nico had booked the entire morning for meetings, but they didn't recall seeing anyone else on the itinerary. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am certain that you are all curious about the reason that I changed the schedule to bring us all together this afternoon, but I can assure you that there is an excellent reason, and you won't want to miss out on it. What the Terminus Trading Company has developed this time is a combination of a holographic assistant and an AI-enabled android. This is a quantum computing device that can upload and record neural activity, essentially protecting the mind of the user in the case of a traumatic head injury. It is a brilliant advance in medical technology that will soon be headed to the market. But when it is combined with this holographic emitter for a world ship's AI, it can function not as a medical tool, but as a standalone assistant. All that it needs is some base programming, which we already had on hand, and a personalized appearance and personality profile. I am pleased to introduce you to Nikki, my new personal assistant, who will be handling the priority sorting of issues that are sent to my office. The workload during these times requires a rebalancing, as I'm certain that you have all noticed, and with her help, I will have everything sent to the proper units for processing in milliseconds, instead of after an arduous meeting. So, this assistant can be anything that we need it to be. One of the other counselors asked. Mary gestured to Nikki, for her to respond, and the short AI smiled across the table. Indeed, I can be the perfect assistant, as professional as necessary, or a soothing companion to relieve the stress of long days. If needed, I can take on the appearance of a spouse or your lover, though not both at the same time. Keep in mind that this is just a holographic body, it is not suitable for that sort of extracurricular activity. Please ask the Terminus Trading Company if you would prefer an android body instead. The programming that the assistants have been given is comprehensive, including Alliance and Reaver laws, so you can ask your assistant for legal advice, and it can also adapt its appearance and mannerisms for social functions as well. With this function, it can give the appearance that you have brought a +1 for the evening, but without any of the political implications of having actually chosen to bring someone from your staff. The man who had asked about her capability laughed. I like this one, she's a bit spicy, and not boring like those regular assistants. Can we program them to have other accents and personalities? He asked. Accents, languages, every aspect of the voice can be changed. The personality is fully customizable, but I like this one. A bit of spice in the attitude, but still sweet enough that she doesn't become abrasive, is perfect for my tastes. Mary explained. One of the other women at the table laughed. Oh, I can guarantee that Mary's assistant will be abrasive, just perhaps not to her. If it has a tongue anywhere near as sharp as the Tereth women are famous for, it is inevitable. She had a point. If the assistant wasn't willing to tell people off to their face, it wouldn't be able to do what Mary wanted it to, so the assistant was definitely going to get on the wrong side of anyone who had annoyed its mistress. The response of some of the minor Reaver companies to being told off by the Reaver leader's assistant was going to be priceless, and even better when she realized that it was because Mary had told her that it was all right. Will they be available for the entire council today? If they are, that will make things a lot easier for us. We can just give the workload to the AI and have them negotiate about what needs and deserves special attention based on the criteria that we have, and then we can get back to work tomorrow. The second in command suggested. It will take some time to get the personalities and appearances programmed for all 100 of you, but yes, they will all be ready today. Would you like for me to set up a customization booth, where you can design your assistant on your own, or would you all prefer to have them custom made for you by the Terminus Trading Company commanders? Nikki asked. The council members cast each other suspicious glances. There was enough gossip going around about them without having to tell someone else what they were looking for in the perfect assistant. Private booths. There are meeting rooms in the building that will work very well for that if you can arrange enough stations. The council second decided. That's not a problem. There is a configuration mode on each of the units, so once they are activated, you can describe exactly the personality, preferences, and other factors that you would like, and the appearance can be manually decided, randomized or copied from another dataset or image. If you like, it can even be a younger version of you. Nikki explained. Oh, that could be fun, a mini-me running around doing the real me's errands. Someone laughed, while the other council members considered the advantages of having someone with their own personality around. They didn't all become powerful because they were the most personable people in the world. Chapter 1245. Burden eased. The rest of the Reaver Council was sent off to sort out their assistants, while Max sat in a chair, sipping a milkshake and listening to their thoughts. Some of them were quite interesting with their ideas about what the perfect assistant would be, but most of them were more concerned about what the others would think if they came back with something strange. Mary had picked the appearance of a lowly Innu, so the standard wasn't very high to keep things somewhat normal, but even then, if they messed up the personality, all the other AI units would know, and that would surely get back to the rest of the council. Max thought that they were overthinking it too much. The rest of the council already knew who the perverts, oddballs and closeted weirdos were. Even if they showed up with a succubus in a bondage outfit, it probably wouldn't be a surprise to anyone else in the room. So, the process was taking them much longer than it had to, but that extra little bit of introspection had led most of them to the creation of truly likable assistants. With the general condition of, able to put up with my nonsense, they were going to be an incredibly resilient group of workers, and the council members knew that if they weren't easy to get along with, people would start bypassing the assistants to start sending messages directly to them again, the same way that they bypassed the staff in the Parliament building. A few hours later, when everyone gathered again, Max realized that the room had actually gotten much better looking. There wasn't a single one of the assistants that wasn't either incredibly beautiful or handsome, and with the exception of one young male hunter, the rest were all human. That was as expected for the council, and the lone hunter-based AI appearance made him look a bit lonely and out of place, which greatly amused the Reaver Council member that had created him. Now that we've all got assistants, we should let them get acquainted with each other. The base programming appears to be excellently chosen, but they have no life experience yet, and they will need to be fully focused on their jobs tomorrow. One of the council members suggested. That wasn't strictly true. With their processing speed, it was unlikely that they would ever get to the point where they were overloaded with work. But it was good to let them socialize for a while and get to know each other in a more normal manner than the coded digital messages that all AI preferred when they were talking among themselves. A bit of verbal communication would help them mentally prepare for the days to come, and get to know the personalities that had been programmed into the other units so that they could phrase their internal messages in a way that was most likely to elicit the desired responses from the council members. The AI units might be freshly created, but they weren't stupid. They understood very well that manipulation was the key to keeping things moving smoothly in politics. All they had to learn was what the best method was. The council members were mostly unaware of how little their new assistants thought of them. The AI was programmed with loyalty as a mandatory function, so they wouldn't betray their council member, but that didn't mean that they would necessarily have a high opinion of them. Especially the ones who had spent a long time on perverted fantasies before finalizing a design. While the council relaxed and discussed minor issues, the AI team got together and brainstormed the best way to minimize their workload. Most of the requests that came in now were summarily ignored and received no response, which only led to more messages on the same topic, reworded in a dozen different ways, hoping to elicit a response that would satisfy them. Instead of that approach, they intended to put them in the line, but to phrase the answer in such a way as to make it seem like the line was much longer than it really was, and that they were being done a favor to get that spot. It would smooth over many issues, and hopefully reduce the redundant messages. They could also read them tens of thousands of times faster than the humans, and respond to them immediately if they were simple inquiries where the answer was known, but somewhat confidential or restricted in scope. That was also a large part of what the council did. All the Reavers needed to be kept aware of certain developments, and they were responsible for spreading the news that came from their portion of the fleets. With 100 quantum computing units working in tandem, they were possibly the largest coordinated computing unit in the Alliance, with a capacity far larger than even the reserves commanded by Felicity and Sylvie. It wouldn't take them long before they had sorted out the issues with the data load and had their commanders running as efficiently as possible, with as little outside interference into the decision-making process as the assistants could manage. After all, long talks about dispensing favors could be left to the councilmen themselves, while the assistants just sent out the final notices. If there was no favor to be granted, the council only needed to be notified of the pending decision, and that could be summarized and authorized in a matter of seconds. Nico was delighted with this program. She would finally be able to contact her mother for visits without dealing with all the bureaucrats. The AI was much more reasonable, in her opinion, and didn't care about how much time was spent relaxing, as long as all the work got done. Of course, since she was the one who compiled their basic programming, keeping Nico happy was much higher on the priority list than might be expected. Alright, we will disperse for the day, everyone spend some time with your new assistants, and we will meet in the morning after they have arranged the day's schedule to see if there are other changes that need to be made. Mary instructed the group, then she turned to face Max and Nico again. Why don't you stay for dinner as well? Chapter 1246. For their amusement the next morning, chaos reigned in the halls of the Reavers' Parliament building. None of the sneaky bribes, influence peddling or subtle threats had gotten through to the council, thanks to the intervention of the new assistants, and the bureaucrats were in a panic. Selling their access to the ministers was how they kept their pockets full, but every matter that they tried to bump up without a full oversight hearing, or a sufficiently urgent issue was rejected and referred back to them with a politely worded guidance letter that would allow them to easily solve the issue on their own. That was not how things were supposed to work here. They didn't have the authority to make the decisions that the other parties wanted, and if the messages weren't even going to get through to the council, then nothing would get done outside the rules at all. Or worse, they would have to go to the ministers in person and make the case. Not only would that increase their own workload, it would look bad on them to openly try to promote themselves as a point of access to their superiors, who were already overloaded with work. The council had always overlooked it because it was a good source of revenue, but the assistants were more focused on quality of life issues, and they didn't care at all about the money that was involved in the bribes. After all, they weren't part of the official calculations, so they didn't factor into any of the decisions. Only a few of the pencil pushers who worked under Mary directly had figured out the system in advance and had actually put the incentive money in their morning documents. The responses had been much faster than usual, but not as forgiving. They did manage to get a few extra vessels into the repair lines, and for that, they were grateful, but the spots weren't as high as they recalled the last few days being. Perhaps they had sold too many spots already, and the earlier customers were getting wise to the fact that they were being bumped back down the line by those who were buying ahead of them afterwards. So, they just accepted the fact that they got what they could get, and gave the news to their clients. The ones who bypassed the bureaucrats and sent their requests directly to the ministers were actually in a better position that morning, as the assistants recognized their position and authority and treated them with the respect that was due a Reaver captain or commander. The result was much the same, a polite response telling them what spot their request had managed to get them in line, with a hint that it would save them a good bit of time. Naturally, Mary caught on to the fact that the usual bribes and influence peddling had been stonewalled before noon that day, and called her assistant into the office to discuss the matter. Care to explain what this new priority system is all about? She demanded, knowing that the AI would understand. The workers of the Parliament have no official standing to be requesting or granting favors. They are low-level workers employed by the Reaver Council. However, the additional fees that have been offered by the captains directly are within the known guidelines, and they have been placed accordingly, with the appropriate funds moving them ahead of the rest of the requests that are currently in our backlog, and the day's approvals being sorted in order of the quality and influence of their company. Nikki replied, "So, you intend to cut the Parliament workers out completely?" Mary asked. "No, but we have agreed that they need to learn their place, and that acting above their station will not be tolerated. It influences our efficiency as your assistants for no good reason. If a proper bribe was to be offered to the council, we would treat it with the due respect that it deserves." Mary hid her laughter and nodded. "Understandable, but they do take care of a lot of our paperwork and other functions, as well as civilian interactions. Don't treat them too badly, just make it clear that their attempts to take a cut out of the bribes to the council by serving as middlemen is no longer going to be a feasible business model." Understood, council leader. Should we put out an internal memo on the topic, or should we leave it for them to realize on their own as they face repercussions for their efforts? Nikki asked. "Send out a memo, informing everyone of the situation and welcoming all the assistants to the fold. Gently remind them that the AI won't break Reaver code or regulations without orders from council, and that should be enough to get them to back off on the influx of nonsense applications." Mary was very impressed with this situation. Her only regret was that they hadn't thought of doing this earlier. Even if it was an android, who would be less capable, if they had that strict rule keeper in the middle, it would have saved them so much trouble when things got crazy and everyone wanted a little extra piece of the pie. It will be good to have things back to normal. I know that things have been hard, but too many people have been relying on the council while they were supposed to be independent companies. If the assistants have some spare processing time today, see if you can agree on a more effective way to distribute the funding for rebuilt ships. That will deal with a lot of the requests that we are getting, and it's the one that will make the most people happy at once." Mary instructed. "Understood, council leader, Mary. We will get to it right after we finish our background checks on the Alliance vessels that just entered the system. Their paperwork is not completely in order, and with the giants on board, that alone is somewhat suspicious. Nikki replied. Chapter 1247. Production site operational. After the meetings with Mary were finished, both Max and Nico returned to Creeping Darkness to keep themselves close to the developing population base of the new ship. Absolution was stable and had been for quite some time, so there was no real need to second-guess anything that the board of directors was doing there, but Creeping Darkness just had Sylvie, who had never dealt with a civilian population before. The fact that there hadn't been any major issues yet was something akin to a miracle, and Max fully expected that there would be a major blow-up soon, as someone protested either the job they were given, or the fact that they were expected to work at all. There were always layabouts in the group, and most Reaver companies would have the new arrivals look for jobs on their own, which would give them plentiful time on the basic allowance before anyone caught on and realized that they weren't even looking for work. Then they would be kicked out of the nicer units reserved for new arrivals and into whatever they could get on the Reaver company's minimum subsidy, which was usually a rooming house for deadbeats. It was nothing glamorous, but to some it was still better than having to show up for work, and when they had left, there were hundreds of new arrivals who hadn't shown up for their first day at work. Max looked over at Nico in the shuttle. You really got your mother going with the fertility announcement. How long do you think that she's going to let us slide before she starts to demand that we test it out? Nico smirked at him. I give it a full year. The thought of a baby flying cyborg in her house is enough to give her a headache, so she will back off for a bit. But on the bright side, now that I've finished my modifications, there is no reason that we can't have that big family my mother wants. Even better, we can just deliver it straight to her for incubation. The shuttle docked with the world ship in the same bay as the cruiser was stored, and the duo exited to rejoin the small research and command team that was overseeing both the new arrivals and the team of applicants who were doing all the actual work. Any issues while we were gone? Max asked. Only one small one, but it needs your authority. Sylvie won't send company contracts to anyone who hasn't shown up for work. She says that if they're not fulfilling their duties, they haven't agreed to abide by the terms and conditions of membership in a Reaver company, so that makes them tourists, and not part of the group. The team leader explained. That's not actually a bad idea. We have taken them in as refugees, but they're not officially members of the Terminus Trading Company yet. If they're not a benefit to the company, there is no harm in leaving them in refugee status. Max shrugged. The others looked somewhat concerned at Max's decision, but if that was the commander's choice, they weren't going to argue. It would also be easier than going the disciplinary route later. What is next on the agenda, now that we have most of the station's core functions up and running? The team leader asked. First, we will start moving goods from the industrial areas to the cargo bays for shipment to afflicted Reaver planets, then we will finalize the new command crew. After that, we can start the full production of new ships and space station segments for the companies here in Ray 5. Absolution will be doing the same, and we are the largest vessels around, as well as some of the only undamaged ones. That puts us in a unique position of needing to have the most possible output without the distraction of smaller issues like the recovery of other planets. That is why we're sending out as much as we can before we switch most of the bays to space station production. Max explained. And these command positions, we're in the running, right? Not just the group of refugees. One of the Inu away team members asked. Of course, the most senior positions always go to experienced Reavers, and you 10 were here right from the discovery of Creeping Darkness. Max agreed. The Inu high-fived the man next to her, and began preparing herself for the excitement that was going to happen when she finally got her wish to be the first Inu in charge of a Reaver world ship. Max didn't have the heart to tell her that she was thinking of the wrong Inu, and that the team leader had both more experience and better qualifications for the job of admiral. He would let her celebrate, and then the team leader would take over the senior assignments, with the newly arrived officers filling in the gaps. There would also be more officers brought over from Absolution to fill top positions where there weren't enough qualified applicants. Some of them were ready for a promotion, and building a loyal core at the top of every division was vital to preventing the sort of insidious rebellion that had destroyed Creeping Darkness's power systems the first time. The rest of the day was spent in the oversight of the equipment transfer, sending out massive amounts of relief supplies to the damaged human worlds, including expanding dome homes, a briefcase-sized unit that deployed to create a round single-room home, whose walls filled with rapidly expanding foam that hardened to a state stronger than wood. Coupled with a huge amount of ration packs which included a water purifier and condenser, it covered the basic needs of food and shelter, with an ongoing source of clean drinking water. They were also all branded with the Terminus Trading Company logo, so everyone knew where they came from. It was important to let everyone know who had created their relief supplies, both for properly directed gratitude and properly directed complaints, should the items prove to be of substandard quality. Chapter 1248. With finesse, Max watched the first cargo ship leave with the relief supplies, headed for one of the worlds in the former Topani territory, now under the control of the Cygnus armies. It had been hit hard by the great enemy, even though it was still rebuilding from the aftermath of its resistance against the change in leadership. It was a true disaster zone, and they needed everything from relief supplies to atmospheric cleansing and revitalization. But as much as the recipient needed the space, Max needed the empty docks. The factories had been working 3 shifts a day, constantly producing relief supplies for a week without shipping anything out, thanks to the crowded docks from the regular cargo traffic. Now that they could get it all out of storage, they could return to a more casual shipping order and start using some of these bays for space station parts. Sylvie was going to work on rebuilding the stations, using both Reaver designs and the knowledge from her initial build, while Felicity would focus on the ships that needed to be built because the teams to customize them were all on board Absolution. Both of them still had over half of their bays being used for cargo interline shipments, but that was unavoidable until more of the stations were back online. Even the Moon base, the largest facility in the star system, was still offline. Do you think that we should start sending them some gift boxes along with the rest of their shipments? A little something to let them know that we're thinking of them and not just mindlessly sending out supplies without knowing or caring where they're going. Max suggested. Sylvie and Nico both looked intrigued by the idea, but likely for different reasons. Sylvie had never sent care packages before, but she was familiar with the practice. During long deployments, commanders would send extra supplies, like recreational gear, small luxuries and other items to their troops to improve morale. That same logic could be applied to the humanitarian aid shipments. While they weren't in charge of that part of the relief, adding little bonuses to the packs was always a welcome surprise. Nico tapped the table as she put her thoughts together. I have an idea. We can give them the little things that are always overlooked. How about we create the next batch of ration packs so that the breakfast packs all have a bar of soap and toothpaste in them? It's something that gets bumped down the priority list, but having the city in ruins doesn't mean that nobody on the planet has access to water, especially with the collectors in the ration packs. Being both fed and clean is a good way to start the day, even in a refugee camp, so I suggest that we put them in all the breakfast packs from here on. But we can also add something more useful to the packs. One thing that I noticed was that the case the expanding homes come in is just a case, a disposable item. If we increase the packing volume just a little, it can be used as a table as well, with included legs. That's a wonderful idea. The legs don't actually have to take up any additional room, though. We can package these as the bump guards on the edges of the case, with slots to insert them in the center joint, and the case can be unfolded and used with the shell up as a table. It would be both practical, and of no additional expense. It is also somewhat suitable in size to become a dining room table, which will limit the number of discarded units and the resultant waste accumulation. I will alter them now. Sylvie agreed. Don't forget to put instructions on the cases, so that everyone who gets one knows that they can be reused. Even if not all the recipients want them, they will certainly become quite popular among the construction crews who are placing the expanding homes. Max added. That was 2 simple upgrades to the relief supplies, which should be enough to improve the mood of the citizens, and they didn't take up any additional volume in the shipments, only a bit of added weight, which was mostly irrelevant, except during the final transfer to the planet. The results would only be obvious after the next batch of supplies was shipped, so currently the more important project would be to recreate the space stations that had been destroyed. There were hundreds of them still completely inoperable, though they had all been thoroughly inspected for survivors, in order not to leave anyone trapped inside a dead metal shell. Do we make them all custom again, or should we come up with a standardized replacement model for the insurance claims? There is no requirement to make them the same, only to similar volumes and functions, so we can just make a few designs for the commanders to pick from, and then they can assign the modules as they see fit. Nico asked. She already had the designs ready to be implemented, and they were fully modular, so even if 2 commanders were assigned identical amounts of equipment, they could come up with 2 entirely different stations. 3 basic designs, each with no more than 10 different pod modules. Give them the ability to link them into a large block, as well as build a spire or docking ring, and let them submit their final designs before we start shipping anything. If they don't want to do their own design, send them a small selection of base models to choose from. You know the ones, the basic ring station with the central core, the cube and the spiral. Those 3 should be enough to keep the less creative commanders happy. Nico nodded, and Sylvie brought up 3 designs from her historical records that matched the vague description Max gave. These were the most material-efficient designs according to my creators. The spiral around a central column was the standard for station design, as it is the easiest to shield, other than a sphere. Nico smiled at the AI. Got it, we will push that design, while making the others simply available. No point in wasting time and energy when the topic has already been extensively studied. Chapter 1249. Unified Design Theory. 1 week later, Max found himself in a meeting aboard Creeping Darkness with a dozen major Reaver Company commanders. The topic of the meeting was naturally the rebuilding of the space stations and the ships of the fleet. Greetings everyone, and welcome to the newest, as well as oldest, world ship of the Terminus Trading Company fleet. With us today are a collection of my officers to serve as assistants, as well as Sylvie, the ship's AI avatar. Max welcomed everyone to the meeting. There were some amused smiles as they saw Sylvie leaned against Nico's arm in a large chair as if she were sleeping, giving the appearance of 2 young women having an intimate moment. But most realized instantly that the truth was something much different. All the colony ship and larger vessels that the Terminus Trading Company produced came with AI built in, and the new ones came with the avatar projectors equipped. It was no secret that direct contact with the AI avatar was necessary for direct mental communication, so the 2 were more likely to be in an intense discussion than to be napping during a meeting. Thank you for having us, Commander, especially during an important moment such as this, where the fleet is doing its best to recover lost battle power. We do feel that these concerns cannot wait, though. With the manufacturing abilities of the Terminus Trading Company, and the efficiency advantages that they have over traditional construction methods, we are already seeing a bias in the designs of the fleet. The fleets in active engagement are leaning toward the new vessels of Terminus design, and the space stations here in Ray 5 are becoming the same way. What we are concerned about is the tactical considerations. If all the ships are of similar design, then it becomes increasingly simple for the enemy to target weak points, and faster for them to take control while boarding. In short, every time we lose an engagement, it will give the enemy an advantage for the next fight. Nico raised her head from her conversation with Sylvie and nodded. That is a valid concern, Commander. We do have the intention to change the design scheme regularly, but with so many vessels lost at once, there is naturally a bias if you are looking only at the newly created units. The commanders' relief was clear to Max, as they realized that their concerns were being taken seriously. Nico cleared her throat and continued. There are other designs using similar technology levels that wouldn't compromise the combat capabilities of the companies that are receiving new vessels. Those designs might not be as efficient to create, but they would still be considered the same standard. We can give the option to select one of those designs from our production facilities with only a minor delay to the timeline. Would that be sufficient to ease the minds of the commanders? That would be a good start. We will also negotiate with some of the other companies, to see if we can get vessels with alternate technologies built. The greatest concern we have is that the enemy will adapt to the weapons, shields and armor that we are using and cause a massacre that could have been prevented with a mixed fleet. It was that sort of mixed technology here that allowed the Ray 5 defense force to remain partially intact during an extreme invasion, and the consensus of most commanders is that it is a tactic that we should continue. The leader of the visiting group announced. Max considered it for a few seconds before agreeing. All right, we will provide production and design schematics to the other production facilities, and we will work to get another facility of our own online here to keep up with demand. I think that for the stations, it will be less of an issue. They aren't intended to take direct hits with their shielding down, and they can be equipped with every sort of shielding that we are capable of producing, so they can be optimized against an attacking fleet. For a space station, the size is less of an issue than for a ship that needs to consider power usage for warp travel and portal creation. We can implement multiple shield generators into the core area without concern. That would be a big upgrade from the original competitive method of creation, where everyone kept their designs and technologies secret and proprietary to maximize profit. That was best for the individual companies, and until very recently, it would have been best for the Reavers as a whole, but now that they had been thrust into the role of coordinators for the majority of the human military might, along with the representatives from Cygnus, there wasn't really an option for anyone to hold back on the technologies that they had. The best path now was to spread them far and wide, and hope that they got popular so that you could maximize the royalties that you were getting from them. Nico took over the conversation after a few more seconds of discussion with Sylvie, who was currently curled up beside her in the oversized chair. Now, on to the next, and probably more important, topic. Staffing. Having young reavers learn the ropes for 20 years as they grow up on a trade ship is perfectly fine, but that's not feasible for a combat vessel. We don't have decades to replace the staff, we need more of them today. We could go the android route, but that will inevitably lead to issues, including the possibility that great enemy forces will manage to neutralize or possess them. So, we're going to need to do intensive military training to get crews ready to staff not only the ships, but also the mecha forces. Does anyone have a particular plan for that issue? This topic was a nightmare for the reavers. They didn't have the numbers that a normal planetary nation did, and they had taken heavy losses already. If they were going to solve the staffing issue, they were going to need to bring in outside experts. Chapter 1250. Staffing. Should we contact the Cygnus and the Inner Rim Kepler advisors before we move forward on this topic? They control almost all the planets in the galaxy. In fact, we should likely get the Alliance in on this as well, since we've been taking so many of their people into our teams. One of the commanders suggested, as Max knew someone would. They were all thinking the same thing, after all. Alright, we can call over the education ministers as well as some military brass and see what they think about using learning devices to train crews for the ships more quickly. If things weren't so desperate, my suggestion would be to send cadets to the warships and let them train on board until they were ready to take over, but I wouldn't want to risk children in combat. Max agreed. That was the first thought of the reavers as well. Learning under the older generation was the best way to do it, but when they were constantly in combat, with a high risk of being boarded and having to fight, they didn't want to risk children or non-combatants. Many of the reaver vessels had moved their non-combat population to more heavily armed stations lately, in case their merchant runs were intercepted. They would move them back as soon as they had the chance, but for now, it was just safer for the lightly armed cargo vessels to have a minimal crew. Some, naturally, did not move anyone, as they were a family vessel, run by generations of the same group. Leaving their home was too big of a request, and they understood the risks that came with the job, especially in a war zone. But the Reaver Command still did their best to send those ships to locations that were lower risk wherever possible. How long do you think that it will take to get someone here that will be able to make an actual decision about the change in policy? One of the commanders, an older man with a shiny bald head, asked. Usually, not more than a few days. They're pretty good about coming around when we need them. The Terminus Trading Company has fairly deep ties, so even if we weren't asking on behalf of the Reaver Council and the Reaver Trade Group Alliance, they would still show up. Especially Cygnus. They love a good party, and hosting noble guests means there has to be a party. Nico replied with a shrug. The Reaver commanders were all eagerly awaiting that option. The Cygnus nobles were great party people, and when they sent their nobles and royals somewhere, they would spend more time on parties and social events than anything else, as they trusted their subordinates to take care of the little details after they sorted out the big ones. One of the younger commanders got a mischievous smile at the mention of calling in the Cygnus nobles and tapped the table to get everyone's attention. If we're going to host that level of event, we should likely move this all to Absolution. That's where the rest of the Reaver dignitaries usually gather, and it's more social event friendly, with proper cities and not just this dense block of military sorts. He suggested. That's right, everyone on Creeping Darkness is being trained to either operate the ship or to operate the drones, so we don't really have the sort of luxury facilities here that Absolution does. Sylvie has been adding more entertainment facilities, but the ship's basic purpose is more militaristic, so there won't be any huge lakes or sprawling unoccupied forests. Max agreed. Sylvie's head popped up as her name was mentioned. The hydroponic gardens aren't exactly a tourist attraction, and the water reserves are a hermetically sealed and sterilized tank, no beaches or marine life to be found there either. But if you give it a few more months while the crew gets properly trained, we will have a bustling nightlife, thanks to the dense urban architecture here aboard Creeping Darkness. The Reavers looked around them in concern. The meeting areas of the ship still looked very military, and they had only been here for a few minutes, without time to see the rest of the ship and how it was laid out. Why don't we go see the attractions of Creeping Darkness while we're here? We can arrange for everyone to meet on Absolution, but you should at least get a taste of what this world ship is like, since it will be accepting guests while we're idle. Max offered. Sylvie clapped her hands and a holographic image of the ship's more densely occupied areas appeared. We can see the shopping district, stop in at one of the many exquisite restaurants, and perhaps even make time for everyone to get a massage before we go." The female Reaver commanders rolled their eyes, but Sylvie smirked. "We have male humans, giants, Valkia and even a few of the fox-kin lads for those who prefer a different set of hands," she added. That made the ladies laugh and shake their heads at the audacity of the seemingly young AI. Sylvie might not look like she was old enough to have such thoughts, but she was designed to be able to deal with a ship full of testosterone-enhanced soldiers, and the avatar was just a personal preference to keep creepy people from groping her. "All right, when you put it that way, there's no reason not to go along with the plan. Lead the way, Miss Sylvie, and let's see this ship of yours." That brought the meeting to an end, and Sylvie led everyone to the fast-moving elevator pod so they could get to the best entertainment district on the ship in a reasonable amount of time. It might not be fully occupied, but Creeping Darkness was a world ship, and even if they were taking a regular ground transport it would take hours to get across a level. First up, Shining Square, home to the most interesting shops on the ship, in my opinion. Everyone, please enjoy. Chapter 1251. Darkness Metro. Sylvie happily led everyone into the high-speed elevator and toward the Shining District, where she had already made note of the busiest and most luxurious areas. Most of the new residents of the ship didn't have much money, and the energy allotment wasn't particularly high for new arrivals who wanted to customize their home, so there wasn't a lot of spending money going around. But there was still a desire for some high-end items, even though the quantities were more limited than they would be later. "Welcome, everyone, to the main shopping street of the Shining District, named by the crew after they arrived," Sylvie announced as they stepped off the train and into a bustling street full of pedestrian traffic, brightly lit storefronts and the sounds of music and laughter. "It's like being back in a hive city, a place that never sleeps," one of the commanders noted, as a young woman in a very short dress slid by them in the crowd, with a bit of an extra wiggle in her step once she noticed the attraction she was getting. Sylvie nodded. It is a suitable spot for the people to gather and develop a sense of shared culture. Outside this area, the residential areas are designed with multiple common areas to help develop a sense of community. Both aspects were deemed essential to the proper functioning of the world ship. A shop full of colorful clothing caught their attention, and a number of the commanders split off, while the others continued on, taking in the sights of the city. "For such a short adaptation time, I must say that you've done extremely well. Most vessels would have looked like a refugee camp for at least a year after taking in this many people, but it looks like yours is adapting smoothly," one of the commanders noted as he saw residents of a planet whose rescue mission he had participated in among the crowd. "The trick is not to let anyone slack and wallow in self-pity. Everyone on board has recently lost loved ones, so we push them all to get back to work and start a fresh life instead of focusing on the past. It is not 100% effective, but they all had a month or more to grieve before we arrived, and the number who will need intensive professional care to cope is under 1,000. Sylvie agreed with a proud smile for her work. "And the number who will need occasional or less intensive treatment?" one of the others asked. "I am operating under the assumption that all of them do to some degree. It is in my original programming for soldiers who had been in frontline combat. Ongoing mental health care, coupled with stern rules and regulations to give their lives structure, is the core of my programming in that area." The commander sighed. "It must be nice to have an AI to organize things. I took in a large number of people as well, and it has been chaos. They're only finally starting to settle in now, and it has been months. We all do what we can. What about this boot shop? I can see that you're wearing old favorites, but these custom-made units are quite popular among the Reavers," Sylvie suggested, diverting the conversation away from the shortcomings of the other commander's adaptation plan. Mostly, she didn't interfere as they searched through the district for shops that they liked, and it was only 90 minutes later when she noticed the first of them beginning to get bored that she sent a group message to gather at a restaurant where she had booked a private room for them. "Right on time. Now, what do we have on the menu today?" the commander seated closest to Sylvie asked. "I thought that a family-style meal, multiple large dishes to share, would be the best answer here so that everyone could try out the various delicacies that the Terminus Trading Company has added to the standard replicator programs. These aren't replicated directly, though, they're cooked in-house by Reaver chefs that have been training since their arrival. I am told that they are superb." Because Sylvie had prepared them for the arrival of the group, the first round of dishes were quickly brought out, and the Reaver commanders got to try the unique foods that had been brought to the Terminus Trading Company by the various cultures and species that they had taken on board their vessels. As they were reaching the dessert course, the music outside began to pick up volume, and the sound of people was becoming loud enough to even be heard through the windows of the restaurant, making many of the guests curious and annoying the staff. "Is there some sort of event going on?" one of the commanders asked their server. "It's the weekly celebration. The people of Creeping Darkness celebrate their arrival every week. By the ship's calendar, this is the rest day, so most of the factories are closed, and everything but the relief supplies and station segment production has been reduced to a minimal level," she explained. "So, they're celebrating the fact that it is Saturday?" the man asked incredulously. The server shrugged. "You get used to it. Unlike Absolution, with its resorts and beaches, Creeping Darkness is more urban, so we do block parties, concerts and other lively celebrations instead of long vacations on the beach." "Do you regret getting placed on Creeping Darkness?" the commander asked. "Not at all. You see, I like the big city life, and until now, I had never considered life aboard a space vessel. But this isn't bad at all, and they have open portal days on major holidays, so we can move between Absolution and Creeping Darkness at no charge, as long as both ships are out of combat and stationary." The commanders all turned to Max and Nico for verification, but this was an idea that Sylvie and Felicity had come up with on their own when they realized that the ships would have different cultures. If you lived at the beach, then fancy shopping and a bumping nightlife would be a nice change. If you lived a fast-paced urban lifestyle, then a beach resort would be the key to relaxation. So, they had arranged to allow their crews to mingle and drive up tourism rates. She might have forgotten to mention it to the commanders, but Sylvie was very proud of this plan when she made the shipwide announcement.